May 20, 2019 Monday. At the end of spring and summer's arrival. This season, the temperature difference between the Jiangnan region's day and night was huge. During the day, even if one was wearing shorts he could heat up like a hot dog, yet during the night he had to curl up on his bed, freezing like a cold bird. Jiangnan University City. 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon was exactly the time students started classes. Yet Song Shuhang stayed in his dormitory alone, his computer desk pulled to his bedside, making it convenient for him to watch movies in any posture. Song Shuhang did not have a habit of skipping classes. For the earlier half of last night, the weather was hot and stuffy, so in his dreams he executed a move called Twin Dragon emerging from the seas and knocked over his blanket. During the later half of the night, the air temperature dramatically decreased. With only a pair of shorts on his body, Song Shuhang was forced into bitter hardship. While slumbering away, both his hands strenuously groped the bed, seeking all over, yet he couldn't find the blanket. In the end he could only curl up like a mantis shrimp, shivering in the tyrannical cold of midnight. When the sun rose, Song Shuhang had already become a member of the great seasonal catching cold army. His roommate had already helped him apply for time off for today's classes. Afterwards, he took cold medicine and slept till now. The high fever was suppressed, but his body was still weak. In this condition there was no way he could attend classes. Therefore, he could only stay in the dormitory bored and lonely, and watch movies. On the monitor, the movie's playback bar slowly trickled towards the end, but Song Shuhang was not absorbed into its contents at all. Has the medicine's effects still not worn off? I'm so sleepy. Song Shuhang yawned, he felt his eyelids getting heavy. Suddenly, at the bottom right of the computer screen, the chat application's icon jumped. This meant that someone added him as a friend, or invited him to join a chat group. Who added me? Song Shuhang mumbled. He extended his hand and gently tapped on the bottom right of the computer's touchscreen, prompting the notification to appear. Yellow's True Monarch has requested to add you as a friend. Additional information, none. Yellow Mountain's True Monarch? Just who would use such an odd nickname? Is he a student from my class? Song Shuhang wondered silently. He couldn't help but think of the others in his class who clearly were already in university yet were still full of youthful delusions. If it were them, they would definitely pick an odd nickname like this. Once he thought this way, he tapped on Accept. Immediately, what followed was another system notification popping up. Yellow's True Monarch has invited you to join the chat group 9 Provinces, 1, Group, do you accept? Song Shuhang proceeded to tap on Accept. Book's Huge Pressure has accepted to join 9 Provinces, 1, Group. You have agreed to join the group. Please make an introduction of yourself to the other members. There was even a smiley sent by the system. In recent years, these chatting softwares had been becoming more and more human-like. After the chain of notifications popped up, Song Shuhang resolutely closed the notification and the group chats window. He was now filled with sleepiness. Where would he get the energy to care about the group he joined? Anyways, his group chat settings had always been, do not notify new posts, only show numbers unread, messages by the group wouldn't pop up and disturb him, it would only show the total number of new messages in the background. After he wakes up, he could flip open the chat record, then he would know what kind of group he joined, and the chat record would also not be lost. His eyelids got heavier and heavier. The movie's playback bar continued to move forward tenaciously, but Song Shuhang's consciousness got more and more fuzzy. In 9 Provinces, 1, Group, lurkers emerged as soon as they noticed the new member's entry. North River's Loose Practitioner, has the new member that Yellow's True Monarch invited come in yet? It has already been a year since a new member joined, right? Another ID, Su Clan's Ah Chi, speedily replied, there's a new fellow Daoist? Which region of Huaxia is this fellow Daoist from? Which cave does fellow Daoist cultivate in? What's fellow Daoist's Dao name? What level of cultivation is fellow Daoist at? Huaxia is the archaic name for China. This chain of questions, why did they seem somewhat strange? At approximately the same time, a new message came from the ID Mad Saber 3 Waves. What is the new fellow Daoist's gender? Are you a fairy or no? If you are, give the size of your bust, waist, and buttocks, and post a photo. Seeing the new messages by Su Clan's Ah Chi and Mad Saber 3 Waves, quite a number of other members' mouths twitched. Brother 3 Waves, is your zodiac indeed a goldfish? North River's loose practitioner sighed, you better not invite death by recklessness again. What if Empty Yellow's true monarch once again invited some big-time senior in? Everything was good about 3 Waves, he's friendly, loyal, and loves helping others, so his relationship with others was pretty good. The only problem is he liked to speak pervertedly, in a way that invites death. It turns out that this fella's luck was so low that it gives people goosebumps. He always couldn't help but invite death from recklessness, and the ones he offended were always big-time seniors. Since those big-time seniors were usually bored without any source of entertainment, they were naturally very happy to torture Mad Saber 3 Waves who personified entertainment delivered to their front doors. I kneel and beg you not to mention the words, big-time seniors, they are a dark shadow in this Majesty's heart. Mad Saber 3 Waves sent a line of crying face emojis. Mad Saber 3 Waves called himself, but there's no English term for this, so I translated it as, This Majesty. If you have a better term to suggest, do let me know. 4 years ago this crappy mouth of his offended a beautiful, big-time senior, and was miserably tortured. That big-time senior continuously tortured him for an entire year and 4 months. You didn't hear wrongly, a whole year and 4 months. When he thought of that tumultuous and inhuman times, his eyes turned moist. Immediately after 3 Waves spoke, emojis of naughty smiles popped up one after another in the group. They were not even trying to conceal how much they were enjoying his misery. The group channel showed that among the last 8 people who sent messages, 6 of them neatly sent a string of smiling emojis. You bunch of people who take joy in others' calamity, this Majesty will remember each and every one of you. Do not let this Majesty meet you, otherwise this Majesty will definitely let you people taste the strength of my 72 paths of Rapid Saber. Mad Saber 3 Waves angrily said. He was very confident in his Rapid Saber. Among the 6 people who were leaving naughty smiles, none of them were a match for him in a one-on-one. The moment after Mad Saber 3 Waves spoke, another naughty smile emoji popped up, belonging to Su Clan's Ah Chi. Su Clan's Ah Chi happily followed with, when do you want fight one-on-one? Obviously, Su Clan's Ah Chi didn't have any intention of taking joy in others' calamity, he just wanted to fight with someone. Mad Saber 3 Waves immediately withered. It was because he couldn't beat Ah Chi. His cultivation was profound. He had already reached the 5th level late-stage Spirit Lord, and was just a hair's breadth from 6th level Spirit Lord, but he couldn't beat Ah Chi in a fight. His 72 Paths Saber technique was both fast and fierce, and he also possessed lightning-fast body techniques, yet he still couldn't defeat Ah Chi. He was known as Mad Saber, his wrath terrifies even he himself, but he just couldn't beat Ah Chi. When the others in the group saw 3 Waves wilting, they unbridledly sent lines of smiling emojis once again. This time, Mad Saber 3 Waves could only sullenly post a line of dots. The people in the group had been noisy for so long, yet they still hadn't heard a word from the new member, which made them feel a little baffled. Our new fellow Daoist is not making a sound? North River's loose practitioner asked. That's right. Because of the cold medicine's effects, Song Shuhang had once again entered a half-asleep state. At this time, Su Clan's Ah Chi happily sent a piece of news. I took a look, the new fellow Daoist is called Empty Book's Huge Pressure. Has anyone heard of an expert with this Dao name? This Dao name sounds a little like a scholarly sex practitioner. This is so exciting. These years, scholarly sex practitioners have been living very deeply in seclusion, so it's not even possible to find them. It has already been nearly 100 years since I've fought with them. Now that I think about it, scholarly sex practitioners are even more unwilling to fight than Buddhist sects. Not only are they adept at glib speech, but their fists are also hard. Moreover, when the fight gets interesting, they will heroically hum poetry to make things multiple times more fun. I love fighting them the most. Ah Chi, when it comes to new fellow Taoists, are you forever only interested in whether they could be a good fight, and whether it is fun to fight them? Mad Saber 3 Waves sent a crying face emoji. This is practically an evil tyrant's way, you know? Su Clan's Ah Chi felt a little embarrassed. North River's loose practitioner smirked nastily and said, could it be he's another big-time senior who doesn't know how to use the chatting tool? Once he said that, everyone started to feel like, isn't this the scene of being ignored? That's right. Right about 4 years ago there seemed to have been a senior who came out of closed-door cultivation after over 100 years. She too had difficulties getting on the chatting software, and was added to the group by Empty Yellow's true Monarch. Yet because she didn't know how to type, she couldn't send messages. Afterwards, someone named Mad Saber 3 Waves happily spoke like a pervert in front of this senior, asked for the senior to post her 3 sizes, asked her to send her photo, and also asked for voice chat etc. Then, a few days after, Mad Saber 3 Waves saw this senior with his own eyes. She was a very pretty senior, dazzling and beautiful like the bright moon in the night sky. What followed after that was, this pretty senior tortured Mad Saber 3 Waves for an entire 1 year and 4 months, before she left perfectly satisfied. At this time, Mad Saber 3 Waves suddenly kneeled. Empty Yellow? This time, someone with the ID Medicine Master sent a message. An unfathomable and brief message, with no head nor tails. Luckily the group members had long been accustomed to Medicine Master's short messaging habits. Is he asking where the group master Empty Yellow true Monarch is? The reason Medicine Master's messages are short wasn't because he had a cold and proud nature. Instead, it was because he was doing 2-finger push-ups while in handwriting mode, which made his speed outrageously slow. When he increased the number of words written there would also be more chances of a mistake, and to keep deleting and rewriting was peerlessly painful. This was why Medicine Master's messages were as short as possible. As time passed, it became like this, a socializing style with words as rare as gold. He went offline immediately after sending the invitation. I heard his family's treasured great devil dog got angry and left home again. Empty Yellow's true Monarch chased after it again. Medicine Master. In that case, we can only wait for our new fellow Taoist to learn how to use the chatting tool before we chat. Su Clan's Ah Chi sighed. They all knew first impression was the strongest, and believed that the new member was also one of them. Seeing that the new fellow Taoist had no reaction, the others online weren't entertained, then gradually lurked. Approximately 1 hour later, Song Shuhang gradually became more clear-headed as he woke up. I remember that just a moment ago, someone added me to a group, the 9 provinces, 1, group, he muttered softly. Conveniently expanding the chat tool on the lower right part of the screen, he brought up the 9 provinces, 1's chat window. What kind of group is this? In an instant, 1 hour's worth of chat logs appeared on the screen. Song Shuhang roughly skimmed through it. Fellow Taoist? Cultivation cave? Cultivation level? There's even seniors? True Monarch? This Majesty? Hunting down the great devil dog? All kinds of vocabulary straight from Xianxia novels. The way people talked in this group was also very peculiar, ancient, but not entirely ancient, plain, but not entirely plain. This type of speech gave people the feel of a modern person trying to sound ancient. Unfortunately, lacking knowledge in the fundamentals of classical Chinese, it led to a very awkward exchange. Song Shuhang started audibly laughing. It seems that this was a Ciencia aficionado group. Oh no, this definitely wasn't the normal Ciencia fan group. Every single member in this group had given themselves a Dao name. The place they live in was called a cultivation cave. Even the pet the group master lost was described as family's great devil dog abandoning his home. There's even someone who proclaimed that he had not fought with any scholarly sects for over 100 years or something. Doesn't that mean that person claimed to have already lived several hundred years? Looking at this log, Song Shuhang developed a feeling of shame. To be obsessed to this degree, it seems like they have already been afflicted by Chinibu syndrome. Furthermore, it is a very specific Huaxia-flavored Xianxia disease. Song Shuhang concluded. Seems like, this was the Xianxia Chinibu victims' assembling point. This was his first impression of the members in 9 provinces, 1 group. But why did they decide to add him? Looking at the account information of Mt. Yellow's true monarch, Song Shuhang determined that this person was not his classmate. He definitely not did recognize this guy at all. Was this an accidental invite? There's a saying, if one doesn't enjoy being delusional once, they would have lived their youth in vain. Everyone would have more or less experienced that phase. It was simply that some had openly displayed it while others hid it deep within their hearts. This was also the difference between being an extrovert and an introvert. As Song Shuhang was lacking in youthful vigor, that period came rapidly and left even more quickly for him. Therefore, during their 2nd grade of junior high school, the boys surrounding him were all stuck within their wuxia, superhero, and celestial immortal dreams and executing their 18 subduing dragon palm or superhero transformations. However, Song Shuhang had long lost interest in these and neither did he hold any hopes for such. The laws of physics in this world were so very accurate. It was basically an impossible task for humans to think of jumping 3 stories high, launching a golden dragon out of their hands, or being able to fly while wearing their underpants outside. However, he still loved Xianxia novels, superhero movies, and such. Perhaps deep within his heart, he was still craving for a superhero, an alien, or an immortal to appear before him one day. Despite knowing it was impossible, he was still somewhat looking forward to it. Perhaps this was a gift that humans had? Song Shuhang laughed while closing the chat window. Nonetheless, he did not leave the group. He felt that the members of 9 provinces group were all interesting, with the chat logs that would make one feel embarrassed if exposed. From the perspective of a spectator, it was surprisingly interesting. Therefore, before the admin had removed him, he decided to lurk around and look at various amusing chat logs to pass some time. On the computer screen, the movie was still playing. It seemed like a horror film, with all kinds of scenarios constantly appearing. This movie was the greatest work of the genius thriller film director, and hearsay was that many middle-aged men were all scared till they cried. There were many people who revealed that they were so scared that they couldn't head to the washroom alone after watching it. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang ultimately did not feel frightened and instead rewinded the progress bar to the start before he had yawned again, and his sitting posture slowly transitioned to a reclined posture as he felt his eyelids getting heavier. If that genius thriller director knew his movie only had such effect on him, he would probably cry. Muddle-headed, Song Shuhang had a dream. It was an extremely pleasurable and beautiful dream. With celestials, superheroes, and all kinds of mystical lands. Having free and unfettered long life, the ability to transform nature, relying on a sword while traversing the world. Since ancient times, how many people had such dreams? Merely due to the increase of one's age, the reality had shattered dreams and people could only hide their dreams deep within their hearts and not think about them. A dream would ultimately only be a dream. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Next day, May 21st, Tuesday, 1 a.m. Within the group chat, the admin True Monarch Yellow Mountain had finally appeared online. The moment he came, Northern River's loose cultivator emerged and questioned, "True Monarch, who is that stressed by a mountain of books you'd added yesterday?" Which sect does he come from? The newcomer yesterday? Haven't you communicated with her? She's the daughter of an old friend of mine, born in this era. It seems as if her aptitude is excellent. She's in 3rd stage acquired realm and will be advancing to 4th stage innate realm soon. At such a young age, she's really outstanding. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied while laughing out loud. Born this era, shouldn't she be below 40 years old? Being in 3rd stage acquired realm at this age would indeed be the sign of a genius. Northern River's loose cultivator silently nodded. However, the counterpart's Dao name is strange. Stressed by a mountain of books doesn't seem like a Dao name. While Northern River's loose cultivator was still thinking, True Monarch Yellow Mountain suddenly said, My old friend's daughter Dao name isn't called Stressed by a Mountain of Books. Wait, what the heck is this Stressed by a Mountain of Books? True Monarch Yellow Mountain was embarrassed. It wasn't a random guy, it was probably the person True Monarch Yellow Mountain invited yesterday. He tried inquiring, True Monarch, could it be that you've added the wrong person? Let me check it out. A moment later. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sent a string of within the group. To think that I've really added a wrong person. There's only a slight difference between their account numbers. I had accidentally keyed in 9 instead of 8, to think I would make such a big mistake. Northern River's loose cultivator chucked. I thought so too, regardless of how well one integrated into the modern times, no one would use Stressed by a Mountain of Books as their Dao name. True Monarch Yellow Mountain continuously sent a bunch of. Afterwards, he hastily added his good friend's daughter to the group. Group notification. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather has been added to 9 Provinces Number 1 group. The name just now was conforming to the image of 9 Provinces 1 group, with rich Xianxia aura assaulting one's senses. The Dao name, Stressed by a Mountain of Books, was definitely something strange in comparison to it. Upon an addition of a newcomer, thrice reckless Mad Saber immediately appeared. Oh! The new friend is a fairy? Show us your photo and announce your 3 sizes. If you're pretty, should we date? Thrice reckless Mad Saber had long been lurking, although he was no better than a goldfish species. Ultimately his memories had lasted more than 3 seconds. After being reminded yesterday, in order to prevent offending a big senior, he was carefully lurking around while observing the situation today. Seeing how True Monarch Yellow Mountain mentioned the newcomer was the daughter of his good friend and her cultivation was in 3rd stage acquired realm, thrice reckless Mad Saber relaxed. It wasn't a senior level figure, so he could tease her until he was satisfied. Rarely would they have newcomers in this group, so he has been restraining himself for quite a long time. Once thrice reckless had opened his mouth, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's face instantly blackened. Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather entered a string of full stops. Then, a serene answer followed. As the time is late, this old man's daughter has started her meditation according to schedule. Her account is currently used by this old man while waiting for fellow Daoist Yellow Mountain to add me into the group. Cough. I've long heard of 9 Provinces Number 1 groups distinguished and accomplished, with the gift of gab, fellow Daoist thrice reckless. Nothing beats knowing you personally compared to the rumors. Fellow Daoist thrice reckless, this old man admires you and wishes to invite you for a drink sometime soon. Thrice reckless Mad Saber instantly felt very awkward. Meeting the girl's father while teasing the girl, there was nothing more embarrassing in this world. He was totally wishing to find a hole and squeeze inside it. Luckily, this senior seemingly had an amiable personality while brushing it off with a few words. Subsequently, this senior greeted other currently online members within the group while requesting them to take good care of his daughter in near future. After that, he went offline. Seeing the departure of the senior, thrice reckless Mad Saber released a sigh of relief while happily typing. Luckily, this senior seemed like someone who can take a joke. Perhaps, when the opportunity arises, I will even be able to chat with Soft Feather personally. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Northern River's loose cultivator, the hard-to-come-by medicine master whose words were as rare as gold and who rarely spoke had once again emerged. This time, he had even typed out 4 words, "Pray for your fortune." Thrice Reckless was puzzled. Clearly, medicine master whose words were as rare as gold would not explain any further. Look at the prefix of the new member's DAO name, Northern River's loose cultivator hinted. One wouldn't die without being reckless. Why was Brother Thrice Reckless unable to understand this? Prefix? Spirit Butterfly Island? Thrice Reckless Mad Saber seemed to have yet to come around. Yes. Spirit Butterfly Island. Additionally, he is a senior. Haven't you managed to think of anyone yet? Northern River's loose cultivator hinted once more. After a long time, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber suddenly came to realization and sent a whole chunk of within the group. It's that venerable Spirit Butterfly that fusses over every single detail. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was a formidable senior. He was good in every aspect, being upright and righteous. It was just that he liked to fuss over every trivial matter and could be considered to have reached great heights on the Tao of being fussy. Others were just finicky, but he was the extreme type that fussed over every small detail. Northern River's loose cultivator was so angry that his mouth twitched. That wasn't what I had reminded you about. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sighed as he couldn't continue looking at it. Thrice Reckless, my old friend had only minimized the chat, he hasn't gone offline. That is to say, the chat logs might have been seen. No, would definitely be seen. True Monarch Yellow Mountain couldn't continue watching how Thrice Reckless continued to be reckless. After all, he was the junior of his chat group. Oh damn, I'm dead. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber seemed to have seen his near future, whereby Spirit Butterfly Venerable came to pay him a visit, and the oppressive scene that would befall him. The rims of his eyes moistened. It seemed as if he had offended an even more troublesome big senior than usual this time. Thrice Reckless suddenly released a miserable shriek. True Monarch, please help me plea for leniency. True Monarch Yellow Mountain gave him in reply. No one in the group would continue paying attention to Thrice Reckless' dog-like wailing, and they unperturbedly diverted the discussion to a new topic. Northern River's loose cultivator asked within the group. True Monarch, what about stressed by a mountain of books? Sioux Clan 7 questioned, are we going to kick him? After all, he's just an ordinary person and isn't really suited to participate in our conversations. Sigh, since it's a mistake on my part, it can be counted as an affinity between us. Let esteemed me do a divination to see how I should handle this. True Monarch Yellow Mountain replied. It was him who suddenly added the other party into the group. Wouldn't it make him lose face to suddenly kick that guy out? He should at least do a divination as a front while using it as an excuse to kick him out. Firstly, it would make him seem magnanimous. Secondly, he was suddenly interested in learning divination since a while ago, and his hands were itchy to try it out after learning for a few months. Regardless of what he did, he would make a divination beforehand. After speaking, he used a Tang poetry book as reference and used his hands to turn it over while executing a secret method of divination. An unfathomable energy extracted a verse out while forming a trigram. The divination this time was super smooth. Ever since True Monarch Yellow Mountain had self-learnt the divination skills, it was the first time he had ever felt like that. He looked at the divinatory results happily. Afterwards, True Monarch Yellow Mountain's face became tranquil. Then, his face turned ugly. For now, let's look at the results. In heaven as 2 birds flying together, on earth as 2 trees with branches interlocked forever. If he recalled correctly, this verse was written by Bai Jui, a Tang dynasty poet. This verse was a true classic and was subsequently used to describe love. Suddenly, True Monarch Yellow Mountain did not feel good. 2 birds flying together my *SS, 2 trees with branches interlocked forever my *SS. To still be willing to be like 2 trees that grow together as one, this lord would rather hang himself. Unless he, as the majestic true monarch Yellow Mountain, had to act out an earth-shattering love of life and death with the male, stressed by a mountain of books? This unconsciously made him think of homosexuals during the China Warring States period. He instantly felt like he had swallowed a cockroach and was extremely disgusted. This must be due to this lord's divination skills being lacking. After all, I had only studied for a month, therefore, should try again. Yes, it must be due to this. True monarch Yellow Mountain once again executed a secret method of divination, and the unfathomable power once again flipped the Tang poetry book. Another verse was extracted. The divination execution was extremely smooth and had boosted true monarch Yellow Mountain morale. It will definitely be right this time. He then looked at the divinatory results. Afterwards, true monarch Yellow Mountain paled. The result of the divination: if love between both sides can last for why need they stay together night and day? Knight your grandfather. This lord doesn't believe in it. True monarch Yellow Mountain once again started another divination. The feeling this time was even better, and even true monarch Yellow Mountain felt that his own divination skills has reached great heights at this moment. It will definitely hit the mark. He lowered his head to look at the divinatory results. Turning back suddenly to find that your fated person has always been standing there, by the waning lights. Deep breaths, deep breaths. True monarch Yellow Mountain calmly and collectedly closed the Tang poetry book and dejectedly looked towards the sky at a 45-degree angle. It really felt melancholic. Afterwards, he calmly tore the hardcover version of Tang poetry while nodding his head. This lord does not have talent for divination and naturally isn't suited to be a divination master. Therefore, the divinatory results calculated by me must definitely be erroneous. He threw the shredded Tang poetry on one side and secretly vowed within his heart to never attempt divination again. After throwing the pieces of shredded hardcover Tang poetry book, true monarch Yellow Mountain typed into the group chat. We shall leave stressed by a mountain of books be for now. This lord has done a divination earlier on and found that he has affinity with me, and adding him into the group wasn't by chance, but was inevitable instead. Whatever happens in the future shall depend on his own luck. True monarch muddled through using some divination vocabulary. Regarding the divinatory results, he would definitely not reveal anything even if he was beaten to death. Motherf ** cur, even if there's fate, it must definitely be an ill-fated relationship. Then let's leave it for now. I reckon that he would probably leave the group in the near future. Speaking about it, true monarch, what were the divinatory results? Northern River's loose cultivator heard that true monarch was learning divination, therefore he was curious what this senior had calculated. True monarch Yellow Mountain, oh right, I have something urgent so I'll leave first, you guys continue chatting. After saying that, he rapidly went offline, leaving a puzzled Northern River's loose cultivator without an answer. The sun hung high in the sky. It was precisely noon. Since his roommates knew that Song Shuhang had not yet recovered from his cold, they had already asked for another day of sick leave for him so that he could rest well. Why do I feel like my illness is getting more serious? Is it because I haven't been exercising much lately, which led to my body's condition worsening? Song Shuhang wondered. Beside him, there was a bowl of century egg porridge. His roommates had brought this for him during lunchtime. What a nice bunch. Song Shuhang unhesitantly placed them in his friend zone. After he'd slept for God knows how long, he was so hungry that his chest stuck to his back. He then raked the century egg porridge into his mouth before he switched on his computer again. When he habitually opened the group chat software, he saw the red dot that specified the number of latest messages in the 9 provinces, 1, group. Song Shuhang curiously extended his hand to open the 9 provinces, 1, group tab, wanting to see what the Xianxia aficionado Chanibius had talked about throughout the night. The chat logs of the early morning surfaced before his eyes. North River's loose practitioners' questions related to the newcomer, Mad Saber 3 Waves Death-Seeking Ways, the interesting senior from the spiritual butterfly island. There's also Empty Yellow's true monarch who had claimed he had divined that they were brought together by fate just by using a divination technique once. As he looked at the chat logs, the images of these few people began to fill Shuhang's mind. So it's because they added the wrong person. Like I said, I don't even recognize this Empty Yellow's true monarch. Judging from the chat logs, it seems like not just anyone could freely join this group. A member's recommendation was needed to enter. Moreover, the age of this bunch of Xianxia aficionados all didn't seem to be young. There was even someone who had a daughter. To add on, from his tone, it seemed that his daughter was no longer young. Then with some calculations, perhaps he was already 40 to 50 years old. Already so old but still stuck in Chuyuni. His daughter must have suffered a lot. Skimming through the chat logs, Song Shuhang maintained his lurking mode, unconditionally remaining silent. Seeing the group members act foolishly was a very interesting thing, but if he joined in, what would it then be considered as? He doesn't act foolishly anyways. Therefore, his plan was to just lurk, read the chat logs and get a few laughs every day. If there's one day that he felt that this chat group has become boring, he would just quit 9 provinces, 1 group. This was how he had always thought. Unknowingly, 10 days had already passed. June 1st, Saturday, Children's Day. TL, holiday in China. Shuhang's roommates were all half-boarders and half-day schoolers. What that meant was that they stayed in the dorms from Monday to Friday and went home on weekends. So whenever the weekend came, only one lonely person, him, would be left in the dorms. Song Shuhang had already recuperated from his cold, but he was still suffering from a stuffy nose and a cough. These coughs from the cold were more troublesome to recover from. If it was not well taken care of, these coughs could last a couple of months. As he rested on Saturday, Shuhang slept till 8 a.m. before waking up. Then, he went to the cafeteria and ate some lightly flavored food. With nothing to do, he returned to the dormitory. After opening his computer, he had already become accustomed to visiting the chat logs of the 9 provinces, 1 group. This was now his main way of passing the time. Unknowingly, he had joined this group for 10 days already. While lurking these past 10 days, he saw that the majority of the people in the group were chatting about which secret realm to intrude, and how much rewards they'll reap. Other than that, there were also talks about where the evil ghosts and demons had appeared, and whether to tame or behead them. They talked like all of this was real. Song Shuhang was thinking, if he were to take the contents of this chat log, polish it up a bit, then post it online as a Xianxia novel, he could make quite a bit of money from royalties. Within these past 10 days, Song Shuhang recognized quite a number of people from the group. For example, the rarely seen group master, Empty Yellow's true monarch. Furthermore, the 2 moderators who had never appeared since he joined this group, Daluo Sect's Rain Moon true monarch and 7 Paths respected sage. The frequently online included intelligence reporter North River's loose practitioner, death-seeking Mad Saber 3 Waves, Su Clan's Ah Chi who wanted to fight with or without speaking, and Medicine Master whose words were as hard to come by as gold. In addition, there was also the constantly lurking roaming cloud monk Tong Xian who only posted emoticons even when he surfaced in the chat. It was rumored that this high monk has been training in silent meditation. He was not only unable to speak but also even unable to type. At most, he could send an emoticon. Finally, amongst this somewhat chunny group, there was Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather who spoke normally. Her number was only 1 digit away from Song Shuhang's. Only by riding on her good fortune did Shuhang receive the opportunity to enter this 9 provinces, 1 group. These reports were obtained by him when North River's loose practitioner passionately introduced the group's members to Spiritual Butterfly Island's Soft Feather. Today, upon opening the 9 provinces, 1 chat, the first thing he saw was a message from the Medicine Master. The Medicine Master, whose words were as hard to come by as gold, sent, improved a foundation pill formula. Including the punctuation mark, this was a 6-word sentence. From the moment he joined the group, Song Shuhang had never seen the medicine master post such a long message. So he continued to read on. The medicine master's news was posted in the early morning. Simplified pill recipe for body tempering liquid, ginseng 3 liang, goji berries 4 liang 3 qian, morning dew mysterious grass, rising sun stone 3 liang, maiden's fragrance 1 liang 3 qian. Fresh overlord branch 1 liang, thinly sliced 9 liang scarlet flame bamboo 4 liang. TL, 1 liang equals 50 G, 1 qian equals 5 G, listing 45 types of medicinal ingredients in succession. Amongst them, there were familiar-looking ingredients like ginseng and goji berries, but there were also the rarely heard rising sun stone and the unheard-before ingredients, morning dew mysterious grass, fresh overlord branches, the 9 yang scarlet flame bamboo and such. Follow the proportion of the recipe and put them one by one into the pill furnace, simmer it for 5 minutes, insert the next herb, then simmer for 5 minutes, insert next herb and repeat. Pay attention to the fire's temperature. By using this process, the medicinal liquid would turn into a paste. A successfully completed body tempering liquid should be black in color, transparent, and with a strong smell. Easy to understand. Out of the 40 over ingredients, there were many that Song Shuhang did not recognize. Curiously, he went only to look them up. In the pill formula, there were 30 ingredients from common Chinese medicine, all for improving your qi, blood and such. There were still 15 ingredients such as morning dew mysterious grass, fresh overlord branch, and scarlet flame bamboo which he had never heard of. It can't be that this medicine master from the group is making up things, right? These people have sunk too deep into this delusion, they even made up medicinal formulas. It can't be that someone would really follow this formula and consume that medicinal paste, right? Song Shuhang wondered. He was a bit anxious, because as rice could be eaten in any way you like, but medicine could not be randomly taken. Wouldn't indiscriminately eating medicine lead to death? How about advising this group of Chinibu not to? No matter how you put it, Song Shuhang had already been in this chat for 10 days. If someone in this group happened to die from recklessly eating medicine, he too would feel a bit guilty. Continuing on, upon checking the chat, he realized that some people had already followed the instructions. It turns out that it was the one that seemed the most normal in the chat, Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather, that responded at around 2 in the morning. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather, compared to the old formula, this one is lacking in a lot of rare medicinal ingredients. The process is also simplified by a lot. Medicine Master, what temperature should the fire be? I just tried, but the result was it had failed midway. Also, how much of the medicinal effectiveness is decreased in comparison to the original? Effect 2:1. Said Medicine Master. Medicine effectiveness was only half from before. After all, many precious herbs were lessened. But with such normal mass-oriented medicinal ingredients, to still be able to form a body-tempering liquid, it would be considered a profit even so. The temperature and specific timings has to be grasped yourself, it cannot be explained. Medicine Master once again sent a rare long line of words, only when it came to questions about pill concoctions would he clench his teeth and enter a few more words. Also, if your fire control arts aren't good enough, I recommend you utilize a treasure for fire control. Thank you, Senior, I will try again. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather sent a smiley, then returned to lurking. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather's final message was at 2:30 a.m. in the morning. If she went to concoct pills after that, judging from the time, she should already have concocted a few furnaces of pills, right? It could kill, right? From the start, this bunch of Chinibias were already very silly. If they ate the wrong medicine too, wouldn't they become super silly? Originally, they could probably be saved, but right now if they ate that medicine then there would truly be no hope for rescue. His conscience finally took over, and he couldn't help but enter into the chat window. Medicine cannot be randomly taken. Right as he was about to knock on the enter key, and send his first sentence in this group, the chat window vibrated. A large smiley popped out from the group chat's avatar. It was the moderator who hadn't appeared from when Song Shuhang entered the chat group's 7 paths. Respected sage, this recipe is great. I just tried simultaneously concocting it in 7 furnaces, and all of them easily succeeded. The success rate is very high. I've tried some and the effectiveness of the medicine is slightly more than half of the old version of body tempering liquid. But the cost of manufacturing this recipe is only a tenth of the old recipe. The body tempering liquid may be the lowest level of pills, but as of today, the spiritual qi in this realm is becoming thinner and thinner. To us for whom expensive medicines and herbs are rare, this truly is a good thing. Medicine Master, continue to work hard. If you can improve pill recipes of level 3 and above, then your contributions and efforts will truly be invaluable. To add on, what's most important is, the concocting difficulty has been greatly reduced. This can even be passed on to medicinal students to concoct. 7 paths. Respected sage was a famous senior in the group, and in terms of strength he was even 1 level higher than Empty Yellow's true monarch. He also had high attainments in terms of pill concoction. In this group, he could be said to be the authority in terms of pill concocting. His praises naturally let a junior like Medicine Master feel extremely heartened. Thank you, senior, I will work hard. Medicine Master excitedly entered these many words in a single sentence, moreover with high speeds. Song Shuhang's mouth started twitching. There was actually someone who had already concocted and taken that body tempering liquid? Thinking it through, Song Shuhang pressed and held the key and deleted what he typed into the chat window. He understood, with this group's members' temperament, even if he sent advice, he reckoned that none of them would probably listen. Moreover, since there was someone who had already taken it, and was still able to leap and frisk about, that medicine shouldn't poison someone to death in a short period of time, right? Although this was how it is, Song Shuhang felt that he couldn't just leave them to their own devices. Every medicine had its side effects. Perhaps this body tempering liquid or something was a slow-acting poison, and wouldn't kill a person in a short period of time, but if it took a life in a long period of time, what was there to do? Therefore this medicinal recipe had to be verified. He was even still worried for this group of Xianxia Chinibius. As a person, Song Shuhang was generally a great candidate to choose as a good friend. He picked up the notebook beside him, then copied down the 30 and more medicinal ingredients that Medicine Master's body tempering fluid contained that could be found online. Song Shuhang had an older female cousin named Zhao Yaya, who studied medical science. Her university had a Chinese medicine faculty, so Song Shuhang wanted to have her ask them, if these 30 and more improving qi and blood circulation ingredients were thrown into a pot and cooked for a while, will the end result be able to kill the one who eats it? All these improving blood circulation, qi, and health ingredients, theoretically shouldn't kill the one who eats it. But so many things stuffed into a pot to cook and stew, who knows what kind of thing it would end up transforming into at the end? As for those names at the back, the fresh tyrant branches, Ninyang scarlet bamboo slices etc. Those carried a clear sense of chunny, therefore Song Shuhang naturally chose to ignore them. Who knew what kind of things these were? He wasn't someone stuck in 2nd grade, alright? If he took these items to ask his cousin would definitely think that water had entered his brain. And then the next day, Mama Song would certainly board an aeroplane to hurry towards Jiangnan City and take him to see some neurosurgeon or psychiatrist. When I go back home in another 2 weeks, I'll secretly ask my cousin, Song Shuhang quietly reasoned in his heart. He hoped that in this span of time, the Xianxia aficionados wouldn't cut him off. While Song Shuhang was copying the pill recipe, 9 provinces, 1, group also remained peaceful temporarily. On normal days the number of members online always remained low. By the looks of it even Chinibius have normal lives to lead? That's right, people living on this earth still had to eat, work, and take care of children. Perhaps within this group there were also students like him. After copying the 30 and more ingredients from the pill recipe, Song Shuhang stretched his back. He then looked towards the bottom right hand of his monitor, at the weather forecast software. June 1st, clear. June 2nd, clear. The weather's good, I should go exercise for a bit later. Song Shuhang felt that his physique had deteriorated, and so decided to do more exercise. But it didn't matter what his heart thought, for his fingers couldn't help but open the computer's game icon, first enjoy a game then think about it. Although he said he'd enjoy a game, once the game started, one match after another, he simply couldn't stop. Unwittingly, it was afternoon. Time during weekends always seemed to pass particularly fast. Song Shuhang made a dry laugh, closed the game, then conveniently opened up the 9 provinces, 1, group by habit. Taking a look after booting, taking a look before shutting down, and a happy mood for the whole day. Once the chat window opened, he realized that the frequently online North River's loose practitioner was already online. Inside there were many new chat records. North River's loose practitioner, medicine master bro, your pill concocting standards leave me speechless. I tried 10 furnaces of that altered body tempering liquid, and even managed success with 8 of them. The medicine's effectiveness was better than expected. It's a pity that this body tempering liquid is only effective for entry-level cultivators. For a loose practitioner like me this isn't very useful, but for those like Daluo sects Moon True Monarch and the others disciples and disciples' children, those seniors would have great use for it. Once Senior Rain Butterfly and the others receive this pill recipe, they would owe you, Medicine Master Bro, a huge favor. Roaming Cloud Monk Tong Xian mysteriously appeared, and sent a thumbs up. North River's loose practitioner immediately laughed, I forgot, Master Tong Xian, you have a group of little monks under your care. Medicine Master Bro, seems like the people who owe you a favor has once again increased. Roaming Cloud Monk Tong Xian once again sent a smiley, then lurked. North River's loose practitioner returned with another smiley. He felt that practicing that silent meditation was a real pain in the ass, and if it wasn't for the chat software allowing Master Tong Xian to send punctuations and emoticons, he probably wouldn't even have a way to socialize, right? Buddhist sects were just such a pain in the ass, which was why that time, when a great monk tried to sway him into becoming a novice monk, him not agreeing was a decision that couldn't be greater. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mad Saber 3 Waves came online. Soft Feather Fairy, if you are here please be sure to reply to this majesty for a moment. At the same time he sent a line of crying and kneeling emoticons. Oh, fellow Daoist 3 Waves hasn't been online for the past few days. Where did you go for closed-door cultivation? North River's loose practitioner made a naughty smile, he was asking despite knowing the circumstances. Closed a damned door. 3 Waves sent a voice message, even his voice sounded like choking. 3 days ago, Senior Spiritual Butterfly respected sage came to visit this majesty, then stayed in this majesty's house for 3 days. After that, you all know what happened. Hee hee. North River's loose practitioner expressed how he definitely wouldn't pity 3 Waves, someone who seeks death is not worth pitying. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather, beautiful Soft Feather Fairy, please come out to meet Waves. I have something to request. 3 Waves miserably called. Waves was 3 Waves' surname. His original name was Waves 3. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather came online, and sent a question mark. Fairy, you are finally here. This majesty has a request. I'm requesting you to please bring that overly attached to his daughter's relationship's father back home. Waves is kneeling. 3 Waves sent a OTZ kneeling emoticon. Hee hee. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather sent a smiley, and then sent another sentence after a moment. Old me is overly attached to his daughter's relationships? Huh. Wait a moment, doesn't something seem to be wrong? Old me? Oh my mama, it was spiritual butterfly respected sage using his daughter's account again? Clunk, did something break? It was 3 Waves' frail heart. Sure enough, this old fella was overly attached to his daughter's relationships, often using his daughter's account. Was there still justice in this world? North River's loose practitioner felt that his mouth could no longer stop twitching. In the end, he kindly prompted, right, 3 Waves bro, Lady Soft Feather seems to be refining the new version of body tempering liquid, right? Which is why Lady Soft Feather will not come online for a short period of time. Afterwards, there no longer was an afterwards. Mad Saber 3 Waves disconnected. It was a disconnection, not that he went offline. Chi. Song Shuhang happily laughed out. Cheerful mood. Over the 10 days of reading the chat records, he felt that the people in the group weren't like normal Chinibu patients. Their conversations revealed contents were too real, like it wasn't products of their imaginations. This thought only stayed in Song Shuhang's mind for a moment before it passed. Could it be that I've seen too much of their chat records, and have been assimilated by them? Thinking of this, Song Shuhang was frightened to the point he had cold sweat. He had long passed the age for Chuyuni, but who doesn't have a remember that time moments? Those years of heroic, wuxia and superhero dreams were his dark history, and experiences he wouldn't want to face in this lifetime. Once he thought of it he would feel ashamed, and feel like dying, wanting to forget and wanting to forget. So he absolutely must not be assimilated by the other fellas in the group. Time to go eat. He extended his hand, and was about to close the 9 provinces, 1, group. Just as he was about to close the chat, the group's North River's loose practitioner once again appeared with a line, "Ah Chi, has the junior in your family finished with his tribulation? Why is there no noise from him?" Su Clan's Ah Chi replied, "Preparing for it right now, it's about to begin in a few hours." North River's loose practitioner replied with another question, "Going through the tribulation from where? Do you need help?" "The tribulation will be at a suburb of H City, don't worry, my family's Asherlu has outstanding talent, a mere 3rd stage, Houtian advancement's lightning calamity is a small matter, sprinkle a little water and it's enough to pass. You guys can wait for my family's Asherlu to advance towards 4th stage, Xiantian, then he will come challenge you guys, waha." Su Clan's Ah Chi laughed, he was very relaxed. TL, Ah Chi's Chi is the character 7, while Asherlu's Sherlu refers to 16. I might change to the actual numbers if more and more AHS appear, if you put it that way then I'm relieved. Asherlu, this little fella's talent is indeed pretty good. 3rd stage, Houtian should pose no problems for this little fella. North River's loose practitioner replied. After this, the group's peace was restored. Song Shuhang rubbed his chin. H City? Wasn't that the place right beside the Jiangnan region? Bringing that up, the university city he was at was right beside Jiangnan City and H City, the J City's district. H City was a small city in Huaxia, and while the area was small, their economy was doing extremely well. It was Huaxia's famed shopping heaven, with the reputation of having everything within heaven and earth up for sale. Of course, illegal things were excluded. If the tribulation is received in H City, then can it be seen from the Jiangnan region? Am I an idiot? Song Shuhang laughed. How could he take things said by the group seriously? A lightning calamity nonetheless. With this weather there are no clouds within 10,000 miles, with bright and beautiful sunshine. It couldn't be possible to have a thunderstorm, right? What's more, the present is unlike a few years prior, the weather forecast is now accurate, at least within the approaching 3 days. If it was reported to be a sunny day, there wouldn't be waves of thunder or torrential rains. Taking advantage of the good weather, I'll go to the bookshop after eating. Song Shuhang murmured. After finishing his lunch, Song Shuhang walked towards the nearby book renting store to window read. TL. Basically he goes to the bookshop to read but not to buy, similar to window shopping, and so, window read. He liked to window read, not because he wanted to save the money of borrowing a few books, but this was his hobby. Song Shuhang found crouching at a corner of the bookshop reading to be incredibly pleasurable. Of course, in order to avoid the boss from hating him, after reading a while, he would rent a book or two. A person must have integrity, and anything done must not be too extreme, things must be worked on little by little. This way he can avoid the boss hating him, and chasing him out. After all, for a bookshop as large as the one in front of him, with a large variety of books not just limited to novels, rather all kinds of genres novels were available. This type of bookshop was a rare nowadays. To be put on a blacklist, in the vicinity around Jiangnan University, one could not find a more impressive bookstore. They say that a person's name is important and the person becomes like their name. Song Shuhang really liked reading books, and had no bias against them. TL. The word shu in Song Shuhang means books, while hang refers to boat/vessel/ship. No matter if they were fiction novels, classic literature, classical works, or even works on theories that can make a person's head spin, he enjoyed all of them. These days, he had been reading books on car driving techniques and important knowledge. He plans to obtain a driver's license while classes are still easy during his first year. Taking the test at school rather than outside was a lot cheaper, a difference of 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. While window reading, time would always fly by quickly. In a blink of an eye, the time reached 3 p.m. So fast, I need to prepare to go back already. I also need to go to the nearby supermarket to get some snacks for a midnight supper, so I can pull an all-nighter on Saturday night. Song Shuhang laughed. Done muttering, he randomly chose a book, walked towards the checkout counter, and checked that book out. The checkout counter was located at the exit of the bookstore. Today, the awning outside which provided shade for the store was broken, so the lady boss took refuge in a shaded spot, avoiding the scorching sun. The sun is so bright, it already feels like midsummer. Song Shuhang said as he used one hand to cover his eyes and looked at the sky. The lady boss was a classic Jiangnan beauty, as if she was made of water. Like Song Shuhang, her interest was also getting a book and reading it all day. From her attire, it could be seen that her quality of life wasn't low and opening this bookstore was merely a hobby for her. Normally, she would be sitting down and reading in a gentle and refined manner. Simply picturesque, the sight of this was warming to the heart and pleasing to the eyes. To watch this scene of the painting-like beauty, many youngsters would forcefully change their hobbies from being rebellious youths to literature youths. However, it was said that this picturesque beauty side was just her peaceful side. With a peaceful mode, there would certainly be a PK mode or berserk mode in her. Only, in this half-year, Shuhang had not seen this side. Alright. Within 2 days, you must remember to return it. An additional day will add another yuan towards the fee. The lady boss completed the procedures for renting books, then waved her hand to signal Song Shuhang to get lost. Although they had only interacted for half a semester, this moocher that would stay for more than half a day left a profound impression on her. If it wasn't for his tact in checking out a few books to help her business, she would have used a broom and drove him out ages ago. Hee, Song Shuhang laughed as he took the books and took a step exiting the store. Boom! At this moment, an ear-splitting sound exploded out. This noise had scared everyone in this store, and regarding Song Shuhang who had almost taken a step out of the store, he fell flat on his face. Fuck! Hey, what the hell? Thunder from a clear sky. Scared me to death. In this bookstore, all sorts of exclamations could be heard. Raising his head towards the sky, Song Shuhang found that the endlessly clear sky had changed. In the horizon, there appeared a black cloud quietly condensing. In a blink of an eye, the cloud covered the horizon, giving the feeling of storm clouds approaching. TL, bad omens, it seems like it's about to rain. TCH. They said that a few years ago, weather forecasts were inaccurate and we must do the opposite. When the forecast states it will be a clear day, you need to bring an umbrella. I expected that, after all these years, the weather forecast would have improved. To think that it would still be this unreliable. Song Shuhang sighed. It would be better if it was back then. Back then, you just needed to follow the opposite of what the forecast predicted. Currently, you need to predict and gamble whether the forecast is accurate. After letting his imaginations run wild, he grasped his rented books and prepared the race back to the dorms while the rain hadn't fallen yet. Not waiting till Song Shuhang's second foot stepped out. Boom! Yet another thunder roared out, making the people's ears buzz. Song Shuhang's raised leg once again returned back to the ground. In the horizon, the area with the black clouds started to distort in a peculiar manner. Lightning in the shape of snakes began shooting out from the cloud, forming a net of lightning and exploding with rumbles. Song Shuhang had seen lightning before, but in this lifetime, he had not seen thunder and lightning this concentrated, almost as if it was the apocalypse. The thunder and lightning didn't strike one by one, but rather struck in a coordinated manner. The boom from the thunder was also not ordinary. In the past, the thunder would only have a loud boom with some reverberations afterwards. But right now, it sounded just like when a huge amount of gunpowder was added into firecrackers. Boom boom, bang bang, boom boom. With so much noise, even the echoes were blocked out. Supposing someone got struck by this, how much power would that guy unlock? Moreover, what made Song Shuhang even more apprehensive was that the black cloud did not move. It stayed at the horizon, chaotically bombing that area, without the intention of spreading over. The cries of thunder surged on for about 10 breaths, continuously. This gave people a feeling that a fierce storm was approaching. How unfortunate. Song Shuhang sighed. He spoke in his heart, why not I return to window read some more. Generally speaking, regarding thunderstorms, those that arrived quickly, departed quickly as well. However, if the storm lasts longer, couldn't he read another book? Thinking of this, he once again returned to the bookstore preparing to once again stay for a while. As if God was playing a joke on Shuhang, upon turning around return to the bookstore, the rumbling seemed to have suddenly stopped. At the same time, the black cloud covering the horizon and the lightning shaped like snakes also vanished into thin air. It was as if a mighty hand was using the sky to paint, and upon becoming dissatisfied, he effortlessly erased the black clouds and lightning snakes. Once again, the sky turned back to endlessly clear, the sun shined over everything. Similar to the recently occurring blasts from the thunder, the sky full of lightning snakes seemed like an illusion and simply fantasy. In the store, there were people muttering, what kind of situation is this? There can't actually be someone who sinned so much that they got struck by lightning, right? Superstition. This thunder and lightning is merely a natural phenomenon. At this time, next to Shuhang, a brat raised his head, his left hand clenching a kid's manhua, his right pointing to the sky. Loudly, with an air of heroism, he yelled, "Ah, I want this sky, to never again cover my eyes. I want this ground, unable to bury my heart. I want the sky covered in black clouds, to disappear without a trace." The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth twitched, certain that once this brat grows up, upon recalling back this memory, he would be rolling on the ground in shame. Moreover, this type of dark history will haunt this brat for his whole life. After that, with great difficulty towards forgetting this memory, he couldn't say for sure it would not appear from a nook in his brain, prompting him to yell, drop dead, so shameful, and so on. Also making him wish that he could go back in time, and beat himself up. Because he himself had tons of experience. Only not knowing why, seeing this laughable brat, Song Shuhang suddenly thought of the 9 provinces, 1, group and all the Chinibu in it. H City, 3rd stage Houtian Tribulation. The chat record of the group flashed through his mind. He once again assessed the location of the event. Just a moment ago, the area where the thunderstorm took place seemed to be right at H City's location. Even though Song Shuhang had a big heart, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be? It was true. The weather forecast displayed clear skies, but before his eyes, countless explosions from thunder had suddenly appeared. Ha ha ha, how could this be possible? How could there be stuff capable of moving the heavens? It should be coincidence. Song Shuhang calmed his heart down. But, when the thought arose, it was impossible to get rid of it. Were there really such coincidences in this world? Those lightning snakes were extremely strange, as if they weren't natural. H City, Tribulation. These few words unceasingly resounded in his mind. Forcefully, Song Shuhang shook his head, throwing this possibility out of his mind. This worldview, that he had used 18 years to construct, told him to believe in science and refuse superstition. Those thunderclouds were only a strange natural phenomenon and were not from the tribulation. I must have been infected by the group members. Although it was enjoyable looking through chat logs every day, as expected, I should leave this chat after a period of time. Otherwise, I will turn into one of them soon. I shall leave the group after asking cousin about the recipe to ensure that tonic wouldn't cause death by poisoning, Song Shuhang thought. Supposedly, they were an odd group, and coupled with the mistaken invite, Song Shuhang could have completely ignored their well-being. However, he felt that if he knew that the medicinal pill they'd eaten was poisonous, he should try to persuade them no matter what. Regardless if the other party would heed his advice or not, he should at least try so that he'd have a clear conscience. Yes. A clear conscience. Ultimately, it was up to the members themselves whether they heed his advice or not, but it was his matter if he did not even try to persuade them. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. After returning to the dorms, Song Shuhang logged into the chatting software and sent a list of medicinal ingredients he copied down to his cousin, Zhao Yaya. Sister Yaya, supposedly, if you were to add in all the medicinal ingredients above into a medicinal pot and simmer that into a paste, would it cause death upon consumption? If you are free, please help me check. Pressing the enter key and sending out the message, Song Shuhang leaned on his chair and stared into space. His cousin, Zhao Yaya, was different from him and she was having her university internship, therefore, she was not online often. Sometimes, she would only appear once in a few days to send a message or something. It was normal for her to reply the week after. If the situation permitted, Song Shuhang did not want to ask the question online. After all, some matters should be discussed face-to-face to prevent any misunderstandings. Otherwise, if his cousin assumed that he was consuming this medicine and misunderstood him, what was he supposed to do? He was afraid of his mother taking an airplane back home and coming to visit him. However, the feeling of becoming one of them today was getting stronger. As expected, looking at those chats was an enjoyable pastime, but it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Taking advantage of the fact that he had yet to appear within the group and did not have any relations with its members, he could avoid feeling reluctant when he left. Although he thought that way, his hands unconsciously opened the 9 Provinces #1 group on the lower right of his screen. It was easy for one to get used to a habit and he had only taken 10 days to develop the habit of browsing through the chat every day. Coincidentally, someone was online within the group. Northern River's loose cultivator, 7, is the tribulation over? I guess 16 has advanced. This message was sent 10 minutes ago, but Su Clan 7 had yet to reply. Could something have happened during the Thunder Tribulation? Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather asked. The one online this time was the person herself instead of her father. Although this young lady had only joined the group recently, she had already forged a friendship with those that often appeared due to her sweet mouth. She knew that every Thunder Tribulation cultivators underwent shouldn't be underestimated. Even during a weak tribulation, one slight mistake could cause huge problems. I doubt it, 7's there with her. With it being a third stage acquired realm Thunder Tribulation, he's able to scatter it forcefully if there was any problem, Northern River's loose cultivator said. However, as Su Clan 7 had yet to reply after a long time, he felt some unease in his heart. Just then, another person Song Shuhang had never seen before appeared, their ID Immortal Fortune Teller Copper Trigram. Don't be too anxious, let this Immortal Master do a divination, and we shall know the results. Northern River's loose cultivator was silent for a moment before replying. All right. Looking at it, this Immortal Fortune Teller Copper Trigram was playing the role of a divination master? After 2 to 3 minutes, Immortal Fortune Teller Copper Trigram emerged. Rest assured. This Immortal Master's divination results was a good draw with great luck. Su Clan 7 and his junior will be alright, we only have to wait for 16 to come and challenge us all. A good draw with great luck, I guess they will feel at ease now. Although stuff such as divination cannot be treated as reality, it could indeed allow one to feel comforted. Song Shuhang silently thought. When Northern River's loose cultivator heard the divination results, instead of being happy, he turned silent. Subsequently, he sent a bitter expression. It seems like 16 has encountered a problem, therefore, 7 has yet to come online. Is there anyone near H City that can head over and check if 7 needs any help? Thrice reckless Mad Saber came online and sighed. Since Immortal Trigram has calculated a good draw with great luck, then most likely something big had happened. My location is far from H City, and it would take me a few days even if I rushed over. Soft Feather? Thrice reckless Mad Saber, Soft Feather, you may not know, but this fella, Immortal Trigram, has never hit the mark with his divinations. If he calculates a great luck, you must be prepared, for a calamity will befall you. Instead, if his divination is a disaster or some sort, you can relax as it means that your luck has turned great. Whereas, if one day he foresees an apocalyptic tribulation with no hope of reprieve, you can rest assured and have a celebration party beforehand, because you will probably even pick up an immortal weapon. Northern River's loose cultivator added, thinking of it in another way, Immortal Trigram's divination skills are indeed formidable. As for the reason, it's because you only have to think of the opposite of his divination's results, and that is your correct answer. Immortal Fortune Teller Copper Trigram, he felt like shouting himself hoarse to rebuke him. However, unfortunately for him, his whole life was filled with dark history, therefore he was at a loss, not knowing how he should react. That's right, Lady Soft Feather, could you ask your father when he will be going home? He has been staying at my place as a guest for quite some time. Don't tell me he doesn't miss his home and his cute and beautiful daughter? Thrice reckless Mad Saber had learned his lesson this time and did not cheekily seek his death. Yes, Senior, I shall ask my father for Senior's sake if I'm free. Although Soft Feather respectively replied, she had ultimately given her father a blank check, not saying when and if she would call her father to return home. Thrice reckless Mad Saber was someone discerning. How could he not understand Soft Feather was merely brushing him off? Therefore, Brother Thrice Reckless' eyes moistened again. Are there any lurkers within H City? Northern River's loose cultivator sent at everyone within the group. The lurking members appeared one by one and sent a shake head emoji. With how vast China was, it was impossible for everyone to cluster together considering their numbers. The Jiangnan district Song Shuhang was indeed close to H City. However, as he did not know Su Clan 7, and felt that his brain was still awake, it was impossible for him to accompany the guys within the group to look for a member that disappeared due to thunder tribulation because someone had divined something bad. After all, he had yet to be assimilated. Just then, Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather reappeared. I am preparing to head over to J City for some matters, and I will be heading over to Jiangnan Airport first via an airplane before heading over to J City. Jiangnan District is quite near H City, so if required, please feel free to contact me. Although I'm not familiar with H City, as long as help is required, I will spare no effort to help. That's great. Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Passing through Jiangnan district? This lady within the group will be coming here? Song Shuhang blinked. Northern River's loose cultivator happily replied, I will try to contact 7. If there's any need, I will contact you, Soft Feather. His private relation with Su Clan 7 was quite good, they were life and death best friends before joining 9 Provinces number 1 group. Right now, Immortal fortune teller Copper Trigram's divination made him feel restless. It didn't matter if things didn't concern themselves, but they would be unable to stay calm if the matter actually involved them. Just then, True Monarch Yellow Mountain appeared and sent a consoling message. You don't have to be too worried, Northern River. With 7 there, don't even mention a 3rd stage acquired realm Thunder Tribulation, even a 4th stage innate realm 1 is incapable of harming him. You are right. Northern River's loose cultivator sighed. I wasn't that worried initially as it was just a 3rd stage acquired realm Thunder Tribulation. However, Immortal fortune teller Copper Trigram's auspicious divination made me worry all of a sudden. True Monarch Yellow Mountain, thrice reckless Mad Saber, what Northern River's loose cultivator said was full of sense, and both of them were left speechless. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master, damn. North River's loose practitioner, what do you mean by that? This is intolerable bullying. On next month's full moon night, at the Forbidden Purple Peak, do you dare to come? Sure, do you think I'm scared of you, a fake divination master? However, I'm not free on next month's full moon, how about we set the date as 3 months later? North River's loose practitioner refreshingly agreed, also, when the time comes how am I supposed to find you? After all you have too many identities. If you turn into a sock puppet, I wouldn't recognize you even if you stood in front of my eyes. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master was not just proficient in divination, he was also a master in changing appearance. The people in the chat group guessed that he must have been chased around to be killed for calculating divinations wrongly so often, and had no choice but to change his identity to flee. Over time, he mastered the art of changing appearances. 3 months it is then. When the time comes all you need to care about is going up the Forbidden Purple Peak, I will find you there. Your hateful face, I would recognize it even if it turned into ashes. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master angrily said. This is settled then. North River's loose practitioner was very resolute, as if he had Copper Trigram's Immortal Master in the bag. When Empty Yellow's True Monarch saw this, he sent a smiley and said, North River, it seems like you're about to have a breakthrough. You want a fight to draw it out, and break through in one breath, right? You have been stuck in the 5th stage, Spirit Emperor, for a long time, it's indeed about time you made a breakthrough. 3 months later during the night of the full moon, if I am able to spare some time to come out, I will go to the Forbidden Purple Peak to referee you two's duel. When the time comes, I will also prepare a small gift for the 2 of you. True Monarch truly understands me. North River's loose practitioner immediately became excited. It must be known that Empty Yellow's True Monarch was an old senior, something he prepared definitely would not be something as simple as a small gift. To procure such things from the fingertips of these old seniors, these things can be considered to be treasures for juniors like them, treasures that they could only get through fortuitous encounters. Since True Monarch has said that, when the time comes I won't leave North River out cold. I originally intended to let North River endure half a night of cold wind on the Forbidden Purple Peak first, said Copper Trigram's Immortal Master slowly. North River's loose practitioner. What an asshole. This fella deserves to be called someone whose divination toys with a person's heart, his heart is really tainted. At this time North River secretly decided in his heart, 3 months later he absolutely has to beat up Copper Trigram's Immortal Master so badly that even True Monarch can't recognize him. As this matter came to a conclusion, the chat group temporarily turned silent. After Song Shuhang read the chat records, he was a little worried in his heart. It can't be that the Copper Trigram's Immortal Master and North River's loose practitioner from the group would really go to the Forbidden City's Forbidden Purple Peak for a duel, right? Based on their character, it's possible that they might actually do such silly things. When that happens, what if they get caught by the security there? I shall note this down first. When leaving the group, I must warn them not to damage our country's cultural heritage. That is illegal. Closing the chat group, Song Shuhang opened the Jiangnan Regional University's web page to see what news there is today. The lead story of the school's web page was this afternoon's mysterious wild lightning. The location of the lightning was, as Song Shuhang had guessed, at H City. Because of that thunderstorm within the clear skies, H City and the nearby Jiangnan region had areas which experienced a blackout. This caused a chain of problems, but luckily, there were no mortalities. At the end there were bits and pieces of news regarding Jiangnan University City. Some examples are, the renewal of their school beauties and handsome men rankings, which of the school's graduates had started up a company that was renowned throughout the country, the result of the school's national ranking in competitions, the price of the blanket used by senior female graduates in auctions, etc. Song Shuhang was not interested in these, he just needed to gain knowledge of some of them, so that when necessary, he possesses some shared conversation topics when idly chatting with others. After that, he started searching for information regarding registration to learn driving on the school's website. The registration fee for ordinary cars was 2,500, student price was just that advantageous. In Jiangnan region, the moment a student steps out of the school, the costs of learning to drive would start from 10,000 and above. Song Shuhang took note of the contact number. He intended to learn the theory within the next few days, then register for driving classes. The driving school had classes for theory, but if he studied the theory himself and directly applied for practical driving classes, it would be quicker. Ding dong, on the school website there was a new update regarding the campus, arousing curiosity from him. Just about 10 to 20 minutes ago, in the alleys close to the university city, many delinquents were knocked unconscious by a mysterious expert. The whole group was wiped out. These so-called delinquents are actually mostly students, while a minority were students that dropped out. A large number of them had very gaudy hairdos, with piercings all over their bodies, and secretly dodged from the teachers in a small alley to smoke. They are rebellious youths. Among them, there would also be repeater students, with the hobby of borrowing money from cowardly students. To the delinquents, to gang beat down others is a type of interest, while it is also nothing out of the ordinary for someone to get beat down. This is because those who don't have a gang or faction can't even be considered as hoodlums. Delinquents getting beat up wasn't news, but within a mere few minutes, having about 100 of these delinquents beat up was the issue. On the photos taken by students at the scene, the miserable conditions of the delinquents could be seen. Every single one of them had ridiculously red faces. The appearance of their faces were as if they were going to act in a Beijing opera, with bruises of various colors. They perfectly suit that saying, already beat up to the point that even their mothers can't recognize them. The school web had many comments regarding this. There was someone rejoicing in those people's misfortune. Who did it? They really did not show mercy. Was it the MMA club or the Taekwondo club? Or could it be that someone from the boxing club trained new members, and formed a group to wipe out the delinquents? The one that reports new information, all of them were knocked unconscious. They are now on the way to the hospital. No one has awoken yet, the suspect is unknown. The one that speculates, according to the people from the shop house beside the alley, they did not see big group of delinquents fighting amongst themselves. Moreover, even if they fought amongst themselves, it can't be that not a single one is conscious, right? There can't be such a coincidence even if it was mutual destruction. Therefore it is highly likely that it was an expert at work. A single person or several people had wiped up all of the delinquents. Master? The type that can beat up more than 80 alone? Huh. Someone laughed. One must know that even if the number of delinquents didn't number up to 100, there would still be at least 80. With so many delinquents beaten into the ground in a short few minutes, only those great heroes from the movies that crossed over can do that, right? Perhaps it is a person in the elite special forces of the army that did this? It is said that those elite special forces handle ordinary people like handling toys, they can handle a dozen or more in a minute. This guy upstairs is here to joke, right? Even if elite special forces are so awesome, they also have their own missions. Having them ordered to deal with these delinquents, that is the same as using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Please stop speculating, wouldn't we know who did this once the delinquents wake up? Someone replied. Song Shuhang refreshed the web page, casually looked at the various comments, then closed the news window. In any case, things that happened to the delinquents were of no concern to him. Despite being only 1.75 m tall, Song Shuhang was very buff. With one glance it was obvious that he wasn't the type that would become the target for borrowing money. It was like he and the delinquents lived in separate worlds. If nothing unexpected happens, there will never be a relationship between him and those delinquents for his entire lifetime. After doing a lazy stretch, he closed the campus webpage, leaned against his chair and emptied his mind. The weird thunderstorm in the morning kept resounding in his mind. The mind that was obviously emptied from time to time had lightning and thunder flashing past, causing his spirit to be unable to gain tranquility for a long time. The next day. June 2nd, Sunday, clear weather. Song Shuhang got off bed early. He originally intended to stay awake overnight, but the string of events yesterday kept making him feel strange. He had no idea why he lost the mood to stay awake overnight, and instead washed up to sleep early. Even if he wanted to do it tonight, the other roommates from the dorm would have returned. After getting up and washing up, Shuhang once again opened up the group chat software on the bottom right corner of the monitor. As before, elder cousin Zhao Yaya did not reply. It seems like he still has to wait for more 2 days. If after 2 days elder cousin does not reply, then I'll give her a call. Song Shuhang thought inside. After that he once again opened up the 9 provinces, 1, group. Every time he took a look, he would have a beautiful and great mood. But if he sees too much, he would easily be assimilated. The first piece of information in the group was from Su Clan's Ah Chi. I've let everybody worry. Ah Shirlyo's lightning tribulation had a little accident, however I have already settled it. After the accident in Ah Shirlyo's lightning tribulation, he vented his temper. However he was also found and brought away by me, and didn't cause too great of a disturbance. It was right at a place close to H City. There were several. Yep. There were dozens of tactless ordinary people knocked unconscious by Ah Shirlu. No one died. I still have to bring Ah Shirlu back for a trip to the Su clan's main branch next. I probably won't be online for the next few days. Anyways. Everybody, please don't be worried. This was a message that was sent at 3 a.m. that morning. Area. I'm relieved that you're alright. I shall contact Soft Feather shortly to tell her not to worry and save her the trouble of running over to H City. Northern River's loose cultivator replied afterwards. Song Shuhang felt that Northern River's loose cultivator was basically online 24/7 and was curious why did he still seem to be brimming with energy. Unless his time zone was coincidentally the same as his, therefore he just happened to see Northern River's loose cultivator every time he came online. Wait, this seems wrong. Whenever Song Shuhang was online, he was there. When Song Shuhang went offline, he was still there. He knew that because he always saw Northern River's loose cultivator within the previous chat records when he came online. The other party seemed like a saint internet warrior that didn't sleep. Song Shuhang couldn't help but be worried as there were many people who met a sudden death due to staying overnight too often. Would Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly die someday if he continued like this? This should also be recorded. I shall properly advise him before leaving the group chat. After that, Song Shuhang continued scrolling down the chat logs. Finishing his message, Su Clan 7 greeted them before going offline. Subsequently, it was around 5 a.m. when Medicine Master came online and sent an image with a question mark behind. That was an image of a stalk of some plant which Song Shuhang had never seen before. This plant grew in a curved manner, similar to a coiling dragon. There was a row of thorns at the tip of the plant and its stolon was purplish-black. This was a peculiar plant with high appreciation value. Medicine Master has a need for poisonous dragon plant again? Didn't you cultivate some not long ago? Once again, Northern River's loose cultivator was the first to reply. Experiment, all dead. Medicine Master sent a in reply. Furthermore, that batch of poisonous dragon plant wasn't of good quality. Alright, I shall contact you if I manage to get any. The others should also inform you if they see it. Northern River's loose cultivator replied. Alive. Medicine Master added another phrase. Poisonous dragon plant, just by listening to the name, it doesn't seem like a nice plant. Could it be used for concocting pills? Will this poison people? Song Shuhang was slightly worried while feeling that the group was quite adept at inviting death. Wait a moment, there seems to be something wrong. Song Shuhang's hand stiffened with his fingers dragging upwards to Su Clan's 7 replies and reread it again. There were several, well, there were dozens of silly ordinary people who got knocked out by little 16, but none of them died. This sentence made Song Shuhang feel strange, for he had recalled the group of delinquents that was wiped out. Was this still a coincidence? If all these were coincidences, then wasn't the amount of those coincidental incidents these days way too much? Maybe I should change my point of view and think about it from another perspective. Perhaps these are not coincidences, but just me thinking too much. This is human nature. Whenever someone is suspicious of some matters, they would forcefully link unrelated incidents together. For example, when you suspect someone had stolen your money, you would place several events on that person's head, and the more you see him, the more he looks like the suspect. He felt that his current mindset was similar to suspecting someone to be a thief. He should stop thinking, else he would be led astray just like the chat group's members. Song Shuhang lazily stretched while preparing to head out for a jog. A year's plan starts with spring. Furthermore, he felt that his physique was declining as he still had yet to recover from the small cough left behind by the cold 10 days back. He would still occasionally cough once or twice. It was difficult to bear. Therefore, since he suddenly had the interest, he decided to run 1.5 kilometers every morning to train his physique. His target was to persevere a month of morning runs. Snowflake currently, at Jiangnan District Airport. A long-haired lady with fair skin, considerable height, and long legs walked out of the airport, dragging a huge luggage behind her. She was currently in a white-colored t-shirt with denim jeans, and her slender legs were wearing sports shoes. She appeared youthful and beautiful. However, this long-haired lady distressingly looked at the huge airport and softly muttered, "I hate huge places like this where it is easy to be lost." Subsequently, she fiddled with her just-dished-out phone. Snowflake sweating after a morning run, Song Shuhang felt the refreshing feeling he had long lacked. He bought steamed buns and soy milk for his breakfast when he walked past the cafeteria, waiting for his breathing to recover and stabilize before heading back to dorm. There was still an entire Sunday left. What should he do next? Should I head over to the store for some free reading? Song Shuhang secretly thought while munching on his bun. Afterwards, he habitually switched on his computer and logged onto the school network. Because he minded the incident where a group of delinquents was struck unconscious, he continued to pay attention to it. However, there were no follow-up reports regarding the group of delinquents on the school network. The pitiful delinquents were still lying unconscious in the hospital, without a sign of waking up. Therefore, he was unable to know who or what had beaten them up into such a state. According to the students who went to visit, despite being unconscious, the delinquents occasionally released some groans filled with suffering. As there was a whole group of them, they were allocated to a large ward, and the scene of 70 to 80 people consecutively moaning was extremely beautiful yet tragic. If they were just knocked unconscious, why were they still not waking up after a day? Could it be that they have been beaten into vegetables? Song Shuhang thought. His imagination was running wild as he opened the group chat. During the period when he went for a morning walk and lunch, a few new messages appeared within the chat. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Mobile Senior Northern River, I have arrived at Jiangnan District Airport. Does Senior 7 require help? As expected, Northern River's loose cultivator was online and he swiftly replied. Soft Feather, you're online. 7 has found 16 early in the morning and left H City. Rest assured, you can head directly towards J City to deal with your matters. It's good that everything is fine. Soft Feather replied and added another reply, has Senior 7 left H City? Yes, they left during wee hours. Northern River's loose cultivator then asked, Soft Feather, do you perhaps have something to consult 7 about? Soft Feather sighed. Actually, I was hoping to meet with Senior 7. If someone was able to accompany me to J City, that would be even better. I am unfamiliar with H City, Jiangnan District, and J City, so I'm afraid that I may not be able to find my destination. Where are you going? There's a navigation function within mobile phones nowadays that is very convenient. I have to say, the technologies modern people invented are quite useful. Northern River's loose cultivator enthusiastically recommended. There were many who were unfamiliar with the current technological gadgets, and Northern River's loose cultivator could be considered as a modern-era guru. Excuse me, are you sure there's no problem with your background? Wasn't this a place where Chinibu of classical Xianxia world gathered? Aren't you supposed to recommend some ancient maps or other similar things? Perhaps even magical treasures that can pinpoint locations? If it were to be even more high-class, opening a teleportation portal would be acceptable. Everything except phone navigation was somewhat acceptable. I've tried it, but the place I'm headed to is unavailable in the navigation application, Soft Feather gloomily replied. In actual fact, her current age was only 25 years old and obviously, she knew how to use the navigation. There was no difference between her and current era's youngsters in some aspects, it was just that she had more knowledge than them regarding the true genuine world. Furthermore, my sense of direction is bad and I might not be able to find my destination even with navigation. Soft Feather added. Northern River's loose cultivator consoled. It doesn't matter. When you can fly after advancing to 5th stage realm, you can stand high up in the skies and see afar. You will not have to worry about your bad sense of direction causing you get lost. Whereas for now, you can call for a cab. As long as you know the location, the driver would usually be able to send you to your destination. However, do take note not to call for an unlicensed cab. Thank you, Senior, I shall try. Soft Feather replied gratefully. Without someone reminding her, she would have forgotten about convenient means of transportation such as taxis. Northern River's loose cultivator added. Where is the place you are heading to, Soft Feather? If you are unable to find it, I can help you and ask around if there is any fellow Daoist in the vicinity, perhaps they could help. It's a place within J City called Luo Xin Street area. There should be an ancient temple named Ghost Lamp Temple there, and that's the place I'm heading to. Soft Feather quickly replied. Alright, I got it. I will ask around on your behalf, and when there's news, I'll contact you. Northern River's loose cultivator replied. I can't thank you enough, Senior. Soft Feather sent a. I will check out the cab. Jiangnan District Airport. The lady with long hair and slender legs dragged her huge luggage and headed towards the place where one could flag a taxi. Her beautiful silhouette made males walking past unconsciously follow her with their eyes. Song Shuhang was in Jiangnan region, with his good man character, he definitely wouldn't reject an effortless matter like leading the way. However, at that moment, he had the spirit to help but not the strength. Because University City was a 2-hour car ride from Jiangnan Airport. Jiangnan region was a county after all, its territory wasn't small. Moreover, Song Shuhang was unfamiliar with J City, and had never ever heard of that ghost lamp temple before. All he knew was that J City was adjacent to the Jiangnan region, and was also a very well-known city within Huaxia. Because that place is also the holy site of various religion, the many religious people can cause eyes to blur. Every year, during the religion's festivals, the number of believers who make a pilgrimage to J City is enough to cause it to be packed to the point where not even an ant can squeeze its way through. There were as many temples there were hairs on an ox. Trying to find a little temple in a city like that was truly difficult. Come to think of it, the name Luo Xian Street sounds really familiar. Have I heard of it before? Song Shuhang murmured. Nibbling on his steamed stuffed bun, Song Shuhang leaned back on the rocking chair and swayed. Searching for the words Luo Xian Street in his mind, he tried to draw out the source of this mysteriously familiar feeling. Mankind's brains have always been strange. Some memories will surface whether the host wishes to or not, yet when the host tries to recall that memory, they will not surface no matter how the host racks their brains trying to force it out. I probably heard this name from some news channel before, right? Shuhang gave up, and no longer wasted his brain cells on this matter. Soft Feather dragged the huge suitcase to the taxi stand. In barely a moment, there were several taxis moving towards Soft Feather. This proved that a pretty face is advantageous in any situation. Otherwise, solely based on that huge suitcase, many taxi drivers would dispel their thoughts of picking up this passenger. Miss, where to? A red taxi took up the first spot. The driver was a middle-aged man with a square face, speaking Mandarin with a heavy Jiangnan region's accent. Sir, do you know where Ghost Lamp Temple is? Soft Feather asked. Her voice was gentle, a stark difference from a youthful and lively appearance, but all these only made her all the more attractive. The middle-aged man with a square face thought hard and bitterly, and shook his head. Ghost Lamp Temple, I've never heard of it before. Seeing the middle-aged man with a square face shake his head, Soft Feather's heart sunk. Her little face was a little red, for she was extremely disappointed. Fortunately, the middle-aged man with a square face immediately asked, do you know which street it is in? I know, it's Luo Xian Street. Soft Feather replied at once. Luo Xian Street, I know of this place, and I'm very familiar with it, for I stay in that street. However, miss, are you sure you got the name of the temple right? I've stayed there for many years, and have never heard of this Ghost Lamp Temple before. The middle-aged man with a square face seriously replied. Because of his vocation, he had a thorough understanding of all of the nearby areas. He was especially familiar with Luo Xian Street where he stayed. To exaggerate a little, every inch of land had his footprint, yet he had never heard of the name Ghost Lamp Temple. Soft Feather's little face turned even redder. However, she immediately replied with resolution, then sir, please bring me to Luo Xian Street. She was prepared to go there and ask around, if it truly cannot be done. Then she could only thicken her skin and call her dad. However, that is her final plan, and must not be used unless there truly is no alternative in sight. Miss, are you in a hurry? If you aren't, you may take a bus to Luo Xian Street. Taking a taxi there would be a little expensive, for it's a 2-hour drive. The middle-aged man with a square face explained. It wasn't that he didn't want to earn money, but the fee to take a 2-hour taxi ride truly wasn't small. The other party obviously had no knowledge of the distance. If the distance and price wasn't clearly mentioned before the journey, a dispute could easily occur after arriving at the destination. That's all right, you only need to worry about bringing me there. Soft Feather revealed a bashful smile. Money wasn't a problem for her at all. When the middle-aged man with a square face confirmed this, he was delighted inside. The amount that would be earned in this trip was pretty significant. All right then, you may enter the vehicle. The suitcase can be placed into the boot. As he said that, the middle-aged man with a square face opened up the boot, then opened his door to prepare getting off and helping to lift the suitcase. After all, that suitcase was very bulky. Where would this young lady find the energy to lift it up? However, when the middle-aged man with a square face opened his door and turned his head back, his mouth opened into the shape of an O and couldn't close for a long time. What he saw was that the young lady who seemed weak and gentle lift up the huge suitcase with a single hand. She did not drag it up, hug it up or whatever. It was like she was merely lifting a small plate as she dexterously lifted up the suitcase with a single hand, and placed it into the boot. Could it be that the suitcase looked big, but was actually very light? Just as he was thinking of that, he felt the car's rear slightly sink. The middle-aged man had been a taxi driver for many years, and had long achieved the stage of one with the car. Once the car's rear sunk, he could roughly estimate the weight of the object. This suitcase is probably over 60 kilograms, right? Maybe even heavier, approximately the weight of an adult male. Does this lady practice weightlifting? This truly is some godly innate strength. The middle-aged man with a square face swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, he was always a kind taxi driver. If it was someone with evil intent that schemed after seeing a beauty that met this lady, they would definitely brought down in a flash. Soft Feather didn't know how shocking her actions were. After placing the suitcase in, she took 2 steps back to the car's rear door and got in. "Miss, you're pretty strong, please sit tight." The middle-aged man with a square face laughed and stepped on the accelerator. The red taxi left the taxi stand, and headed towards Luo Xin Street. 9 provinces, 1 group. Spiritual Butterfly Island Soft Feather, online via mobile, Senior North River. I am headed towards Luo Xin Street right now, but the taxi driver does not know of Ghost Lamp Temple. I intend to ask the residents there after arriving at Luo Xin Street, perhaps somebody would know. Alright, I asked several people, however, nobody knows anything about it for now. Anyways, I will contact you if there's any information. North River's loose practitioner replied. Thank you, Senior. Soft Feather sent a smiley, and quietly formed a fist. With North River's loose practitioner's reply, her restless mood slightly calmed. To be honest, this was her first time traveling so far away from home alone. In the past, she always either had her father to keep her company, or traveled only to regions close to Spiritual Butterfly Island. She kept feeling a little excited. Song Shuhang had not read the chat log above yet. Because he was too bored with having nothing to do, he once again went to window read. He carried the thick book he rented previously. This was a book that he hasn't finished reading. To him, if something like a book isn't read in the shop, it would lose a lot of its taste. Just like the handsome guy Kong, instant noodles, the taste of it dry and the taste of it cooked is totally different. Ross wrote instant noodles, but I believe he mean instead, maybe the author was trying to be funny, no idea here. Before he left, he coincidentally brought his cell phone with him. Song Shuhang doesn't have the habit of bringing his cell phone around with him. In present day, cell phones have more and more functions. Similarly, the sizes of them also increased. Nowadays, it's nearly impossible to find a cell phone that only has the function of making phone calls. Due to the size of the cell phones becoming too big, Song Shuhang even used that thing as a landline telephone. 7% battery strength, it should be enough to use. There's not much left, but if it's only to pick up calls and reply messages, it should be enough to last him an afternoon. Thinking this way, he carried his phone, picked up his rented book and headed for the bookshop's bliss of window reading. Time flew past. Approximately 1.5 hours later. Strange, could it be that I got up in the wrong posture this morning? Song Shuhang placed the thick book in his hands back to the bookshelf. Unexpectedly, he couldn't continue reading. Regardless of whether it was fiction, car theories, manhwa or classical works, he totally couldn't extensively read any of them. This was the first time he met something like this in his lifetime. This is strange. Song Shuhang murmured, then sighed. He then casually picked out a book and headed for the renting counter. If he can't immerse himself in it, then window reading has no meaning. Thinking for a while, he decided to have a stroll around the vicinity of University City, and relieve his boredom. When it comes to relieving boredom, the well-known spot near Jiangnan University must be mentioned, Foodie Paradise. I shall go eat something good. Foodie Paradise is a prosperous food street, 2 streets apart from Jiangnan University, requiring a 20-minute walk. But this little distance is absolutely incapable of stopping the march of the foodies. Over here, other than the airplanes that fly in the skies, and the 4-legged stools that stay on the ground, everything can be found. All appetites can be satiated. All this time, this place has been named Foodie Paradise or Food Paradise, while its original name has instead been forgotten. What's this place called? Song Shuhang raised his head to look toward the street sign. Luo Xian Street welcomes you. The sign with 5 bright and gold words brilliantly shined under the sun. Oh, that's right, this place is called Luo Xian Street, great name. Shuhang thought that way, and entered the street. After walking 2 steps in, he fiercely turned around. He then quickly moved back to the large signboard, and stared at the 5 large bright and dazzling golden words. Luo Xian Street welcomes you. He wasn't seeing things. It was Luo Xian Street. Song Shuhang was speechless. After thinking for a long time the previous time, he felt that he had heard of Luo Xian Street area's name somewhere, but he was unable to recall it no matter what. To think that it was here, where the well-known foodie's paradise was. But wait, isn't the Luo Xian Street area Soft Feather mentioned at J-City? This is Jiangnan District. Perhaps Soft Feather remembered the wrong location? Or perhaps there is a Luo Xian Street in both J-City and Jiangnan District? This was perfectly normal. Although there are few repeats of cities and counties' names, when it came to towns, streets, villages, and such, there were usually multiple instances of the same name being used. The place Soft Feather wanted to go must surely be in J-City, and she wouldn't have came over to Jiangnan District. As he came out to relieve boredom, Song Shuhang did not think about it anymore. He ate while walking and ate while shopping. After losing count of time he spent shopping, he felt tired and so purchased another 2 chicken rolls. After that, he sat on a bench provided for resting somewhere along the district and relaxed. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. The opposite of the resting area was Luo Xian Street area's public square, and the scene there was people walking back and forth, bustling with noise and excitement. There were already women who were unable to resist their nature, wishing to appear beautiful with the weather just turning warm. With dazzling spaghetti strap top, crop tops, mini skirts, low-waisted hot pants, high heels, pointy sandals along with charming tube tops that revealed cleavage and small waistlines everywhere, it had added to 1,000 different types of styles within Luo Xian Street area's public plaza, resulting in a delicate and charming scene. Just by sitting in the resting area, one could see numerous long, slender legs, dazzling and radiating light. Coincidentally, the resting area Song Shuhang had randomly chosen was a great location to look at beautiful women. There were already 3 dudes there, earnestly looking at the beauty's long legs and grading them. Did you see that red skirt at the bottom left of the huge electronic screen? With that figure and legs, she would at least be 80 points. A fatty wearing thick glasses pointed towards the figure wearing a red skirt and spoke with a hushed tone. Ah Sue, you should train your eyesight more. Although her legs are long, her entire figure is slightly too skinny with her calves somewhat short, affecting her overall appearance. At most, she would be 73 points. A handsome sunshine guy at the side displayed an expert's posture. Is that so? The bespectacled fatty scratched his head. Looking at it attentively, it was as the sunshine guy had described. However, it was basically undetectable if one did not look carefully. I feel that it can be higher than 77 points. After all, such beautiful legs can be considered extremely rare in reality, and we cannot use those legs of celebrities or models online as the standard. Lastly, a short-haired guy leaning against the chair lazily spoke. Song Shuhang unconsciously looked at where the spectacled fatty pointed to as he listened to their words. There was a female wearing a skin-tight red dress walking briskly there who put sandals with crystals on slender, long legs. Basically, women that dared to wear such skin-tight skirts were all confident of their own figures. Song Shuhang did not have leg fetish, but he had to admit that the red skirt lady was indeed beautiful with her long and fair thighs. Evidently, the leg's owner paid attention to maintaining her legs. Speaking of men looking at women, usually young guys would look at women's faces and then their chest when they're older. Only mature men looked at legs. Song Shuhang felt that he definitely couldn't be considered a mature guy. He had no particular feelings while looking at legs. Even if his whole vision was filled with fair and delicate thighs, he neither felt any impulses or would he have the thought of grading them like the three dudes beside him. As for his dorm mates who stated they wanted to kneel down and lick the legs of celebrities from the neighboring countries, Song Shuhang was even more unable to understand them. After all, it was just legs. Even men themselves had legs, just that women's legs were more fair and tender. There wasn't anything special there. Luckily, this was just his internal thoughts. If the three dudes beside knew of it, they would definitely throw *T on his face. Hurry, look at that. 100 points, it's a 100 points pair of legs. Suddenly, the spectacled fatty excitedly spoke and unconsciously raised his voice. Where? The sunshine guy asked. Although the bespectacled fatty's standard cannot be considered high, it was still considered average for men. The score of 100 was not easily given. Even the lazy short-haired guy straightened his body and curiously looked where the fatty had pointed to. Similarly, below the huge LED screen, a slender and pretty silhouette walked out from the corner of the street. Although she was dragging a huge luggage case, she did not seem strained at all. Long black hair reaching her waist was like waterfall, falling from her back, and fluttered along the wind. Her stature was tall, and despite wearing a pair of flat sports shoes, it was evident that her legs were much longer than those of surrounding people. Each of her steps covered distance that would take 2-3 steps for ordinary people to cover. She was practically a natural-born female lead template for movies. Even if she stood still without doing anything amongst the crowd, she still exuded a feeling of being manifestly superior than others, having natural disposition that attracted others' gazes and being the focus of everything. The black-haired beauty was quick on her feet. With just a few steps, she had reached the red skirt lady whom the three dudes were discussing earlier on. When perfect things were appraised one by one, perhaps they wouldn't seem dazzling. However, once there was a point of reference for comparison, they would be 100 times more dazzling. At this moment, the red skirt lady had served as foil. When the black-haired lady had walked past her, with a distinct comparison of the two pair of legs, the result was obvious. With an amplified sense of beauty, the black-haired lady's legs seemed even more dazzling. Ah Sue, you don't have to say anything, this is absolutely a 100 points. The sunshine guy immediately stood up and dusted off his clothes before arranging his hairstyle. What are you doing? Short-haired guy asked. I'm going to ask her out. Such a perfect lady, it's impossible to meet her again in my whole lifetime. Therefore, regardless of success or failure, should go up and ask her out, or else I would regret it forever. The sunshine boy smiled, the 2 rows of white teeth sparkling under the sunlight. He indeed had the talent of attracting girls, having the gift of being a winner in life, having handsome looks. He would lose nothing even if he failed, whereas if he had indeed successfully asked her out, he would have hit the jackpot. Having much to gain but nothing to lose, why wouldn't he take advantage of it? A true man should not fear being embarrassed at such a moment, but courageously head forth. After that, the handsome sunshine guy squeezed himself into the crowd and walked towards the black-haired beauty. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. However, before 2 minutes were up, the handsome sunshine guy dejectedly came back. That's fast, did you fail? Bespectacled Fatty asked doubtfully. Although he knew his friend would fail 90% and above, his comrade could be considered handsome, and coupled with him having a glib tongue, would he fail that fast? Even if he failed, with his abilities, it shouldn't be a problem for him to chat more with the pretty lady? I didn't get a chance to ask her out. That lady's legs are long and she walks fast, each step of hers equals to a few of mine. Basically, I was unable to catch up with her, not even when I had ran the whole time. The handsome sunshine guy had cheeks streaming with tears. The short-haired guy was speechless. Chi. Song Shuhang, who was sitting beside them, nearly suffered an internal injury by laughing. These three dudes were amusing. Thinking back, the black-haired beauty's legs were indeed dazzling. In the current era whereby internet was widespread, there were more and more beautiful ladies emerging. People have long been weary from appreciating beauties. However, a crane would stand out even in the biggest crowd of chickens. A beauty with a distinguished feature or quality would forever be able to firmly attract the attention of others. For example, the black-haired beauty previously was the type that would be remembered with just a gaze and not be forgotten within a short period of time. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Meeting the beauty was only a brief interlude while strolling around the streets. After resting for a while, Song Shuhang continued to shop around. I should buy some snacks to bring back later, he thought. His roommates had taken care of him previously when he was down with a cold, therefore, since he was strolling around the foodie's paradise, he should bring some home to express his thanks. Since he did not know what they liked to eat, he decided to bring a portion of everything tasty back. In the eyes of diviners, the future was always foggy, full of secrets and inscrutabilities. However, according to a very famous diviner, based on people's different choices, there would be many different futures. But no choice was made by accident. For there was only inevitability but no contingency. Even the seemingly coincidental encounter of two persons was actually inevitable. Inevitable things, one after another, propelled the wheel of history forward, and produced different inevitable futures. With all these words, there was only one meaning, that is, the results of divination wouldn't be wrong. Even if it's wrong, it's because what the divinatory symbols showed was the inevitable future of another parallel world. And you just got another future based on another inevitability. Therefore, it's the world that was wrong, not the diviner. The above words were the self-justification of a loser diviner who predicted future for 1,000,000 times but never got it right. Maybe you know who he was. Yes, you are right, the diviner was Immortal Master Copper Trigram in 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Although he was a very unreliable diviner, his words made some sense. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Song Shuhang didn't expect he would meet the dark-haired and long-legged belle. After all, the world was so big, and were there really so many coincidences? However, he didn't expect that he'd meet the girl again after wandering around for a while. He came out of Rongyao beef shop, carrying a large bag of specialties of foodie's paradise which he prepared for his roommates. As soon as he stepped out of the shop, he saw the girl with a beautiful long straight black hair dragging a huge suitcase and walking in his direction quickly. Seeing her walking, Song understood why people said, the long-legged walk fast. Just with several steps, the girl with a long straight black hair already reached him despite the long distance. Shuhang slightly leaned his body aside to make way for her so that she could pass through with her huge suitcase. Thank you, the black-haired belle said softly and shyly. Then, she strode into a small shop behind him. Song Shuhang slightly nodded and prepared to go back to the dorm, as it was about time he returned. Just as walked 2 or 3 steps, the dark-haired belle had quickly finished shopping and asked the shopkeeper about something. Song had no intention of eavesdropping on others' matters and invade their privacy. He just happened to hear her question. And the question the girl asked made Shuhang pause. Sir, Do you know if there is a temple called Ghost Lamp Temple in Luo Xin Street area? Thinking for a while, the shopkeeper shook his head. Ghost Lamp Temple? I've never heard of it. But I just moved here 2 years ago, so I don't know much about this area. You can ask shopkeepers of those old shops. They've stayed in Luo Xin Street area for long, and they probably know more. Explaining patiently, the shopkeeper was clearly a nice and warm-hearted guy, or maybe it was because of the beautiful face of the black-haired girl, which in this beauty-worshipping age was like a halo that increased her popularity by 100 degrees. Ghost Lamp Temple, Luo Xin Street area? Quite naturally, Shuhang thought of the girl called Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather in the chat group. Did I hear it wrong? Filled with doubts, Song Shuhang took out the huge cell phone from his pocket and slid at it to unlock the screen. Then, he adeptly logged into the chat software, and opened 9 Provinces number 1 group. There were several new chat records in the group after he left. The first one was a message from Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, sent over 2 hours ago. She said she hadn't been able to find any information about Ghost Lamp Temple, but she had taken a taxi to head for Luo Xin Street area, and prepared to directly ask local residents there about it. The next one was sent 20 minutes ago. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather said, I've successfully arrived at Luo Xin Street area. There are so many people here. It's quite bustling, totally different from what I imagined. And it turns out to be a food court. I found a lot of delicious food along the way. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Firstly, she successfully found Luo Xin Street area, and secondly, she found a lot of delicious food here. Starting from the airport of Jiangnan, about 2 hours drive, and then, Luo Xin Street area with a lot of delicious food, huh? Song Shuhang rubbed his face. It was impossible to reach J City from Jiangnan Airport in 2 hours, not even by racing. According to the drive time and Soft Feather's description on her destination, she probably arrived in the wrong place. She didn't arrive in Luo Xin Street area in J City, but in Foodie's Paradise near Jiangnan College Town. And if it was not a coincidence, then the long-legged black-haired belle behind was probably Soft Feather. With the thought that the modern and stylish belle might be a Chinibu Xianxia fan, Song Shuhang had an inexpressible sense of distortion. But, it was not certain that the black-haired belle was Soft Feather just with these guesses. After all, there might be some special event in Ghost Lamp Temple in Luo Xin Street area of J City, so many people were going there, then there could be a lot of people getting the wrong place just like Soft Feather in the chat group. Slim chance, but possible. Song Shuhang's finger continued to slide across the screen, but there wasn't any new message in the group. Even Northern River's loose cultivator was not online. Maybe he was helping ask around about that Ghost Lamp Temple? Shuhang was sliding past the screen with his finger when Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather in the chat group sent a voice message. Song Shuhang clicked it subconsciously. Snowflake 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 Soft Feather dragged her suitcase wearily and came out of the shop in disappointment. This had been the 12th shop. The shopkeeper's suggestion was very good, but she'd asked a lot of shopkeepers, of both new and old stores, but no one knew about Ghost Lamp Temple. With a sigh, she pulled out her phone, slid on the screen nimbly with her thumb, opened the chat software and clicked on 9 Provinces number 1 group. Senior Northern River that she turned to for help hadn't replied. As it was not easy to type with one hand, she opened voice message function, and started speaking in her soft voice. Senior Northern River, have you got any information on Ghost Lamp Temple? I've asked a lot of shopkeepers in Luo Xin Street area, but no one knew about Ghost Lamp Temple. Please reply after receiving this message. She released her thumb and the voice message was successfully sent. She put away her cell phone, and decided to continue to ask the shopkeepers in Luo Xin Street area about Ghost Lamp Temple before she received any message from Northern River's loose cultivator. She could not give up. At the door of the shop, Soft Feather found that the young man who made way for her just now was still standing by the road. He was holding his cell phone, busy sliding on it and working at something. Soft Feather didn't pay him any more attention and kept walking. Just then, she heard a very familiar voice from the young man's cell phone. "Senior Northern River, have you got any information on Ghost Lamp Temple? I've asked a lot of shopkeepers in Luo Xin Street area, but no one knew about Ghost Lamp Temple. Please reply after receiving this message." Wasn't that her own voice? And this was the voice message she just sent. Soft Feather paused, and then felt an unutterable joy flowing from her heart. Unexpectedly, the man who looked so young was a senior from 9 Provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather, who lost her way and fell into depression, got as excited as a drowning man catching at a straw. She ran up to the young man looking senior, 2 steps in 1. Snowflake 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 Song Shuhang just clicked on the voice message Soft Feather sent in the group. Her voice was very soft and sounded really nice, when he suddenly felt someone behind him. Then, a breeze of fragrance came into his nose, smelling like light floral fragrance, or a woman's body fragrance. Shuhang turned his head around and saw the long-legged and dark-haired girl standing behind him with a big smile on her face, her eyes fixed on his mobile phone. 9 Provinces number 1 group. The soft voice of the dark-haired girl was full of the joy one felt when running into an old friend far away from home. At this moment, Song Shuhang didn't know which facial expression he should assume when facing this girl. Without her self-introduction, Song Shuhang had guessed who she was. If he couldn't, he should buy a piece of tofu and crush his skull with it. Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather? Song Shuhang felt his own voice was very unnatural, full of awkwardness. "Yes, I am. May I ask what's your Dao name, senior?" Soft Feather finally calmed down and began to look carefully at the senior. In her memory, all the other members of 9 Provinces number 1 group were seniors, except Su Clan 16 who went through Tribulation yesterday. This senior looked 18 or 19 years old. Surely this wasn't his real age? He was about 1.7 meters tall. With a kind face, he looked like an easygoing man. A kind face, to put it bluntly, he had the nice guy face and was likely to get a nice guy card too. Also, she couldn't feel this senior's cultivation realm, not even a little bit. It seems that this senior had completely concealed his chi. When he was standing in front of her, it seemed that he had completely integrated into the world of ordinary people. He must have reached the state of recovering simplicity and returning to the original nature, just like my father. Soft Feather thought. Senior? The appellation made Song Shuhang feel pain in the liver. This black-haired lady looks approximately in her early 20s, but my 18th birthday just passed not too long ago, all right? Could it be that I look that old? Causing her to assume I'm a mature uncle? Furthermore, Dao name? He immediately thought of the group's Chuyuni profile pages. Something like Yellow Mountain's True Monarch, North River's Loose Practitioner, XX Cave Master, XX Palace Master and so on. He suddenly felt the pain in his liver intensify. Cough cough, you may call me Song Shuhang. Also, let's not mention the Dao name for now. Song Shuhang replied, he doesn't want others to think he has Chinibu. Sorry senior. I forgot about that. Soft Feather apologetically said. As a cultivator, it's common sense to never mention Dao names in public. She was just that happy and excited that she forgot. Cough, stop calling me senior. Song Shuhang coughed twice. He felt like the winter cough that he had slowly recovered from previously was suddenly showing signs of becoming more severe. Soft Feather gasped softly, and her heart sank. This senior seems to be the type that is hard to get along with. That's to be expected. After all, it isn't possible that everyone in the group is as friendly as Senior North River. Plus, Although this senior was obviously in Luo Xin Street, he had not spoken up in the chat. Was it possible that he was a cold and indifferent person and had no intentions of offering help? As she thought of this, she could not help but feel disappointed. Just as Soft Feather was letting her thoughts run wild, Song Shuhang added, "Calling me Song Shuhang directly is fine." Soft Feather momentarily blanked. That shouldn't be the way, right? Please just call me Song Shuhang. If you really don't want to call me by my full name, then Shuhang, Xiaohang, Xiaosong are also fine as well, it's up to you. Song Shuhang resolutely replied. If Soft Feather continued to call him senior every time she spoke, then he would feel very ashamed. After all, this was the real world. Song Shu. Senior. Halfway through calling his name, Soft Feather felt rather awkward and still added the word senior. But her heart had relaxed completely in this moment, and a happy smile was revealed on her face. It seemed like this senior was a good person, and not cold and indifferent. If it was like this, then perhaps senior would help her. Song Shuhang raised his hand and rubbed his face vigorously. He had been completely defeated. Fine, call me whatever you want. Senior Song, did you come here to help me? Soft Feather joyfully replied. Let's talk while we walk. Song Shuhang lifted the large bag he was holding. The two of them plus that huge suitcase were blocking the way, so it would be better if they found a quiet place to talk. Soft Feather immediately quietly caught up to Shuhang. I saw the chat logs in the group. The place you want to go is the Luo Xin Street of J City, isn't it? Song Shuhang said. J City's Luo Xin Street. Please wait, senior, could it be? Soft Feather was naturally very smart. From Song Shuhang's tone and attitude, she could guess the actual situation. With a teary, disappointed face, she said, could it be that this is not Luo Xin Street? This is indeed Luo Xin Street, however, this is Jiangnan City's Luo Xin Street, not the one in J City. Song Shuhang sighed and replied. Soft Feather's small face instantly turned beet red. This time, she truly was embarrassed. After a long while, she asked in a small voice, then, Senior Song, do you know how to get to J City's Luo Xin Street? I have not been there before, but are you able to navigate the way? Song Shuhang smiled warmly. Soft Feather knocked on her own head a few times before she once again took up her phone and swiped a few times. However, after swiping just twice, the phone suddenly rang with the soothing sound of music before the screen went dark. Soft Feather lifted her head and looked toward Song Shuhang. Those were a pair of large, watery eyes. Senior Song, my phone ran out of battery. Song Shuhang felt as though his liver ached with a vague pain. This black-haired beauty was a natural klutz? But he still tossed his phone over. Then use mine. Thank you, senior. Soft Feather happily received Shuhang's phone, and swiped on it. Suddenly, the phone also emitted a short and loud sonorous music, and the phone's display turned dark. Soft Feather lifted her head another time as she looked at Song Shuhang. Those watery eyes had already misted over. Senior Song, your phone is also out of battery. Fuck. Song Shuhang only just recalled that when he left the house, his phone was only at 6% battery. After he had left the dormitory for close to 3 hours and surfed the net just now, it just so happened that at this moment, the phone went flat. Awkwardly taking back his phone, Shuhang asked, Soft Feather, are you in a hurry to get to Ghost Lamp Temple? Although I'm not in a hurry, the faster the better, problems might occur the more things are delayed. Soft Feather's voice was as gentle as before. If she takes too long, her father would return from Senior Mad Saber 3 Waves' house, and he will catch her and bring her home. Indeed, this was also the reason why she had thrown off Mad Saber 3 Waves in the group chat earlier. If her daddy came home, then she couldn't sneak out anymore. Then, how about you go to the dormitory with me? I'll use my computer to check the route for you while you take that chance to charge your phone. However, my dormitory is a little more than 20 minutes away, is that fine? Song Shuhang suggested. Song Shuhang is a man who is as he looks, he has a good-natured looking face, and thus is a good old man in his bones. So no matter what, he could never do something like tossing Soft Feather aside. The truth was, other than gays, there would be very few men who could mercilessly abandon such a beauty. Dormitory? Is that where Senior is living in seclusion? Soft Feather's eyes glowed as she said, a 20-minute journey is no problem at all. Then, shall we? Song Shuhang asked. Soft Feather vigorously nodded, and pulled her large suitcase in pursuit of Shuhang's back. A truly marvelous target for kidnapping. Song Shuhang's was somewhat worried in his heart since he kept feeling that 2 sticks of lollipops would be enough to abduct this girl. There's a proverb that says, when men and women pair up together, all labor isn't tiring. According to reason, when men and women do something together, they will have multiple times the energy. However, after Song Shuhang walked for 5 minutes with Soft Feather, he felt short of breath, and much more tired. He bitterly smiled as he looked at Soft Feather beside him. The words spoken by the handsome dude among the 3 at the public square surfaced in his mind, that beauty's legs are really long, and she walked very quickly. When she took 1 step, I had to take several to keep up. I was even jogging behind her, yet I still couldn't catch up. Long legs truly have a large advantage. Her single step was equivalent to 2 steps from him. Soft Feather had already tried her best to lower her pace, yet Shuhang still needed to jog. How can this not be tiring? Senior, you seem to be panting. Soft Feather looked towards Shuhang in confusion. This cannot be, right? We've only been walking for 5 minutes, how could this make a senior with great achievements in cultivation gasp for breath? Hugh, let's walk slowly, there's no hurry. Song Shuhang adjusted his breathing pattern. Oh. Soft Feather pretended to understand yet didn't seem to understand as she nodded. She felt that this senior was in a condition that didn't seem right, as if his physical capabilities were very low. But she was an intelligent lady, and respected others' privacy. Since senior didn't say, then she definitely wouldn't be nosy, so as to not provoke hostility. Therefore she took the initiative to match his pace. The strides of her long legs shrunk, until she maintained the same as Song Shuhang's strides. Song Shuhang finally felt a lot more relaxed. The 2 of them had already left Luo Xian Street, and walked further and further away. What was a great coincidence was that behind them, the 3 brothers who were grading various kinds of beautiful legs were carrying all kinds of large and small bags as they left Luo Xian Street. 100. It's 100 again. Fatty Ah Su excitedly pointed towards Soft Feather's back figure. The handsome man immediately perked up. Where? This time, I must catch up to her. You've no hope. Short-haired guy lazily replied, there's already a man by her side. The handsome man looked at Song Shuhang, who was at the side of Soft Feather, and instantly lost hope. She's already taken, god damn it. Although the flower already has an owner, the hoe is merciless. As long as the hoe is wielded properly, there's no wall that can't be dug till it falls. Proceed bravely. Ah Su chuckled and said. I don't have any interest in NTRing other people's walls. At this point, the handsome man unexpectedly displayed his bottom line. But suddenly, the handsome man fixed his eyes onto Song Shuhang's back. Hey, have you guys noticed that that guy seems a little familiar? Yep, it's normal that you find him familiar. Because when we were discussing the girl who scored 100 points at the plaza earlier, he was sitting right beside us. Short-haired guy continued to speak lazily. Fatty Ah Su. Handsome man. He was sitting right beside us, he was sitting right beside us. This sentence reverberated endlessly in the handsome man's ears. The handsome man resolutely knelt onto the ground, is this the fabled god of strategies from the legends? A school dormitory is a wondrous place. The ladies' dormitory is forbidden ground for the males. Any male who dare take a single step into that minefield all receive the death penalty. But to the ladies, the male dormitory is like their vegetable garden at home. They can enter or leave as and when they want to. Therefore, Song Shuhang did not encounter any obstacles bringing a girl into his dormitory. Furthermore, since it was Sunday, a majority of the students living in the dormitories went out to have fun, or stayed in the dormitory to play games. When Song Shuhang brought Soft Feather back, it didn't attract much attention. Shuhang's dorm room was on the second story, and there was an elevator in the dormitory. However, most of the people living in the dormitory all take the elevator. Since it's only one floor, taking the stairs to his room is much faster than taking the elevator. Shall I help you bring up your suitcase? Song Shuhang looked at the huge suitcase pulled by Soft Feather. As a man, offering to carry a lady's suitcase and bags are things that mustn't be declined. Sorry to trouble Senior then. Soft Feather bashfully smiled, and pushed the huge suitcase to Song Shuhang. During the journey, Song Shuhang saw Soft Feather drag that huge suitcase the whole time. When they passed by areas where there were uneven roads, she would even carry it past those roads like it was a very simple task. Therefore, he assumed that this huge suitcase wasn't filled, and should be pretty light. When he gripped the suitcase, and tried to pull it upwards, his face immediately flushed. He only managed to lift the suitcase a small bit after amassing his strength. What the fuck, this box is at least 50 to 60 kilograms, and nearly the weight of an adult male. He widened his eyes and stared at Soft Feather, and stared at her soft and slender hands. This girl, is she secretly a tomboy? For the whole journey, she pulled along this thing that is about 120-130 gene like she was flying. Wasn't it exhausting? TL, 1 gene is 0.5 kilograms, no idea why author bothered to use it since kilograms is above. And I naively thought that she was a good target for kidnapping? Simply with this strength of hers, anybody who wants to kidnap her had better prepare a coffin. Senior? Soft Feather looked towards the senior, puzzled. Cough. Let us take the elevator. Song Shuhang quickly decided and said. With his strength, there's no problem for him to carry this box up, but it would be very tiring. Oh. Soft Feather pretended to understand but didn't seem to understand as she nodded. This has been mentioned before, she is a good lady, and won't ask superfluous questions. Furthermore, as a guest, she will not interfere with the host's decisions, for the guest should always follow the host's intentions. The elevator slowly rose. At a time like that there was basically nobody using the elevator, so there was no need to wait. There wasn't a single soul in the dormitory room. His roommates usually return around 3 to 4 p.m., there were times they even came back at night. The dormitory room wasn't considered large, being made for only 4 people to live in. Although the place was small, it had everything necessary. There was an attached bathroom, a balcony, a washboard and a small kitchen. Take a seat, would you like something to drink? Song Shuhang turned on the computer, and let Soft Feather sit down. Soft Feather obediently sat down, and replied, Jade Spirit Vein Tea. Song Shuhang was confused. Jade Spirit Vein Tea? What's that? A new beverage? Why haven't I heard of it before? He blanked out for a moment, then quickly remembered this long-legged beauty's identity. Don't just see her as a youthful and pretty girl, she's a patient deeply afflicted with Chunibu. This so-called Jade Spirit Vein Tea should be something created by the minds of those Chunibu patients in the chat group. Song Shuhang only felt his liver start to faintly hurt again. I don't have those kind of things here temporarily, but I have orange juice, clean water, Coke and milk, pick one. Song Shuhang straightforwardly gave her a multiple-choice question. He was afraid that Soft Feather might ask him for frightening things like enriching dragon blood tea, phoenix liquid and so on. Soft Feather was stunned. Senior's place doesn't even have Jade Spirit Vein tea? One must know that Jade Spirit Vein tea is the spirit tea that is most commonly served by cultivators to receive guests. It contains very little spiritual qi, but the tea is full of fragrance, with a rich taste that can last for a long time. It's the most economic tea for entertaining guests. Moreover, one can drink it by themselves if they feel like it, and it can even one strengthen physique. Although the effects aren't as miraculous as pills, Jade Spirit Vein tea's price is cheaper than pills by thousands of times. As long as one is a cultivator, it's essential to possess this, right? Wait, I got it. Senior is living here in seclusion, in the city, living like ordinary people. It is said that to temper themselves, every 150 years, some seniors would live in with ordinary people and follow their way of life, and truly live like an ordinary person. That is called realm of mortal tempering. Although this cannot increase their strength, this can make one's will more resolute, and make one's spirit more clear and bright. Then, Senior, please give me orange juice, thank you. Soft Feather revealed a sweet smile. Alright, give me a moment. After a short while, Song Shuhang carried over a large cup of orange juice poured from the refrigerator in the kitchen. Soft Feather received the orange juice. Thank you, Senior. You're welcome. Song Shuhang replied. This was a good lady, good character, polite. It's a pity that she had Chuyuni. He sat in front of the computer, and connected to the internet. He proficiently opened up Baidu Maps, and entered J City, Luo Xin Street. TL, in case you don't know this, Baidu is like Google in China, and Google is also banned there. Very quickly, the map marked out the location of Luo Xin Street in J City. I've checked, this place is a little far from J City's Luo Xin Street. Song Shuhang said. Originally, taking a taxi from Jiangnan Region's airport to J City's Luo Xin Street requires 5 hours or so. But Soft Feather mistook her destination. Luckily, Jiangnan University City was bordering J City, so something like going north when the destination was south did not occur. She only stumbled upon the wrong path midway. Right now, if she takes off from Jiangnan University City, the journey to J City's Luo Xin Street requires another 3.5 hours, and this is without considering the road traffic/condition. To be honest, the condition/traffic of these roads are incredibly inferior. The real amount of time needed to reach there is approximately 5 hours or so. Soft Feather moved over, and when she saw the long distance, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Senior, for such a long distance can a taxi go there? Well, they can, but I'm afraid that not many of them will be willing to do so. Song Shuhang replied. He then explained to Soft Feather. A 5-hour car journey is a little far. Although the various cities in the vicinity of Jiangnan region can go from one city to another, most of the taxi's drivers work on shifts. Furthermore, going there takes 5 hours, and returning takes another 5 hours. In total it's a 10-hour car journey. How many taxi drivers would want to do this? This is something that isn't a good deal even if there were incentives. Then what do we do? Soft Feather asked. Take a train. Luckily, there's a train station pretty close to J City's Luo Xin Street, Black Elephant Station. This university city's vicinity also has a station like this. Taking a train is also faster than taking a taxi, and it would take at most 2 hours to arrive. Song Shuhang explained. Then what time shall we leave? Soft Feather's eyes shone. No rush. Train tickets can now be booked on the same day. Let me see, the train from University City towards Black Elephant Station takes off at 4 p.m. So you will make it as long as you collect the ticket and enter the station by 3:30 p.m. Huh? Wait. What time are we leaving? We? This lady can't be thinking that I will accompany her to J City's Luo Xin Street, right? I still have classes tomorrow. I'm still a mere student, and can't just leave as I please. Then senior, let us quickly book 2 tickets online. Do you need my identity card? Soft Feather happily said. She felt very lucky that she was able to meet someone willing to help her like Senior Song. Cough cough, us? Song Shuhang's cold cough has relapsed. You mean you want to book 2 tickets? You and me? Senior isn't accompanying me there? Soft Feather stared blankly, and her face immediately blushed. She was indeed too excited earlier, and assumed that Song Shuhang would accompany her to J City. She didn't even ask for Senior's input. It was too rude of her. Senior, I was too rude earlier, and didn't ask for Senior's opinion before acting on my own initiative. Senior, may I ask if you can accompany me on a trip to J City's Luo Xian Street? To be honest, I'm bad with directions. I'm afraid I won't be able to find Ghost Lamp Temple. Soft Feather beseeched. Song Shuhang sighed, and rejected her. Although I wish to help, I'm afraid I'm powerless in this matter. The train leaves at 4 p.m., so it will be at least 6:30 p.m. in the evening when it reaches. It is unknown what Soft Feather wants to do there, and what time she will be done with her matters there. But one thing is for sure, I wouldn't be able to get back by noon tomorrow. Yet he has classes at noon tomorrow. Soft Feather was immediately incredibly disappointed. She's a lady whose thoughts are written all over her face. Senior, is it because you don't have time? Yep, it's because I have classes at noon tomorrow. Song Shuhang answered. Looking at the face of Soft Feather that looked like she was about to kneel, he suddenly felt that his rejection earlier was a little too stern, and was worried that it hurt this lady's fragile heart. Thinking of that, he negotiated, What I mean is, Soft Feather, if you're not in too much of a hurry, I do have the time to accompany you to J City next Friday. I am currently a student, and only have rest days on Saturday and Sunday. Next Friday? Soft Feather was still disappointed. Although she could wait 1 or 2 days, 5 days is a little too long. Her father might enjoy messing with people, but he obviously wouldn't stay and play at Mad Saber 3 Waves Place for half a month. However, she suddenly thought of something, and her eyes shined brightly. She seriously asked, Senior Song, if you don't have classes tomorrow afternoon. And I'm only hypothesizing, can you accompany me to J City then? Cough, cough, Soft Feather, if the matters you want to do don't require much time, then perhaps it's possible. Song Shuhang chuckled. But tomorrow's afternoon class was planned even before school reopened. There's no way it would be cancelled unless there was a special reason. Shuhang did not want to be entangled in this topic for too long, and immediately changed the subject. Soft Feather, the place you're attempting to go to is Ghost Lamp Temple, right? Why didn't you confirm its location before setting off? The innocent young lady was easily swayed into a different subject. Yes, I only know that the destination is at J City Luo Xian Street, and had my martial nephews book the air ticket before rushing over. I never expected Ghost Lamp Temple to be this hard to find. Martial nephews. There's still such a thing in this day and age? While lost in thought, Song Shuhang tapped on the keyboard, and entered J City, Luo Xian Street, Ghost Lamp Temple on the search bar. There was information on J City and Luo Xian Street, but no information on Ghost Lamp Temple at all. There was no sign on the map either. It should either be a very small temple, or it had already closed down long ago, right? Senior Song, can you let me borrow your computer? I want to gather information myself. Also, perhaps Senior North River from the group has some news. Soft Feather suddenly said. Song Shuhang nodded. He first logged out of his chat account, then got up from the seat. Soft Feather sweetly smiled, sat down, and proficiently typed in her chat credentials. The group's North River's loose practitioner as before didn't reply. It was rare for this senior to stay offline for so long. Shuhang thought he was a true 24/7 internet warrior. Soft Feather was a little disappointed. She closed the chat window and began searching for all the information regarding Luo Xian Street and its surrounding temples. She began to guess whether Ghost Lamp Temple no longer existed, or it had already changed its name. Song Shuhang watched from the side for a while, when he suddenly remembered that both his and Soft Feather's phones were out of battery. "Soft Feather, give me your phone. I have a charger here, it should take only an hour or so to fully charge," Song Shuhang said. "Thank you, Senior." Soft Feather quickly took out her phone and handed it over to Song Shuhang. Shuhang received it, and brought his phone to charge at the same time as well. When Song Shuhang turned around, Soft Feather's hands danced on the keyboard at lightning speeds, pa 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 pa. In that moment her hand speed was at least 900 APM. With such hand speeds, if she became a professional gamer, she could become a god that schooled the others. APM is a term that means actions per minute. It's often used in MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, games. E.g. StarCraft, LOL, Dota. On the computer, more and more windows rapidly popped up and closed, many web pages opened and refreshed. Very soon, a male student's information was displayed. A half-body portrait of Song Shuhang with a wide smile, and his personal information beside it. Song Shuhang, Jiangnan University's Mechanical Engineering Discipline, Machinery Designs and Manufacturing Faculty's 19th Department 43rd Class. Soon after a window quickly popped up, it was Song Shuhang's class timetable. What immediately popped up after was Monday afternoon's class. Professor Renshui. That was a young, promising and handsome professor. He stood tall and straight, wore a black-framed spectacles, with a gentle smile on his face. He could be classified as the type of man that effortlessly attracts the hearts of all the young maidens wherever he goes. Everything happened in a flash. After acquiring the information she wanted, Soft Feather once again closed all of the web pages at high speeds. A class that had been scheduled for a long time naturally wouldn't casually be cancelled, but accidents always happen in the world. For example, the teacher in charge of the class getting hit by a car and hurting his leg, missing a step and spraining his leg, accidentally falling off the bed and spraining his leg, getting bitten by a dog on his leg. And so on. Anyways, all kinds of leg injuries that would cause hospitalization. That way, tomorrow's afternoon class should either be suspended or delayed for a couple of days, right? This was what Soft Feather thought in her heart. She felt that this idea of hers was fantastic, and secretly praised herself inside. On the other side of town, in the apartment building for teachers over 10 kilometers away. Teacher Renshui, who was playing with his daughter, suddenly shivered for unknown reasons, and immediately sneezed multiple times. He rubbed his nose as he thought. There's another schoolgirl thinking of this handsome and charismatic teacher again? Oh kids, being too handsome also causes headaches, don't you know he's already married and has a career? After Soft Feather closed the web page, she stealthily turned around to look at Song Shuhang. Realizing that he was still on the other side trying to charge the phones, she quietly breathed a sigh of relief, giving off a feeling like she was up to mischief behind her senior. At the same time, after she investigated so much information, her instincts told her. Senior Song seemed more and more like an ordinary person. She once again thought of the scene and the words Song Shuhang said when they met, "Call me Little Song," or even Shuhang, "Please don't call me Senior anymore." Is it because Senior Song's realm of mortal tempering skills are too profound, or is it just her misunderstanding something? After closing all of the web pages, Soft Feather stretched her fingers. Soon after, her gaze fell onto the open notebook beside the computer. On it was a dazzling list of medicine names. It was precisely the simplified body tempering liquid posted by Medicine Master from 9 provinces, 1 group. Shuhang initially wanted to bring this to his cousin Zhao Yaya for research, however it doesn't include fresh Overlord Branch, Ninyang Scarlet Flame Bamboo, Morning Dew Mysterious Grass and the other medicinal ingredients that are brimming with the smell of Chuyuni. Senior Song is also researching this pill recipe? Soft Feather wondered in her heart. However, she quickly realized that the recipe copied by Song Shuhang didn't seem to be the complete version. Why did Senior only copy down the simple and ordinary medicinal ingredients? Why didn't he include morning dew, mysterious grass, and some of the other ingredients? Wait, could it be that Senior Song actually wants to go deeper with the philosophy of Senior Medicine Master's recipe? To take another step forward in lowering the costs of producing the body-tempering liquid? When she thought of it this way, Soft Feather's eyes immediately shone bright. Coincidentally, right as Song Shuhang turned around, he saw Soft Feather staring at his notebook. "This is bad," written on it is that Chuyuni pill recipe. This is truly like having mud fall on the crotch of his pants. Even though it wasn't poop, it is now poop. Soft Feather definitely thinks that I am her kindred spirit, a person who is also deeply afflicted by Xianxia Chinibu. Sure enough, Soft Feather opened her mouth to ask a question that felt full of Chuyuni to Shuhang. "Senior, are you also researching Senior Medicine Master's recipe? How many furnaces can you succeed with in one try?" Soft Feather happily asked with the mentality of one asking for guidance from her senior. She followed the recipe provided by Senior Medicine Master and attempted many times. Because her control over the flames was insufficient, she only succeeded 3 out of 10 times. It's a pity that although she likes concocting pills, she doesn't have the slightest talent in it. Wasting medicinal ingredients like that, if other cultivators saw, they would definitely drown her in spittle. However, she has a strong and rich father. A small amount of wasted medicinal ingredients for concocting body-tempering liquid is just like wasting a drop of water in their pond at Spiritual Butterfly Island, an extremely trivial matter. I didn't concoct. Song Shuhang looked like he was about to cry. He had indeed been taken to be her kindred spirit. Why? Could it be that Senior Song wants to further improve Senior Medicine Master's recipe? Soft Feather's eyes sparkled as she excitedly spoke. Song Shuhang was silent. He originally wanted to reply by saying that he can't possibly be concocting a strange Chuyuni pill like this, but seeing the glittering light in Soft Feather's eyes, he felt that it wasn't right to hurt this lady. After thinking for a long time, he found a rather honest answer. Actually, it is because medicinal ingredients are not convenient to find here. Due to many complicated reasons, I don't have any medicinal ingredients on hand, that's why. I simply didn't have the opportunity to concoct. What he said was fact. Among the medicinal ingredients in the recipe, even after eliminating those Xuanhuan Chuyuni ingredients, the other ingredients added together aren't cheap. One must know that precious medicinal ingredients like ginseng are priced by per liangs. TL 1 liang equals 50 grams. As a student, he simply couldn't buy it, not even if he sold his kidney. I'm so sorry, Senior, so there was a reason like this. Soft Feather nodded and said, while delighted in her heart. Although she didn't know why Senior Song doesn't even have the medicinal ingredients for a mere body-tempering liquid, in Spiritual Butterfly Island such medicinal ingredients can be stacked to be as tall as a mountain. Senior, after I return, let me send 2 chests of medicinal ingredients as my gift of thanks. Soft Feather insisted. This was how she planned to repay Shuhang. In any case, by hook or by crook, she had already decided to have Shuhang help her look for Ghost Lamp Temple. 2 chests of medicinal ingredients, these words sounded so domineering. To reinterpret these words as something more straightforward, it means, Senior, I'll send you 2 boxes of ginseng as a gift of thanks. If the interpretation above is still not blunt enough, then take a look at this version. Senior, I'll send you 2 boxes of gold bars as my gift of thanks. The value of the medicinal ingredients Soft Feather wanted to send was definitely many times more expensive than gold bars. It was a pity that of this moment Song Shuhang simply didn't know the value of these 2 chests of medicinal ingredients that Soft Feather mentioned, otherwise he would have knelt to this tyrant long ago. Soft Feather shook her head. She didn't need to book anything herself, be it an airplane ticket or a train ticket. Her family had a lot of servants who worked for Spirit Butterfly Island. Then, give me your ID card and I'll book you a ticket with my account. Song Shuhang said. Okay. Soft Feather handed over her ID card obediently, asking, Senior Song, may I go to the balcony to have a look? Just make yourself at home. Do what you want to. Song Shuhang smiled. What a good and polite girl. But, a pity, she was a chunibu. Soft Feather smiled shyly, then walked quickly to the balcony and looked out of the room. The balcony faced east, and there were wide roads and school garden outside, without anything hindering one's vision. So, although it was only the second floor, one could get a broad field of vision here. Soft Feather looked at Song Shuhang carefully, and then stealthily casted a small spell to block energy fluctuations in case her next move was sensed by Senior Song. Getting ready, she quietly took out 2 contact lenses from her pocket and put them on. Don't look down on these 2 things. These were a magic weapon that Venerable Spirit Butterfly recently refined. Ascend another story, were you to see 1,000 miles farther one. The name was a bit longer, and this was actually an upgraded version of clairvoyance. Once you put these lenses on, just as the poem said, it could elevate your vision to the sky and you could look down on earth with sight of God. This was a father's love for his daughter who, he knew, was prone to getting lost. With this magic weapon, his daughter could find the right way by looking down from the sky. It was full of a father's love. It indeed seemed to be true that a daughter was her father's lover in his previous life. If it were his son, Venerable Spirit Butterfly would never give so much thought to it. Don't you feel ashamed when you get lost? If you can't find the way, can't you just pull down the things in your way and head directly for your destination? Advancing bravely is a man's romance. On the other side. Soft Feather, using sight of God provided by the magic weapon, soon located teachers' quarters of Jiangnan College. She checked the data, and successfully located teacher Renshui, a tall gentleman with black-framed glasses. At this time, an innocent teacher Renshui was taking an afternoon nap with his daughter who just turned 6 months. Somebody might get it wrong, that's why his daughter's age had to be emphasized. Let's make it clear again, this was a girl who just turned 6 months. Everything went so successfully, as if by the will of God. Found it. Soft Feather was very glad. She put her palms together. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you later, but now please sprain your foot and go to a hospital. Between her palms, a golden piece of talisman glittered. Spells and talismans were mostly disposable consumables, but some high-rank ones could be used multiple times. The one held by Soft Feather was a high-rank one for sure. Soft Feather had a big-shot father, so she could waste a high-rank talisman like this. It was not easy to make high-rank talismans. They could be used repeatedly, but not infinitely. The number of times they could be used was limited. Once an ordinary cultivator gained a high-rank talisman, he would carefully count the times and make the best use of it. The power of the golden talisman was activated under the control of Soft Feather. In the teacher's apartment far away from here. When teacher Renshui was sleeping, he was suddenly pushed by some force and fell off his bed. Unfortunately, his feet would be easily sprained in such a posture. So. Bang! Crack! It sounded like something was sprained. Ouch! Teacher Renshui woke up in a cold sweat, a few muffled groans escaping his lips. The sprained heel quickly reddened. But, in order not to wake up his lovely daughter, he just gripped the quilt, clenched his teeth and swallowed the groans. Poor parental love. Clenching his teeth, teacher Renshui began to rub his heel fast. Clearly, he was experienced. He didn't think he needed to go to hospital with this kind of sprain. By applying some red flower oil and taking a nap, he would be fully recovered the next day. After rubbing for a while, teacher Renshui stood up on one leg and jumped to the refrigerator while leaning against the wall to take red flower oil and some ice cubes out to make a cold compress. But Soft Feather's spell had not finished yet. Her goal was to get the poor teacher into a hospital. Teacher Renshui thought he fell off the bed accidentally, but he didn't know that it was because of a mysterious force aimed at getting his feet sprained so badly that he had to go to hospital. So, he didn't know how dangerous it was for him to jump on one foot while supporting himself using the wall. The way he moved forward was certainly a good opportunity to get another sprain. Teacher Renshui jumped, and suddenly lost his footing. Crack! It was a sound of bone fracture this time. The other foot of his was fractured, even more badly than the first one. Ouch! Teacher Renshui fell down heavily. With eyes wide open, he gasped and burst into tears. A man didn't shed tears unless he was deeply aggrieved. Looking at his feet, one sprained and the other fractured, he wept. However, he couldn't do anything about it but accept his bad luck. Gasping for a while, he carefully pulled out his cell phone, called his wife, and asked for her help. His wife was also a teacher of Jiangnan College. Because their daughter was home, he couldn't just ask 120 to send him to a hospital. He had to wait until his wife came home and took care of their daughter. After listening to her husband's story of spraining both feet, Teacher Renshui's wife felt worried yet amused. Quickly asking for a short leave, she rushed towards her home. Having finished talking with his wife, Teacher Renshui called the school and asked to call off the 3 classes tomorrow afternoon. He definitely had to stay in hospital as both of his feet were injured, so he should inform the school to switch classes for him. Done. Soft Feather nodded satisfactorily and put away the golden talisman. In this way, her goal was achieved. Teacher Renshui asked for leave, so there would be no class tomorrow afternoon. There would be no class tomorrow afternoon, so Song Shuhang would be free tomorrow. Song Shuhang would be free tomorrow, so he would be able to accompany her to J City. Look, it was that simple. Getting things done, Soft Feather was in a good mood. Then, she entered the room, and saw that Song Shuhang was booking a train ticket for her online. Senior Song, what about booking one for yourself too? Maybe you won't have any class tomorrow afternoon? Soft Feather bent her head forward, speaking with her soft voice. Okay, I'll book one more if I really don't have any class tomorrow. Song Shuhang laughed. As soon as he finished. Ding dong. A message popped up from Campus Network. Attention please, students of Department 19, Class 43, Department of Mechanical Engineering, Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Academy. Teacher Renshui is injured and went to a hospital, so we switched Mathematical Statistics class tomorrow afternoon with Professor Smith's College English class. Please share this news with others and prepare for it. Thank you. The short message was broadcasted 3 times. And it would be rebroadcasted every other hour. The management of Jiangnan College always moved quickly and efficiently. It only took them a minute or 2 to release this message after Teacher Renshui called for leave. Why, Teacher Renshui got injured? What a coincidence. But tomorrow's class was switched to Smith's English class. Do I have to take the stuffy old man's class again? Song Shuhang muttered. Soft Feather, standing behind him, suddenly burst into tears. While the devil climbs a foot, the priest climbs 10. But as a person from Spirit Butterfly Island, she will never give up easily, never. Since sending one teacher to the hospital is no big deal, why not send 2? Since I've already started something, I can't give up halfway. This English teacher named Smith will be sent to the hospital too. Determination flashed in Soft Feather's eyes, along with killing intent. Senior Song, is this teacher Smith of yours a foreigner? What does he look like? Soft Feather pretended to be curious as she asked. That fella? He's an old-fashioned man, his standard of teaching is good, though. Song Shuhang grinned as he said, then casually tapped on the name, Professor Smith, in the message. Soon after, the face of an old English man with a rigid face and flawlessly combed hair popped out. Jiangnan University's school network has a large information system, where as long as one has the required level of authority, all of the students' and teachers' information can be found. He looks so serious. Does he also stay at the teacher's apartments? Soft Feather nervously asked. Yep, that's right. Song Shuhang didn't think much of it as he nodded, and continued to key in the particulars of Soft Feather's identity card. He then registered and prepared to book the tickets. Soft Feather felt embarrassed as she smiled, and quietly walked back to the balcony. She once again put on the magical tool, desiring Thousand Miles Eyes, take it up a notch. Very soon, she located her target. I've got you in my sights. Soldier 76, as of that moment, Professor Smith was out on a walk with his dog, by the school's river. Strange, is there a cold wind blowing? Suddenly, this rigid old Englishman tightened his collar. He felt a mysterious chill, and was baffled. Sorry. Just like Teacher Renshui, after I'm done with my matters, I will compensate you. Soft Feather again mumbled, then her hands rubbed the gold talisman. At the school's river. The rigid Englishman felt that his condition today wasn't good, and spontaneously decided to return to the hostel and rest. Let's go back. Perfect timing, I still have to prepare the contents for tomorrow's class. Having said that, Professor Smith pulled on the dog's leash. Woo, woo. At this time, his normally obedient pet dog suddenly howled, while its eyes turned completely red. Professor Smith felt a tremendous force coming from the dog's leash. The little puppy usually follows obediently with a gentle pull, yet today it fiercely pulled the leash. Professor Smith frowned, then used more force to pull on the dog's leash. Wang! The pet dog indeed followed the dog leash as it returned, but it returned pouncing with red eyes. His mouth ferociously opened, targeting the Englishman's skinny calf, and fiercely bit down on it. Oh, no! Help! Help me! At the riverside, Professor Smith's screams resounded. 15 minutes later. At the affiliated hospital close to Jiangnan University, in a room with 2 beds. Teacher Renshui was lying in bed, both his legs dangled high, showing an extremely shameful posture. His wife held their child, while she displayed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. Right at this time, the ward's door was opened, and a rigid-looking Englishman was pushed into the ward. Huh? Professor Smith? Aren't you supposed to substitute me for tomorrow afternoon's class? What happened? Teacher Renshui was surprised and questioned him. The Englishman spoke with clear Mandarin as he angrily said, I was bitten by it's the dog I'm raising. The doctor said it bit too hard, and hurt the bone. I have to be hospitalized. When I'm discharged tomorrow I will slaughter it and turn it into stew. It seemed like this rigid old Englishman was deeply hurt emotionally by the puppy he was raising. He felt that dog was practically a white-eyed wolf that cannot be domesticated. It so fiercely bit onto him, and nearly wanted his old life. Stew, it must be stewed. White-eyed wolf means ungrateful person. Teacher Renshui felt that the events of today were a tad abnormal. At the dormitory, Song Shuhang had already booked a train ticket for Soft Feather. At this time, the school's email network once again broadcasted a new message. Mechanical Engineering Discipline, Machinery Designs and Manufacturing Faculty's 19th Department 43rd Class students, please take note, as Professor Smith is injured and hospitalized, tomorrow afternoon's university English class is cancelled. Mechanical Engineering Discipline, Machinery Designs and Manufacturing Faculty's 19th Department 43rd Class students are to have a half-day break tomorrow afternoon. Please notify each other, and make the appropriate preparations. Thank you. Likewise, this message was broadcasted 3 times in a row. Moreover, it was set to be rebroadcasted every half an hour, so as to cover up the previous message. Song Shuhang looked at this short message. In his mind thousands of grass mud horses crazily galloped across. TL, grass mud horse is how the Chinese say, F***k your mother, on the internet, they sound almost the same. He turned around to look at Soft Feather, who had a flowery smile. He felt that the things that happened today are a tad abnormal. In the end Shuhang still had to go along with Soft Feather to J City, because he no longer had a reason not to accompany Soft Feather for this trip. He truly didn't expect for the two professors to be sent to the hospital one after another. The probabilities of this were practically the same as winning the top prize in a lottery, yet he somehow managed to strike it? Due to the tragic encounters of the two professors, he had a whole day of free time tomorrow. Therefore, under Soft Feather's expectant gaze, he booked 2 train tickets to J City. The ticket number was the one right after Soft Feather's, therefore it was the seat immediately next to hers. Hey Soft Feather, for the two professors to be hospitalized in succession, do you think it is a coincidence? Shuhang unyieldingly stared at Soft Feather without blinking. These were eyes that could kill, using an oppressive air to force the enemy to confess. Under this fierce gaze, the one getting stared at would feel uneasy if they lied. The matters today were indeed excessively coincidental. A professor was sent to a hospital, while another professor substituted for the class, and in less than 3 minutes that professor too was abruptly sent to the hospital. What kind of bullshit storyline was this? Shuhang had long thought that he had passed the age of delusions and fantasies. Wuxia dreams, Xianxia dreams, and so on should have left his life a long time ago. But right now, he truly suspected that Soft Feather had some special abilities that had somehow caused the two professors to be hospitalized. When he opened his mind, he even thought towards the side of evil. This young lady is actually the young mistress of a terrifying dark organization. Like in the movies, she has a large bunch of people following her in secret, and ready to fulfill whatever she wishes. Then, because she wanted him to accompany her to J City, those covert subordinates ruthlessly sent the two professors to the hospital? Yet upon receiving this death stare from Song Shuhang, Soft Feather instead wore an unperturbed expression. How can that be? I'm not the kind to do such things, right? Senior Song, you must believe TL, I'm just using as a slang for I. Soft Feather is using a countryside slang in that sentence. Her innocent eyes were like a sacred lake that has never been tainted by anybody, but where did that slang come from? Luckily, Shuhang didn't continue pursuing this topic. He just felt that all these events were too surprising, and casually asked. We will set off at approximately 3:10 p.m. in the afternoon, and will be able to arrive at Jiangnan University Station at 3:30 p.m. Since we still have some time, why not you make use of it by looking up the internet for information regarding Ghost Lamp Temple? I'll go purchase lunch for us both. Is there anything you can't eat? Song Shuhang asked. Nope, I can eat anything. Soft Feather answered. At this moment, in order to conceal the uneasiness in her heart, even if her most hated green peppers appeared in front of her, she would dump them straight into her mouth. Then you try your best to find Ghost Lamp Temple. I'll be back in a jiffy. If before that my roommates return, just tell them you're my friend. Song Shuhang waved his hand as he went out the door. After Song Shuhang left, Soft Feather guiltily cringed in front of the computer, then continued to research all of the temples in the Luo Xin Street of J City, going through them one by one. June 2nd, at 3 p.m. in the afternoon. Song Shuhang's 3 roommates had received the school's email notification, so they didn't return to the dormitory today. Soft Feather, it's time to go. Song Shuhang called out. Coming. Soft Feather stood up in front of the computer, crestfallen. She had researched for half a day, yet still didn't manage to find any information regarding Ghost Lamp Temple. Meanwhile, it was unknown what happened to North River's loose practitioner as he didn't come online for the whole afternoon. Song Shuhang put the stuff he bought from the foodie paradise into the fridge, then wrote a simple note for his 3 roommates, mentioning that there was food in the fridge for them to eat. For this trip he brought a sling bag. Inside, he placed his phone, power bank and charger. It was unknown how long this trip would take. If his phone runs out of battery, things could become extremely troublesome. Soft Feather pulled her large suitcase along while following Shuhang out. Shuhang saw how dejected she was, and asked, "Couldn't find Ghost Lamp Temple?" "There's completely zero information. I don't even know if it has changed its name or has been torn down. Right now there is only the option of going to J City and asking the locals there," Soft Feather said gloomily. "When the boat gets to the pierhead it will naturally straighten itself. Let's get there first." The two spoke as they walked, and took the elevator down. As it was 3 p.m. in the afternoon, the number of people in the dormitory gradually increased, and the boarding students from the various disciplines began returning to school. "Ah Hang, where are you going to play?" approaching was Shuhang's classmates' greeting while waving their hands. Soon, their attention was stolen by Soft Feather, who was behind Song Shuhang. "What a tall beauty. Ah, I'll send my elder sister back and have some fun on the way. Our teacher asked for a day off, so we are free tomorrow." Shuhang emphasized the term, elder sister. He had to make the relationship between him and Soft Feather clear. Otherwise, the entire department would think he'd got a girlfriend who was in a better shape than a model, as it'd be spread by these big mouths. As a result, his reputation would be ruined, and it would be hard for him to get a girlfriend in the college to end his virginity. Besides, he also wanted to get back at Soft Feather, because she kept calling him senior. He was an 18-year-old boy but was called senior by a girl, God. "Oh, so she's your sister." The eyes of the boys in the dorm lit up as they all came up with an idea. "Shuhang, let's make friends. It would be even better to go further and become his brother-in-law." "We gotta go, see you later." Shuhang laughed, and without giving these guys any chance to cotton up to Soft Feather, he waved to them and left. Soft Feather waved to the boys with a smile, then quickly left the dormitory behind with Song Shuhang. "I didn't know Shuhang had such a beautiful sister. I've decided that from tomorrow, I'll be his brother and take care of him." Someone laughed. "I guess that what you really want is to become Shuhang's brother-in-law?" Another man chuckled. "Be careful of your own sister. I remember you have a beautiful sister too. Tisk, if he's willing to introduce his sister to me, I'll sell him my sister at once. He can even buy one and get one free." They went back to the dormitory, talking and laughing. After all, although she was stunningly beautiful, modern people had experienced the baptism of all kinds of belles on the internet. Who would be so innocent to fall in love at first sight? Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. They checked in at 3:30 and the bullet train left at 4. Soft Feather sat by the window, and Song Shuhang sat next to her. To be honest, Shuhang suddenly remembered some novels he recently read when he got on the train with Soft Feather. In these novels, every time hero and beautiful heroine went out, no matter if what they took was a luxury car, subway, a bus, or even a bicycle, there would be a well-connected villain attracted by the beauty of the heroine, coming up to launch various provocations. Then, the hero with great skills would be in the limelight, and beat the hell out of the villain. And the villain would bore a grudge as he got abused so bloodily. He wouldn't dare attack the hero publicly, but would play dirty in secret. Then, there would come all kinds of love and hatred. Shuhang didn't think he would make it as a hero, but the beauty of the girl beside him should not be inferior to that of the heroines in the novels. So, Song Shuhang was wondering whether there would be a powerful man coming over, kowtowing up to the belle and trying to provoke him. When the time came, should he beat him to death to spare himself all later troubles? Or just beat him half dead? Unfortunately, it was just fiction. In reality, there might be people as arrogant and mindless as the villains from the novels, but there were simply too few of them. They were as rare as pandas, so it was not easy to meet them. During the 2-hour journey, no one came over to provoke Shuhang, or cotton up to Soft Feather. This made Shuhang a little bit disappointed. After driving for half an hour, Soft Feather got sleepy and soon fell asleep, leaning on her seat. Before long, she leaned her head on Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang had to relax his shoulders as much as he could so that the girl could sleep more comfortably. Time flew. Ding ding ding. Hello, dear passengers, we've arrived at Houtian Station. Please take your baggage and valuables, and get off from the right side of the train. Please pay attention to the gap between the train and the platform when you get off. We've arrived. Song Shuhang patted Soft Feather gently. Soft Feather opened her eyes sleepily, rubbing her eyes with saliva dribbling at the mouth. Is it morning? He got struck by her cuteness. Though the woman looked like she could be his elder sister in age, he still got struck by her cuteness. The train has arrived. Let's get off. Song Shuhang, holding her hand, pulled the heavy suitcase and quickly left the train. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Soft Feather didn't really wake up until the train roared away. What time is it, senior? It's 6:07 in the evening. We've already arrived at Houtian Station of J City. Let's take a taxi to directly go to Luo Xin Street area after we get out of the station, and then find a place to stay, Song Shuhang answered. Okay, it's all up to you, senior. Soft Feather nodded. That's exactly what she wanted. Somebody would arrange everything for her all the way long and she just needed to follow him before arriving at the destination. It felt so good that she didn't even need to use her brain. There was a taxi lane in Houtian Station, and there were lots of taxis waiting for passengers. Where are you going, little brother? A taxi stopped beside Song Shuhang and Soft Feather. Luo Xin Street area. Song Shuhang jumped onto the front passenger seat and replied. Luo Xin Street area of J City. Soft Feather added. Luo Xin Street area of Jiangnan almost left a shadow in her heart. The taxi driver was puzzled, and then laughed. Ha, you are so funny, girl. Knowing she had made a stupid mistake, Soft Feather blushed again. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Luo Xin Street area of J City was very close to Houtian Station. It only took about 10 minutes to get there by car. After they got off the car, they were guided to a hotel in Luo Xin Street area by the navigation software on their cell phones, and checked in. Since they were not a couple, they didn't even need to consider sharing a room in the hotel. Even if Song Shuhang wanted it and Soft Feather didn't object to it, the hotel owner wouldn't agree. These days, the police took a strict control of it. In case there was any problem, the hotel shall be held responsible as well. After dinner, while it was still early, the two planned to walk around in Luo Xin Street area to find Ghost Lamp Temple. Soft Feather was busy moving the big suitcase to the middle of the room. Shuhang had nothing to tidy up, so he took the room card and waited at the front desk. There weren't many guests today, so the hostess was not busy. Song Shuhang took this chance to ask her, "Hi, is there a place called Ghost Lamp Temple here?" The hostess thought for a moment and shook her head. "I'm sorry, sir. There are many temples in Luo Xin Street area, but I've never heard of Ghost Lamp Temple." She would definitely know the temple with such a strange name if it actually existed. Is there any temple whose name sounds similar? It may not be called Ghost Lamp Temple, so are there any other temples with similar sounding names? Song Shuhang continued to ask. Now that the internet was so developed, if they couldn't find any clue about the temple, they might have got the name wrong. The hostess thought for a long time and shook her head again apologetically. "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. Maybe it's a temple that existed a long time ago. If you really need to find it, maybe you can ask the elderly in Luo Xin Street area." "Thank you." Shuhang nodded. As they spoke, Soft Feather came out of the room. "Where are we going next?" she asked. Let's just hang around to see if there are any elderly chatting along the street. Maybe we can get some clues from them. The two talked and left the hotel. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. As soon as the two left the hotel, a woman in the lobby of the hotel pulled out her cell phone. Altar Master, I saw someone asking about Ghost Lamp Temple in Luo Xin Ronghua Hotel. A man and a woman, both 20-something. Have those supposed to come finally come? What about their strength? On the other side of the line, a cold voice resounded. The woman looks quite strong. The man looks like an ordinary man, but the woman is very respectful to him, calling him senior in private, replied the woman. How strong? The voice was still calm and cold. Altar Master, I can't figure it out, but I can feel that she is very strong. I see. Keep a close watch of their whereabouts, and don't let them find out. I'll arrange for someone to probe them. Besides, tell the members of other watch points to be more vigilant. Maybe there's more people searching for Ghost Lamp Temple. Yes. The woman put away her cell phone and quickly left the hotel, following Song Shuhang and Soft Feather. A man covered the phone on the other end of the call. His face was cold and remote, but the hand grasping the phone shook slightly. It had been 60 years. He also knew that the original owner of the Ghost Lamp Temple had a domineering strength and wouldn't die that easily. However, it had been 60 years. He felt that perhaps the original owner of the Ghost Lamp Temple no longer cared about this area. So, he began to make his preparations and surreptitiously tried to break through the seal on the sides of the Ghost Lamp Temple to obtain what was inside. He hadn't thought that someone would still come looking for it in the end. Damn it! The man ground his teeth. After they had walked out from the hotel, Shuhang and Soft Feather started aimlessly shopping around the Luo Xin streets. They didn't run into any groups of chit-chatting elders, but ran into something far more interesting, 5 drunk perverts. He didn't run into the circumstances of a femme fatale on the train, but he hadn't thought that after arriving on the Luo Xin streets, he'd bump into the plot line of a bunch of drunk perverts forming lascivious intentions after seeing a pretty girl. It was a sparsely populated small alleyway where the 5 drunks swayed as they blocked Song Shuhang and Soft Feather's way. 5 pairs of eyes were bloodshot as they stared greedily at Soft Feather. Alcohol could bolster a hero's courage and does the same for petty characters. None of the acts that people could commit whilst under the influence were worth goggling about. They could do anything from kissing female pigs, biting dogs, and slugging it out with each other. The 5 drunks had never seen such a beautiful lass in their lives. They couldn't move their eyes away after seeing Soft Feather. Hot damn! This woman is as beautiful as a fairy. If I can have a round with her, I'm down even if I lose 10 years of my life. These were their thoughts, and so they surrounded Soft Feather and Song Shuhang, using their inebriation as an excuse. What were they afraid of? In the worst case, they would just spend a few years in jail. This was the pathetic part of not understanding the law. They'd only vaguely heard people mention it in passing boasts that forcing themselves on girls would result in a few years in jail. Did they think that the times now were still those of a few years ago, or that this was India? These days, forcing themselves on a girl meant a life sentence. If the situation was a bit worse off, it'd mean a bullet to the head. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this scene. He loosened up his joints and prepared to fight. His fighting abilities weren't bad, he could easily take 3 at a time usually, not to mention these 5 skinny drunkards in front of him. It was precisely because of this that the thugs around school didn't bother him. He could take on 10 of these kinds of opponents. Just as Song Shuhang was about to demonstrate his punches and kicks, a breeze whistled past his ears. He then saw a pair of slender legs kick out repeatedly as fast as lightning. When those legs kicked in the air, it was as if butterflies were flitting through the shrubbery. It posed a wonderfully beautiful sight. Not only did it look pretty, its power was even more frightening. When the pair of legs moved through the air, even the snaps like a whip cracking through air were emitted. The 5 drunkards released shrill yells and flew out backwards, spasming crazily on the ground and vomiting everywhere, falling unconscious after a short while. Face-planting onto the ground? How long did it take? A second? Or even shorter? Song Shuhang turned his head back and saw Soft Feather retract her long legs. That was damned awesome, all right? Compared to Soft Feather, his punches and kicks were seriously child's play. Looking at the unconscious drunks, Shuhang suddenly recalled the youths who had collectively lost consciousness outside the school. And he was only hypothesizing here, with the battle strength that Soft Feather had just demonstrated, it seemed that she could indeed have sent those 7, 8, or 10 thugs kissing the ground in a short amount of time that day. However, Soft Feather had been on the plane then. Could the Sioux clan's Asherlu and the chat group really have done it? Could it be that those within the chat group all had off-the-charts battle strength? Are they dead? Song Shuhang was a bit worried. Don't worry, senior, I know the proper limits. They'll be out for 2 days at most before waking up. This timing is perfect, as not eating or drinking for 3 days easily results in problems. Soft Feather answered. These answers gave Song Shuhang a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Those thugs who still remained in their coma, was it because the deadline of 2 days had yet to arrive? Let's go, senior. Soft Feather giggled. Song Shuhang nodded his head stiffly due to his mind being a chaotic mess. He left the alleyway with Soft Feather. After Shuhang and Soft Feather had been gone for quite a while, a man strode over with steady steps from a corner behind the alleyway, making his way to the 5 drunkards. Drunkards are indeed too weak. They couldn't even make the 2 bring their true strength to bear. The man sighed. A figure clothed in black knelt on the ground behind the man, spoke in a low voice, Altar Master, do you need us to send a few people to test them? No need. These 5 drunkards were only ordinary people. This is why the pair had held back when they made their moves. If our people made an appearance, they may not act with mercy. The Altar Master spoke quietly. Each of his underlings had been cultivated with care and effort. Even training an ordinary rookie would require more than 1 million yuan, they weren't expendable goods that he would easily dispose without thought. The girl had made a move to teach these 5 drunks a lesson just now. The level of her strength had been subtly discernible. The legs audibly whipping through air and easy control over her power, this wasn't something that someone of the first-rank mortal ascension level could do. Their opponent was someone who had coalesced true chi. This wasn't a level of existence that his underlings could contend against. Besides, there was another, senior, beside the girl with an unfathomable depth that even he couldn't probe. These opponents could easily use their variety of skills to destroy the elites that he'd spent a great deal of money to train. Even if he had a lot of underlings, it wouldn't do to waste them like this. To be honest, he had been a bit frightened. We can only bide our time and wait for the right moment. The Altar Master murmured to himself. He'd already lost most of his hope towards attaining the treasure within the Ghost Lamp Temple, he just wasn't quite willing to call it quits yet. Soft Feather and Song Shuhang ambled around Luo Xin Street for another half-day, meeting up with an elder that was 50-some years old, but no one knew of the Ghost Lamp Temple. Song Shuhang felt his head ache. He hadn't thought that even looking for a temple would be this much of a hassle. Soft Feather, are you sure that the Ghost Lamp Temple is within the Luo Xin Street of J City? It is absolutely here, and I haven't remembered the name incorrectly either. Ghost as in ghosts and monsters, lamp as in what's used to light the way. Soft Feather spoke resolutely. My mother brought me here when she was carrying me, but I could only use Father's arts to observe the outside world with my consciousness. All I remember is the Ghost Lamp Temple plaque made from wood. Song Shuhang could understand the first half of her words, but didn't know where she'd traveled off to with the second part. His thoughts and hers were obviously in different dimensions. Then were there any places of interest nearby? The top of a mountain perhaps? Halfway up a mountain? Or a small creek maybe? Shuhang asked. Not a mountain, it should have been flat ground. I don't really remember anything else. Soft Feather said with some embarrassment. Does Senior North River happen to have any news? Soft Feather fished out her cell phone to take a look and said with joy, Senior North River is online. Within the 9 provinces, 1, chat group. North River Loose Practitioner, Soft Feather, have you already found the Ghost Lamp Temple? Not yet, does Senior have any news? Soft Feather entered the message happily. Apologies, I asked some comrades around here, but all the people I know are on the eastern side of Huaxia. No one knows anything about the J City area. North River Loose Practitioner sent a ruefully smiling emoticon, and, a thorny fellow has just arrived and is still clinging on to me. I'm afraid I won't be of much help from now on. No worries, Senior, please take care of your business. Soft Feather smiled and responded. When Shuhang saw these messages, he immediately felt that this North River Loose Practitioner was a man who couldn't be relied on. He was online every second of the day when he wasn't needed, but something would draw his attention away as soon as he was needed. Senior Song, we're on our own. Soft Feather formed a fist and made a fighting gesture. So cute and girly. For reasons unknown to him, Song Shuhang somehow felt that this woman who looked older than him looked so cute and girly. A blinding row of headlights lit up the street as they were talking. A row of brightly colored motorcycles revved their engines and charged towards Shuhang. It was apparent from the loud sound of their engines that these bikes had all been modified. Bikers? What age is this? Song Shuhang murmured to himself and pulled Soft Feather towards the side of the street. Soft Feather's eyes lit up when she heard the words, bikers, should we finish them off? Song Shuhang was perplexed. Shouldn't bikers all be in jail? Knock them out and send them to jail. Soft Feather rubbed her fists and wiped her palms, eager for action. Girl, you make a lot of sense. I actually have no words for you. However, Soft Feather didn't make a move in the end. When the 7 or 8 bikes passed by Shuhang and Soft Feather, one of them braked suddenly and made a beautiful U-turn, coming to a stop next to Shuhang. Opening the visor of the motorcycle's helmet, a handsome face with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes was revealed. Shuhang. What are you doing here, kid? Song Shuang paused and was very pleased when he recognized the man on the motorcycle. Bo? How come it's you? Why are you here? The handsome boy was one of his 3 roommates, Bo, who had a country bumpkin-like name ill-matched with his handsome appearance. His surname was Lin, and he was called Lin Tubo, Bumpkin Bo. His name had upset Bo for more than a decade, as he felt the name sucked. He fought with his father for many years, wanting to change it. He once even took his household register and ID card and went to police station to change his name by himself. His father found out about it, dragged him home, and gave him a good beating. Therefore, he always asked people to call him Bo, Little Bo, or just Bo. In fact, in Shuhang's opinion, the name Tubo was not that bad. It was much better than Wang Erden 1 or Lu Gosheng 2. Don't think it's just a joke. There was really a guy called Gosheng in Shuhang's hometown, but that guy's surname was Wang, he was called Wang Guden. Wang Guden always thought he was not his father's son, or that maybe his father hated him. If not, then how could he have given him such a name? Anyway, Shuhang didn't expect that he would meet Bo here. My grandfather lives in J City, and this week me and my family came to visit him. And you? Why did you come here? Talking with Shuhang, Bo suddenly caught sight of the long-legged girl beside Shuhang. He clapped his right fist with his left hand, he got it. Shuhang brought his girlfriend to have a date here. TSK, Shuhang, I didn't know you were such a guy. You got such a beautiful girlfriend without telling anybody? You really need to treat us to dinner. Bo snickered. Though mocked by Bo, Song Shuhang didn't even bat an eyelash. Oh, shut up. I'd burn incense if she were really my girlfriend. She is my elder sister, Soft Feather. She came to J City to find a place called Ghost Lamp Temple, but she didn't know the way, so she asked me to accompany her here. Really? Tubo looked at Shuhang seriously. Shuhang shrugged, and Soft Feather smiled sweetly beside. Well, alright, if you say so. Tubo was not a gossiper. Did you just say you were looking for a temple? Have you found it? Song Shuhang shook his head. I've spent a long time trying to find it online, but I just couldn't find it, so I came here to see if anyone knows of it. But even the hostess in the hotel didn't know about Ghost Lamp Temple. Maybe the temple's name was changed or it has been torn down, so I was gonna ask the local elderly about it. I thought I could get some clue about it. Well, why not go to my place? Maybe you can ask my grandfather about it. My grandfather is a native of Luo Xin Street area of J City. Maybe he knows that Ghost Lamp Temple you just mentioned. TSK, this name is really shabby. With this name, the temple certainly wouldn't have many worshippers. It must have been shut down. Tubo said. He was obsessed with names. Song Shuhang was very pleased to hear that, but he still asked first, won't we disturb your family? It's all right, my grandfather is quite hospitable. As for my father, he was desperate to have me stay with my classmates in case I keep fiddling with some strange stuff. He keeps nagging me to go study all day long, but I'm already a college student. He almost drives me crazy, Tubo laughed. Although he kept complaining about his dad, he and his father actually got along well, as long as his father didn't beat him. His father firmly believed in physical education. The best way to kill time on a rainy day is to beat my child, was his catchphrase. This attitude made Tubo a little bit uncomfortable. In the end, Tubo asked, can you ride a motorcycle, Shuhang? Yes, but no certificate, Shuhang replied. Never mind. In this obscure place, who would make a fuss to check your motorcycle driver's license? Tubo laughed, turned his head and said, Ayong, borrow him your motorcycle. You can share one with others. Alright. A big guy got off his motorcycle and parked his motorcycle in front of Song Shuhang. Thank you, Shuhang smiled. Ayong waved his hand in a relaxed way to show that he didn't mind and got on the motorcycle of one of his companions. In an instant, the motorcycles roared away. Song Shuang got onto the black motorcycle and tried it. Slightly turning the throttle, he felt the motorcycle leap forward powerfully. Not bad, it's been modified. Shuhang stopped the motorcycle and laughed. These guys' motorcycles are all modified by me. They've all got great power, Tubo laughed proudly. Oh, I forgot this guy is a tech geek. Although he can't assemble a Gundam with his own hands, he often makes some interesting mechanical stuff. Soft Feather, get on the motorcycle. Shuhang turned his head and called Soft Feather. Luckily, her big suitcase was left in the hotel, or else it wouldn't be possible to ride the motorcycle as there was no place to put it. Soft Feather lifted one of her long legs and straddled the motorcycle behind Shuhang. Unguarded, her soft breasts pressed against Shuhang's back, which made Shuhang almost lose strength in both legs. In front of them, Tubo laughed, follow me. Roaring, the two motorcycles headed into the distance. Snowflake Snowflake Snowflake. Tubo's grandfather was a very fashionable old man. He liked to make some mechanical gadgets. It seemed that Tubo's hobby was inherited from his grandpa. As he was very fashionable, he got along well with young people. Ghost Lamp Temple? There are still young people who know that place? He laughed vigorously. Hearing what he said, Shuhang knew he definitely knew something about the temple. Shuhang immediately asked, Grandpa, do you know where Ghost Lamp Temple is? Grandpa was how people in Jiangnan, J City, and other neighboring cities used to call old-aged men. There aren't many people who know of that place, as the temple existed 60 years ago. The people who knew of it are mostly dead, so most of you young guys have never heard of it. Tubo's grandfather took them to the entrance of the yard and pointed to the east. Keep walking to the east, and you'll find a forest about 700 meters away from here. Keep going, and you'll find a big old tomb, which is where Ghost Lamp Temple was originally located. An old tomb? Ghost Lamp Temple is a tomb? Shuhang asked a silly question subconsciously. Ghost Lamp Temple has been demolished? Wide-eyed, Soft Feather found out the truth. Yes, more than 60 years ago, the temple was bulldozed by a guy who then built a big tomb there for himself, Tubo's grandpa said. It was 60 years ago, when television was not even popular yet. It was not like nowadays when people got to know all odds and ends from the well-developed internet. Thus, there wasn't any news about Ghost Lamp Temple, and even local young people barely knew of it. Only some old people knew what happened back then. But, as far as I know, Ghost Lamp Temple is a private property, isn't it? Hadn't it been bought by someone many years ago? Soft Feather asked doubtfully. Oh, girl, you know quite a lot about it. Tubo's grandpa started recalling. As a matter of fact, at that time, the land on which Ghost Lamp Temple was built was owned by exploiter Huang, who was none other than Huang Dagan, the owner of the tomb. He sold the temple to a stranger more than 60 years ago. But, before he sold it, he was about to bulldoze Ghost Lamp Temple and build his tomb there. It was then that a stranger came over and asked to buy Ghost Lamp Temple. Huang Dagan made use of the opportunity and sold Ghost Lamp Temple. A few years later, he saw that the stranger didn't come back, so he just bulldozed Ghost Lamp Temple and built a tomb there for himself. So shameless? Shuhang exclaimed. Tubo's grandpa said with a sigh. Exploiter Huang was really shameless, so he deceived many rich strangers those years. Anyway, strangers were all gullible and rich. Song Shuhang quietly looked at Soft Feather. He guessed that the man who bought Ghost Lamp Temple was probably an elderly from Soft Feather's family. However, there wasn't any sign of anger on her face. She just sighed. Well, I guess Huang Dagan's family have almost all died? Her words sounded a little bit scary. Little girl, how do you know of this? Tubo's grandpa asked curiously. Indeed, since the time that Trickster Huang constructed the tomb, 7 days after he hung up the tombstone, he died. And then, one after another, within the span of a year, all of the 10+ members of his family were wiped out. Everyone in the district was saying that there was something supernatural about it. They say that Trickster Huang, that bastard, built a huge tomb and doomed his entire family. Because that Ghost Lamp Temple contains ghosts that are about to reach maturity, a discerning person bought the temple and laid down a seal so as to prevent the ghosts and spirits from harming humans. But someone actually destroyed the temple to build a tomb on the land. That's virtually leaping on the earth god's head to cause trouble, i.e. deliberately angering a far greater power. By following the energy of the tombstone, the spirits were able to track down the owner of the tomb and his family members, and consume their life energy. For the entire family to die can be considered fortunate, as long as 9 generations after him are spared, he's lucky. Soft Feather replied. These pieces of information were not considered secrets to ordinary people, so she was able to say them. Tubo's grandpa fell into a long silence. He affixed his gaze on Soft Feather before calling out 2 words, blind superstition. Youngster, believe in science, knowledge is power. Don't learn from those ghostly superstitions. Tubo's grandpa was undeniably a modern-minded old man. Pfft, Shuhang could not help but laugh out loud. But after he laughed, a chill ran through his heart. Was it really something as simple as just superstition? Could there really be such a coincidence? Soft Feather's face instantly turned red from embarrassment. Sometimes she was really thin-skinned. It was a good thing that Tubo's grandpa didn't nitpick too much about this topic. He was a very conversational old man and possessed all kinds of knowledge from all around the world. Shuhang and Soft Feather rested at Tubo's grandpa's home until 9 o'clock that night, both hosts and the guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. After borrowing a bike from Tubo, Shuhang and Soft Feather returned to the hotel. Rest early. Shuhang felt that after everything that had transpired in this day, both his body and mind were exhausted. After bidding Soft Feather goodbye, he entered his room to rest. Soft Feather sweetly smiled and waved. "Senior, wake up. Wake up." In the midst of his dreams, Shuhang felt as though his chest was being rather suffocated, before a small, icy hand patted his face. "Oh? Let me sleep a bit more. I'm sleepy." Song Shuhang waved his hand vigorously, swatting away the thing on his face. "Senior, wake up now. It's almost time." Those two dainty hands rubbed his face strenuously. The hands were icy cold, and very comfortable as they pressed against his face. Shuhang, who had been sleeping soundly, had no choice but to blearily open his eyes. Then, he realized that there was an unsurpassed beauty sitting on his chest in a very sexual manner. Big breasts, long slender legs, black long hair that reached her waist, the soft sensation of a tight ass pressed against his chest. It was Soft Feather. The proverb goes, "What you think about during the day, you will dream about at night." During the day, he had spent all his time with this beauty, Soft Feather, so it wasn't strange at all that he would dream about her at night in such shady scenarios. Hence, Song Shuhang smiled stupidly before falling asleep again. "Senior, wake up." Soft Feather pinched Shuhang's cheeks with both hands, rubbing them with force. "Damn it, this isn't a dream." In the middle of the night, Soft Feather had crawled into his bed. More importantly, only he possessed his room key. How had Soft Feather entered the room? This was the 23rd floor. He glanced at the time. It was 11 o'clock and approaching midnight. "Girl, feeling your way into my bed in the middle of the night, this could very easily mislead people. What's up?" Song Shuhang tried his hardest to calm his demeanor and asked. "Let's go to the Ghost Lamp Temple," Soft Feather replied. "Midnight is when it's easiest to find ghosts." "What? Ghosts? Girl, you've traveled thousands of miles to J City just to catch those random ghosts? What kind of crap is this?" He had thought that Soft Feather wanted to find the Ghost Lamp Temple because of some important thing. He had never even imagined that someone could use catching ghosts as an excuse to rush thousands of miles to reach J City. With this super beauty Soft Feather sitting on top of him, he had long since experienced a reaction. Was this girl unafraid that his predatory instincts would take over him? Maybe Soft Feather was really not afraid. With her firepower, she was able to massacre 5 drunkards with a single whip of her leg. If Song Shuhang gave in to his predatory nature, that would surely result in a tragedy. Using a single palm, Soft Feather leapt off his body with a flawless mid-air tumble. She landed lightly beside his bed without making even the slightest sound. Shuhang sat up helplessly. He changed his clothes in the washroom and wiped his face to freshen up. At any rate, he had already accompanied her to J City. Right now, he might as well sacrifice his life to escort his lord, escort her throughout her insanity. "Shall we ride the bike?" Shuhang asked. "Yes." Soft Feather nodded as she pulled her huge suitcase along. Song Shuhang said, "Then, won't bringing such a large suitcase with you be a problem?" With a wave of her dainty hand, Soft Feather raised the suitcase and put it on top of her head as if it was as light as a feather. "It'll be no problem at all, it doesn't take up any space." Song Shuhang felt his knees growing rather weak. Luckily he hadn't given in to his predatory instincts. Otherwise, tomorrow, perhaps the man called Song Shuhang would be nothing but a corpse encased in a horse-skin body bag. The roars of the bike disturbed the dreams of others in this late night. Song Shuhang resolutely accelerated, speedily leaving the hotel district. Following the direction Tubo's grandpa pointed towards, the pair quickly found that forest. It wasn't hard to find at all, but because this was a tomb, it was also the reason why nobody knew that this was where Ghost Lamp Temple was. The bike couldn't go on further ahead, and further progress had to be made on foot. "Do you need my help?" Shuhang asked. "Please be at ease, Senior, a mere spirit ghost can't harm me. I can deal with them very quickly. Senior, you just need to keep a lookout for a while." Soft Feather happily laughed. While they spoke, the two had arrived where Huang Dagon and family were buried. The huge chair-shaped tomb was a design that was very popular 60 years ago. It was unknown whether Huang Dagon had known his whole family was going to die that year, for the constructed tomb was huge, and just enough to fit in the family's 4 generations. There were 14 people that were buried here. As it was late night, the cemetery seemed a little eerie. Song Shuhang couldn't help but hug onto his coat, and recited in his heart, "It can't be that we will really meet ghosts, right?" On the other hand, Soft Feather had already begun taking action. The huge suitcase of hers opened, and there was a layer of light radiating from it. Song Shuhang could see layers of jade sheets. There was over 100 of them. There was also a purplish gold bell, which seemed like copper yet wasn't copper, and seemed like gold yet wasn't gold, but it gave off a feeling like it was very expensive. Phew! Soft Feather lightly released a breath, her head full of black hair swayed without any nearby wind, looking brave and heroic. Afterwards, Soft Feather began taking out some silver metal rods, one after another, surrounding the entire whole tomb. These silver rods also seemed extremely expensive. Then, she took out a stack of talisman paper that was bound together with a cord, and wrapped them over a whole circle of the silver metal rods. But she still wasn't done. She took out various types of powder and liquor and put it by the side of the tomb. It was unknown what the powder actually was, while the liquor had a dull light to it, appearing to be something good. Song Shuhang found a clean stone to sit on, and watched Soft Feather working by the side of the tomb. Unwittingly, sleepiness filled him, and he felt his vision turn hazy. An unknown amount of time later. When Song Shuhang once again opened his eyes in a daze, he saw Soft Feather gracefully dancing at the tomb. Dancing at a tomb late at night, this lady's hobby is truly special. Huh! Beside the lady, there seemed to be 2 green lights flickering, like it was accompanying Soft Feather in the dance. It looked very nice. The only pity was that this place wasn't beautiful. The tomb made this aesthetically beautiful scene seem weird. For such a beautiful scene, it should be recorded and kept. Shuhang slipped his hand into his pocket to take out his phone. It must be said that Song Shuhang was truly daring. If ordinary people saw this scene, their first reaction should be fright and pee. Yet this guy instead wanted to record this scene. As he was still in a dazed state, his stiff fingers carelessly let the phone fall out of his pocket, and onto the floor. The light from his cell phone's display vaguely illuminated something strange by his feet. Soft Feather, who was in the midst of gracefully dancing, was actually angry in her heart, because a mere ghost dared to move alongside her. Furthermore, this had happened in front of Senior. The matter regarding spirit ghosts in Ghost Lamp Temple was something she had learned about from a note inside one of her father's old books. Her father had once passed by this place many years ago, and saw a spirit ghost that was about to mature. Spirit ghosts are rare. For a mature spirit ghost, even if it's of inferior grade, once it makes a contract with a master, it would become one with its master, and share its power with the master. This also means that, even if it's just one more inferior spirit ghost, it's the equivalent to having one portion of energy more than others. However, at the very best, inferior ghosts could only advance to the 3rd stage, Houtian. If its quality was of mid-grade or above, the spirit ghost would have decent attack prowess. Moreover, its cultivation speed would not be slower than that of ordinary cultivators. If it was nurtured well, it could even advance to the level of being 6th stage, Spirit Monarch, and it would also be a great helper for cultivators that is hard to come by. Furthermore, all mid-grade spirit ghosts possesses 1 or 2 innate skills. These innate skills come in all shapes and forms. If one was lucky, it might be able a skill that could increase its master's battle prowess by multiple folds. As for high-grade spirit ghosts, they possess intelligence no less than that of a human, and their cultivation speed is even faster than common cultivators. They would even be able to practice some ghost Dao magic. When they cultivate to the limit, they could transform into ghost immortals, and could be considered to be on the same level as the legendary doppelganger technique. Yet high-grade ghosts were existences to wish for but not something that could be looked for. Throughout the last tens of thousands of years, the number of high-grade spirit ghosts that have been recorded number less than 5. Other than this, mid-grade and above spirit ghosts can even temper their master's chi. It doesn't matter whether it's blood chi, true chi, or spiritual chi, they can all be utilized between the attributes shared by the master and spirit ghost. Being tempered by the spirit ghost, it will become more pure with an increased quantity. With a contract it will never betray its master for all eternity, it will do whatever it's asked to and never voice a complaint. Other than being unable to warm the bed and give birth to monkeys for its master, spirit ghosts are practically the best Dao companions. Warm the bed means XXX, while giving birth to monkeys probably means bearing the master's children. It is a shame that spirit ghosts have always been rarely seen even during ancient times, and their numbers have always been low. Even in present day, spirit ghosts are on the brink of extinction. This was why spiritual butterfly respected sage was so astonished when he found a spirit ghost that grew up in the wild in present day. The difficulty of this was akin to finding a Tyrannosaurus rex in a major city. It was a pity that at that time this spirit ghost hadn't matured, so spiritual butterfly's respected sage bought Ghost Lamp Temple, and set up a simple seal to keep the spirit ghost locked, to wait for it to grow up. To him, a spirit ghost of that grade was far too weak, it was completely useless to him even if it had matured. But he was about to have a daughter, and the spirit ghost could be of use to her in the future. However, that future had arrived, while spiritual butterfly's respected sage seemed to have forgotten about it though. He didn't mention anything regarding Ghost Lamp Temple to his daughter at all. Perhaps to an existence like him, a mere spirit ghost was too insignificant. Until Soft Feather accidentally found the notes her father had written. As a result, taking advantage of the fact that her father was at Mad Saber 3 Waves home torturing him, she secretly left for J City alone, intending to capture the spirit ghost. Since her trip began, everything had went without a hitch. However, Soft Feather never expected one thing: Ghost Lamp Temple actually contained 2 spirit ghosts. While she followed the movements of the first spirit ghost, the second spirit ghost hid itself in the dark to make a sneak attack on her, forcing her into a stalemate. That's strange, Father definitely stated that he only saw 1 spirit ghost. Why are there 2 now? How did this other ghost get here? Furthermore, for mere spirit ghosts to suppress her, how could she not be annoyed? If one wished to capture spirit ghosts, there were 2 methods. One way is to use the emotional route, whereby you get close to the ghost by spending many days and nights with it. Shocking the heavens and making the god of ghosts sob, once they have felt the person's sincerity, the spirit ghost will naturally submit. This method requires quite a bit of charisma and patience, especially charisma. If one's charisma was too low, it's likely that they would be unable to form a relationship with the ghost, and would instead become the spirit ghost's meal. The other method is through sheer force. Fight the ghost until they give in. This is a pretty cruel and yet simple tactic. Once you see the ghost, beat it up until it is half dead, and then voila, you have a spirit ghost. Soft Feather chose the latter method. She was, after all, a 3rd stage, Houtian battle emperor, her true chi had condensed into a true river, which flowed ceaselessly, and her fists were unimaginably strong. Add her incredibly kick-ass father to the equation, who supplied her with a body full of godly equipments. She was in a condition where if she meets a god, she will slaughter that god, if she meets a ghost she will behead that ghost. Although the spirit ghost's sneak attack had confused her slightly, it was just that and nothing more. "Be sealed." Soft Feather cutely called out. With a flip of her hands, 2 shiny gold paper talismans appeared, speeding towards the 2 spirit ghosts. Originally, she was too lazy to use these charms, but she was so annoyed with them that she wanted to take the 2 ghosts down as soon as possible. Once the charm landed on the spirit ghosts, their bodies started to produce green smoke. They began to generate blood-curdling screams, and they quickly weakened. Soft Feather then seized this opportunity to get up close and personal. Her figure moved as though she was dancing, her 2 hands relentlessly struck the spirit ghosts' bodies and repeatedly hit them until they retreated in defeat. With each hit those small hands put out, the spirit ghosts' bodies unceasingly emitted breaking sounds. As their bodies split open, it seemed like they would just crumble at any moment. This happened even though Soft Feather was controlling her strength, because she wanted to tame the spirit ghosts. She could only injure them but not take their lives. If she utilized her full strength, 1 palm strike from her was enough to send the spirit ghost's soul shattering apart. The 2 spirit ghosts were at their limit, and they decided to use their final trump card. One of the spirit ghosts roared, at its side a golden shield appeared, and it slammed the shield against Soft Feather. The other spirit ghost also roared, and a shining red light surrounded its body. Immediately, its body swelled to twice its normal size. Innate magic. The 2 spirit ghosts were actually mid-grade or above. So this is your trump card? Soft Feather's gaze was as sharp as a sword, her 2 hands clasped together with her wrists met. Her palms opened into the shape of a butterfly. "If this is all you have, then be vanquished and submit to me." Soft Feather used Spiritual Butterfly Island's secret technique, dancing butterfly palms. At 2nd stage, true expert level, it could penetrate all kinds of defensive shields. For mere spirit ghosts that haven't started cultivating, breaking the innate skill of defensive shields they had executed was just child's play to her. An explosion burst forth from her palm and the small golden shield formed by the spirit ghost shattered like glass. The spirit ghost hiding behind said shield found itself severely injured, to the point that it could not get up. On the surface of its body, cracks began to emerge. Now, all Soft Feather needed to do was to execute the contract, and it would be bound to her. At this moment, the spirit ghost that had been enveloped in red light charged forward, and pulled the other spirit ghost up from the ground. At the same time, with lightning speed it charged away, trying to escape. Soft Feather was quite strong, but her battle experience was lacking. To think that 2 spirit ghosts that had been nearly within reach escaped. After expanding its body once, the spirit ghost's strength appeared to have increased a considerable amount, as it was actually able to break through the spirit ceiling formation laid out by Soft Feather. With the array broken, the 2 spirit ghosts were able to maliciously dash toward Song Shuhang. They needed to suck a living human's blood in order to recover from their injuries and return back to have another fight to the death with this frightful woman. As for fleeing, the spirit ghosts had never thought about it. If they were able to leave this place, why hadn't they left and instead remained here for over 60 years? Mid-grade spirit ghosts are bound to have some form of intelligence. At this moment, Song Shuhang was crouching to get his phone because it had dropped to the ground. "Oh no, Senior Song." Soft Feather was panicking in her heart, her right foot firmly stomped on the ground. Her body transformed, looking similar to that of a butterfly. Like a ray of light she launched herself towards the 2 spirit ghosts. But that made the spirit ghost who had released its innate skill increase its powers to the limit and attempt to ignore her attacks. It had instead chose to viciously charge towards Shuhang. If they had to die, they must take someone with them. When the two spirit ghosts were just about to reach Song Shuhang, the said person wasn't even panicking, he instead picked up his mobile phone. He then switched on the cell phone's lights to look at the ground. He seemed to have noticed a weird plant. With the light of his cell phone, he managed to have a better look at the plant. It was curved, almost looking like a coiling dragon. This plant was sharply pointed at one tip, and the stem was purplish-black. He wiped off his sweat. Isn't this the poison dragon grass that Medicine Master had uploaded at 9 provinces, 1, group? Shuhang was thinking this while he moved his hand to clutch the grass, and used all his strength to pull it out. If Soft Feather were to see this, she would definitely find a way to send it to Medicine Master. And when that happens, the Medicine Master would then throw this thing into a pot and concoct it in 5 minutes, and then if someone drank it, it would kill that someone, wouldn't it? Hence, without knowing whether the grass was harmful to one's life, Song Shuhang decided that he definitely couldn't let Soft Feather discover this herb. Bang! When the grass was pulled out, Shuhang's ears picked up a sound like something had smashed into a wall. He raised his head and looked all around him, but couldn't find anything. There was only Soft Feather, who stood nearby, with a face full of excitement and astonishment. From Soft Feather's perspective, just when the two malevolent ghost spirits rushed towards Shuhang, he calmly and unhurriedly bent down to pick up his phone before plucking out a poisonous dragon plant. What kind of calmness was this that Senior had? It was as if the two malevolent ghost spirits pouncing on him were dregs that weren't even worth mentioning. Poisonous dragon plant wasn't a precious medicinal ingredient, but this stalk was evidently not something that grew here by itself. Instead, someone had intentionally planted it back in those days as the eye of a formation. Upon plucking it out, an invisible protective wall appeared. Those two ghost spirits that were aiming for Song Shuhang bumped against the protective wall like house flies bumping into an electrical network, producing two bang sounds before falling onto the ground, no longer able to stand up. Clearly, they had lost strength to resist. So powerful. Soft Feather exclaimed with admiration in her heart. She was surprised by Senior Song's eyesight. She had been setting up here for half a day and did not even realize that a formation had been hidden here. When did Senior Song discover it? That stalk of poisonous dragon plant was the eye of a formation, and was different from those that provided power instead. That eye was the formation switch. Upon plucking it out, the formation would be activated. This was probably planted by her father 60 years ago. Looks like her father had arranged 2 layers of sealing formation in Ghost Lamp Temple. The first layer was a simple trapping formation and had only restricted the ghost spirit's mobility range and was located in the temple. However, as Ghost Lamp Temple was demolished, it lost its effectiveness. The other layer was a formidable formation that was hidden normally, and would be activated upon plucking the poisonous dragon plant. This was a huge formation specially used to subdue ghost spirits, and once it was activated, all the ghost spirits within Ghost Lamp Temple would be subdued and sealed. Mostly probably, Song Shuhang had discovered the second formation after arriving. He looked as if he had randomly chosen to sit there, but actually sat beside the eye of the foundation to prepare should any accidents happen. He deserves to be called a senior. I still have many aspects to learn from him. While thinking, Soft Feather concurrently suddenly took a big stride forward and stepped onto these 2 weak ghost spirits. After that, she grabbed 2 beads infused with cold air from her huge luggage. Spirit Binding Ice Bead was a treasure used to seal a ghost spirit into it. After preparing relevant contract formation, one could form a contract with the ghost spirit. In the event whereby she had encountered a problem sealing the ghost spirit, Soft Feather brought several spirit binding ice beads. She then placed 2 ice beads between her fingers and swiftly formed numerous seals. Seal. A gentle voice sounded. The 2 heavily injured ghost spirits had no power to resist and were separately sealed within the 2 spirit binding ice beads. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. In front of Song Shuhang's widely opened eyes, the two green lights previously surrounding and dancing with soft feather were absorbed into the two ice beads. This scene was extremely fantastic. No scientific knowledge was able to explain everything that happened before him. Song Shuhang gently swallowed his saliva. In this moment, the world outlook he had for 18 years had mostly fallen apart. Perhaps there really were ghosts existing in this world? These things that were unexplainable using science were perhaps living within the human world in a special way, such as legends and whatnot? Senior, I'm really thankful for your help this time. If not for you, I'm afraid these two ghost spirits would have escaped. If they were to escape, they would never return here again and it would be a headache to look for them next time. Soft Feather was incomparably grateful. Ha! Song Shuhang dryly laughed. Other than laughing, at this moment, what else could he do? Senior, there happen to be two ghost spirits and I only require one. I shall gift the other one to you. Although you might not require it with your current cultivation, you can gift it to your descendants or disciples. Soft Feather was a magnanimous person as she did not even frown as she passed the priceless ghost spirit to Shuhang. I don't even have a girlfriend, where will I have any descendants? This thing is too precious and I cannot accept it. Song Shuhang seriously replied. Are you kidding me? There's a ghost inside this ice pearl. Although he was still in a state of only half believing it, what if there was truly a ghost inside? And what if the ghost came out? What would he do? He was only an ordinary person and did not have any methods to deal with ghosts. He would definitely die from his vitality being sucked dry by that ghost. This thing, I doubt I can accept it. Senior, you must accept this. You have helped me a lot during this trip to Ghost Lamp Temple. If you don't accept this ghost spirit, I will feel uneasy and this will affect me in the future when I cultivate. Soft Feather seriously spoke again and stubbornly stuffed that spirit-binding ice bead into Song Shuhang's hands, not giving him a chance to reject. Song Shuhang only felt cold when the bead entered his hands. In such a sizzling hot weather, his whole body unexpectedly felt cool and refreshing. If this toy were to be carried during summer, it would be equivalent to bringing an air conditioner everywhere he went. Let's go back. Soft Feather revealed a smile and quickly kept the stuff placed around the tomb into her luggage while she happily went beside Shuhang. Shuhang could only stuff the spirit-binding ice bead into his pocket. Since this present was containing Soft Feather's kind intentions, then he shall accept it. What's more, this has already been sealed, so it wouldn't come out in a short period, right? This was what he thought. Let's go back and catch up on our sleep. Then, we shall head to the station to book the tickets for tomorrow morning and prepare to return. Song Shuhang spoke. All right. Soft Feather's mood was great as she had easily accomplished her purpose here. Both of them walked side by side and passed through the small forest. Soft Feather suddenly cried out and looked at her left foot. Unknowingly, the sole of her left shoe fell off. The damage to her shoes was caused when she had burst out to chase those two ghost spirits at the end. Song Shuhang puzzledly turned back. My shoe broke. Soft Feather raised her left foot. The bike is just right in front, I'll support you along. Additionally, I remember there was a shopping street near the hotel. We can head over to see if there are any shoes for sale. Song Shuhang loudly laughed. Shortly after, the bike once again revved and produced booming sounds while carrying both of them, leaving Ghost Lamp Temple behind. Soft Feather held her huge luggage while leaning against Song Shuhang's back, with both corners of her lips curved as her mood was great. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Song Shuhang felt that the auntie selling sandals in the shopping street was cold-hearted. Auntie, how much does this pair of female sandals cost? The auntie furrowed her eyebrows and coldly spoke. 40. That's expensive, are you willing to sell at 20? Song Shuhang ruthlessly cut down the price. In a shopping street like this, it was never wrong to cut down the price by half. Sure. The auntie coldly laughed. Do you want the left or right shoe? Shuhang, ha 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 ha. Soft Feather beside was laughing until she couldn't straighten her waist. Ultimately, Shuhang could only obediently purchase this pair of sandals for Soft Feather to wear at 40. Both of them got on the bike and headed towards the hotel. On the road, Song Shuhang puzzledly asked. Oh right, did I offend that auntie earlier on? Why do I feel that she was constantly giving me a cold smile? Her smile had even made my back feel cold. I don't know anything. Soft Feather giggled. Senior, your experience in human society is still quite lacking. She thought. Within Shopping Street, the auntie proudly snorted. This lady here is only 29 years and 144 months old. To call me an auntie? You should be happy that I did not sell you that pair of sandals for 250. Humph. Snowflake 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 Ghost Lamp Temple, Tomb. Long after both Song Shuhang and Soft Feather left, a man's silhouette walked out from the forest. He sighed and fished out a cigarette, lighted it up while trembling and made a bitter laugh. His bitter laugh made people feel the bitterness and astringency even from a far distance. This silhouette was none other than that strange altar master. He had been hidden in the dark while waiting for a chance to appear. Ultimately, the chance he was waiting for didn't even appear, while he couldn't move even if he wanted to. From the start till the end, he had been hidden on the sidelines and watched helplessly as Soft Feather and Song Shuhang brought away the ghost spirit. He had thought of forcefully snatching the ghost spirit, but he did not dare to make a move. The opponent's strength was way beyond the altar master's expectations. They were on completely different levels. One casual palm strike from the lady contained enough force to scare people. The spirit ghost's innate skill of a golden shield was literally as fragile as paper under the strength of such a strike. Not only that, the woman even pulled out a golden paper talisman to deal with those two spirit ghosts. For a high-quality good like that, he would have to sell away half of his life for it. She should at least be at the peak of the second stage, true expert level, or maybe she could be at the third stage, Houtian Battle Emperor level. Furthermore, there's still that youth. Even though the altar master had lived for so long, he still felt as powerless as a dog. Regardless of ability or equipments, he is definitely not the lady's match. If he had sneak attacked, his fate would not be any better than those two spirit ghosts. No, if he had dared to act, his fate would have definitely been much worse than the two spirit ghosts. The spirit ghosts might still have some usefulness to them, but he definitely possessed no value to Soft Feather. As an enemy of no value, it was appropriate to send him to the grave. There's also that ordinary-looking boy. The man was unable to sense a trace of blood chi or true chi from him. Yet it was that ordinary guy who somehow managed to find the eye of that terrifying ceiling array when he randomly found a place to sit. He had activated the array at the crucial time, thereby capturing the two spirit ghosts and sealing them. This kind of confidence and perception, and adding that to his senior identity. When the altar master thought of it, he felt his legs quiver. He was naturally a cautious person, or rather one would call him a cowardly man. Because of his cautiousness, he was able to practice the demonic ghost technique, and create demon spirits and evil spirits all over the place, as well as healthily survive 170 good years. Still, he was bitter. 60 years. He wasted 60 years with the Ghost Lamp Temple and its spirit ghosts. 60 years of scheming and waiting, and it was all in vain. No matter how cowardly he might be, he couldn't accept this. The altar master felt his chest turn stuffy. He raised his head to look at the starry sky, his voice mournful. You've already taken away your own spirit ghost, you could have at least left mine for me. The Ghost Lamp Temple had two spirit ghosts. One was sealed by the spiritual butterfly respected sage, while the other belonged to the altar master. Why was he unable to take the two spirit ghosts that had long matured? For what reason did he have to wait for the likes of Soft Feather to steal them? It wasn't that he did not want to take away the spirit ghost. During the time it took for the spirit ghost to mature, he practically thought about taking the spirit ghost away from Huang Dagon's tomb for every single moment. But he was unable to do this. With regards to the Ghost Lamp Temple, there were 7 insane hidden arrays surrounding Huang Dagon's tomb that gave people goosebumps. Without including the trapping array and the array that Song Shuhang had triggered with the poison dragon grass as the eye, there were 5 other terrifying arrays hidden outside the tomb. These were arrays that he couldn't break through even if you gave him 1,000 years. If these arrays were to be activated, you had to wait until Spiritual Butterfly respected sage's bloodline descendants arrived, only then could you get rid of it. As long as these seal arrays were not broken, then no one would be able to steal the spirit ghost inside. The sealed spirit ghost could enter the array but not exit. Indeed, the altar master hated this part. He could only seal the spirits inside but not remove them. At this time, he did not notice the hidden array. So he thought that by taking over Huang Dagon and demolishing the Ghost Lamp Temple, he would be able to destroy the sealing array. Afterwards, he would happily treat the Ghost Lamp Temple as his personal belonging and wait for the spirit ghosts to mature. Perhaps this Luo Xian Street was truly his land of opportunities. After living in hiding for a few years, he was able to chance upon a not yet matured spirit ghost and gleefully sent it to be nourished in Huang Dagon's tomb. But just as the spirit ghost matured, when he was about to extract it, he discovered the 6 other big arrays. This definitely made him feel cheated. Actually, if he had used his brain slightly, he should have realized, no matter what, this was the place where the Spiritual Butterfly respected sage was preparing spirit ghosts in advance for his daughter. How could the Spiritual Butterfly respected sage possibly be that careless? In retrospect, even if the respected sage didn't think much of spirit ghosts, he had still bought this piece of land for the sake of getting the spirit ghosts, so there was no way that he was just going to lay one feeble array to keep the spirit ghosts inside. It was a pity that for such a simple thing, the altar master who was blinded by greed had wasted 60 years without noticing this. No, it can't end like this. At the very least, I must get that spirit ghost back. That could be considered as my reward for all these years. The altar master thought. As long as he could obtain one spirit ghost, he would have the opportunity to break through the 2nd stage, true expert stage, to enter the 3rd stage, Houtian Battle Emperor stage, which would increase his longevity by another 100 years. Even kneeling and prostrating himself would be fine, no matter what price he had to pay, it would be worth it. Looking at the tomb of Huang Dagon that was enshrouded in the array, the altar master felt mysteriously sorrowful and walked away from Huang Dagon's tomb with heavy footsteps. After the altar master left, a tall and handsome young man appeared from the bushes. His wore a lazy expression on this face, and took out his mobile phone to make a call. Master, Junior has found the Ghost Lamp Temple and sealed the spirit ghost. She has already returned to rest. I reckon that she will return to Spiritual Butterfly Island in a day or 2. The man earnestly reported, but there was a tone of laziness ingrained into it. That's good. That little brat made me worry so much. There weren't any accidents in the process, right? From the phone, the voice of Spiritual Butterfly respected sage who was on the other side of the line was transmitted. Yes, there were no accidents. The disciple reported. Very good. Continue to watch over your junior sister and report to me once you return to the island. The Spiritual Butterfly respected sage said, and then added, also, clean up the arrays I laid, so as to avoid the accidental activation of the arrays from causing civilian casualties. Sorry for the trouble, Jenny. Leave it to me, I will make sure to do a good job so you need not worry. The man laughed, hung up and shrugged. Actually, there had been some bumps that happened along the way. For example, that altar master, and there was also that young man named Song Shuhang. Looking in the direction where the altar master had left, Lu Jianyi yawned. Well, how should I say it, this guy can be quite tactful. Since he did not make a move, that saved me the trouble of making a move myself. The altar master was lucky that he did not have an opportunity to make a move. If he had dared to take up a pose of attacking Soft Feather, he would have been sent into the tomb with Huang Dagon and be his companion in hell. As for that Song Shuhang, he was extremely troublesome. If Master found out that this girl, Soft Feather, had barged into a man's room in the middle of the night, and sat in that kind of position on his chest to converse with him, wouldn't that send his master flying into a rage? When that moment comes, would his master assign him the task of spying on Song Shuhang? So in regards to the matter regarding Song Shuhang, he definitely wasn't going to inform his master. It's too troublesome. Lu Jianyi lazily thought. In any case, Soft Feather wasn't harmed in any way, and didn't lose anything of value. Instead, she received a lot of help from that man, Song Shuhang. What is important is that he was a man who held conserving energy very highly. There was one time where he was too lazy to breathe, so he painstakingly learnt the turtle breathing technique. In the end, he reached the stage of only requiring 3 breaths a month. His life's motto was, if he can use one finger to settle something, he absolutely won't use 2 fingers. Something like creating more trouble for himself was something he would absolutely not do. Soft Feather would never have expected that her discovering her father's notes, and the whole journey to Ghost Lamp Temple was something that her father had secretly planned out for her. For this journey, Spiritual Butterfly Respected Sage even sent his disciple to take care of his daughter. It could be said that he had put a lot of thought into this. In actuality, even if Mad Saber 3 Waves didn't invite his own destruction, Spiritual Butterfly Respected Sage would have found some other reason to temporarily leave Spiritual Butterfly Island. Mad Saber 3 Waves could only blame himself for leaping into the line of fire, which saved Spiritual Butterfly Respected Sage the time for finding an excuse. The next day. June 3rd, first week of the month, clear weather. Song Shuhang only managed to get up after struggling till it was 8 a.m. This time, there wasn't Soft Feather straddling his chest to make him get up. But this made him feel more calm and easy, yet he faintly felt a little depressed. Human nature is dirty. Once he got up, he picked up the phone on his bedside to give Soft Feather a call. Have you gotten up? I'm already awake, I just ended my morning meditation. Are we going back now, senior? Soft Feather asked. Let's go have our breakfast, then we'll return. Song Shuhang answered. The hotel did provide a complimentary breakfast buffet. Morning, 9 a.m. Shuhang and Soft Feather took the train headed towards Jiangnan District's college town. Their luck was good as they managed to arrive at J-City's Heixiang station at 8:45 a.m., which was just in time before the station opened at 9 a.m. They had a pleasant journey throughout the entire trip. It was already 12 p.m. upon reaching Jiangnan College Town. Do you want to head over to my place to play? Song Shuhang asked out of habit. The moment he asked, he suddenly remembered that Soft Feather wasn't one of those close friends of his, but a lady he only knew for a day. Therefore, those words were quite sudden. Thank you, senior. When I have time in the future, I will definitely find senior to play. However, I have to rush home right now and complete the contract with this ghost spirit first. Furthermore, any later and my father might come back, and that wouldn't be good. Soft Feather sweetly smiled. Song Shuhang smiled. Then let's say goodbye here. You can directly take a rental cab outside of the train station to Jiangnan District Airport. Will you be fine alone? That's not a problem. In addition, the return trip tickets have long been booked. I only need to reach the airport to smoothly return back. Oh right, senior, what's your address? I still need to send you 2 boxes of medicinal ingredients. Soft Feather suddenly remembered her initial promise. She was someone who meant what she said, so since she had promised, she would definitely keep her word. Regarding that, you can just forget about it. We'll talk when you're free. Holding on to this so-called spirit-binding ice bead, Song Shuhang faintly felt that perhaps those medicinal ingredients Soft Feather had mentioned were not as simple as what he had thought initially. "Senior, please do not make me someone who breaks their promise. The words of people from spiritual Butterfly Island are of enormous weight." Soft Feather seriously replied. "Oh, okay." Seeing that he could no longer reject, he fished out a notebook he carried on him and wrote down his own mailing address before tearing a piece of paper he just wrote on and passing it to Soft Feather. Soft Feather gently and cautiously kept this piece of paper. Soon after, she waved and bade farewell to Shuhang. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief after ensuring she left. It has finally ended. I doubt I will have any interactions with this lady later on. Song Shuhang scratched his head and laughed out loud. It's time to go back. The future Song Shuhang would definitely be grateful for Soft Feather's persistence today. If she did not insist on sending these 2 boxes of medicinal ingredients, Song Shuhang's whole life would probably be the same as an ordinary person's. Completing his studies, finding a simple job, marrying an ordinary wife, giving birth to a cute kid, and completing his mediocre life. Because of Soft Feather's help, Song Shuhang's life was about to undergo an earth-shaking change. Snowflake 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 in 9 provinces. Number 1 group. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Soft Feather, have you found Ghost Lamp Temple? Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Mobile, I have found it and successfully completed my objective. I'm currently on my way back home. Previously, I went to the wrong place, to Jiangnan District's Luo Xin Street area. Fortunately, I had met a very powerful senior Song from the group there, and he assisted me in looking for J City's Luo Xin Street area. After that, I had completed my mission with his help after finding Ghost Lamp Temple. Senior Song from the group? What's that senior's Dao name? Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked. Song was a common surname and there were several seniors within the group surnamed Song. Ah. Soft Feather Sensei? I've asked his Dao name but he didn't tell me. Afterwards, I actually forgot to ask, but I know senior's name in the modern society is Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang, this name sounds familiar. Northern River's Loose Cultivator tried to recall, but he couldn't remember where he heard the name. In any case, Soft Feather, congrats for successfully completing your mission. After all, he had initially promised to help her, but did not offer much assistance in the end, and so felt guilty about it. Thank you, Senior Northern River, you've helped me a lot too. Soft Feather smiled. I'm boarding the plane now, see you later. Having boarded the plane, Soft Feather switched off her phone and looked outside the window. The seniors within the group were indeed nice people. Especially Senior Song, he was really a super nice person. Despite there being a distance of 1,000 miles between them, a shining bright nice guy card was firmly etched upon Song Shuhang's head. Snowflake Snowflake Snowflake. The next day, June 4th, Tuesday. Jiangnan College Town. Torrid heat. Although there were 14 huge fans frantically turning within the huge classroom, they had only blown hot wind that caused one to be even more muddle-headed. The lecturer speaking was already drenched in sweat, and even his voice had become soft. Shuhang, who was sitting in the class and under the sizzling hot summer daytime, surprisingly felt clear-minded. With the numerous classes he had taken since young, this was the first time he felt so relaxed. He could learn everything by heart after listening to the contents the lecturer had taught within the class once. Not only that, he could even deduce many things within his mind just based on listening to a small portion, swiftly grasping the important points. He even had the surplus energy to divide his attention. On one hand, he was listening to the lesson, while on the other hand, his thoughts were running wild, dwelling on irrelevant matters. There was a female classmate who originally sat 3 spaces away from him but involuntarily moved closer to him, and finally, she wished that she could cling onto Song Shuhang with her well-developed body. This was not due to Song Shuhang's charisma exploding overnight, but the fact that, in the sizzling hot weather, his body was actually emitting cold air. It was as if he was a human air conditioner that made people wish that they could stick to him. Song Shuhang secretly looked at the bead hanging on his neck. This was the spirit sealing ice bead Soft Feather had gifted him yesterday. When this bead was hanging on his body, it automatically repelled all the torrid heat surrounding Song Shuhang while forming another layer of ice-cold protective layer. Furthermore, while he was wearing this bead, his mind felt exceptionally clear and agile, so much that the English words he previously had to repeat 3 to 4 times to memorize before were something he could now remember after seeing and hearing once. This was a godly tool to become a scholar. With this, he could become the school's top student with no difficulty. This sort of item has somewhat exceeded the range which science could explain. Then, the scene of Soft Feather sealing the ghost spirit surfaced in his mind. Does it really exist? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. This magical ice bead made him once again slightly believe in the existence of cultivators. Was there truly a ghost spirit sealed within this ice bead? Was cultivation really not hearsay? Did immortals soaring in the skies really exist? Was it really possible to move mountains and drain seas? One by one, questions surfaced in Shuhang's mind and flooded his brain. If these actually existed, then was everyone within 9 provinces number 1 group Daoist immortals? Never before had he felt such urgency to look at 9 provinces number 1 group like today. He wanted to see if he could get more clues from within their conversations. Why has the class yet to end? Hurry up and end. Song Shuhang thought. Snowflake, 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 ding ring ring, the bell indicating resting period rang. Students within the classroom excitedly cheered and one after another stood up to leave this room that was as if a steamer basket, then walked to the corridor to get some fresh air. Only the female student seated beside Song Shuhang was slightly reluctant to leave. She felt that it was really cool beside Shuhang, and it was even more comfortable than sitting next to an air conditioner. It was a pity that she wasn't Song Shuhang's girlfriend, because she couldn't hang around him after lessons. Should I try to ask Song Shuhang out? She secretly gazed at Shuhang. Although he wasn't the type that liked to be in the limelight within the class, in actual fact, he was still quite manly. I'm really tempted. If I can get to hug such a cooling man to sleep during the scorching summer, he would definitely be the best bolster, wouldn't he? Hello, is Student Song Shuhang here? Just then, a loud and clear voice resounded from the door. This voice was so deafening that it had managed to hold all the students present all at once. Shuhang raised his head and looked over to find a big person wearing suit. On his fiendish face was an awkward yet kind smile. I don't think I know him. He stood up and waved his hands. May I know who are you and why are you looking for me? I am from Fengsho Express Delivery. There are 2 big express deliveries for Student Song Shuhang sent via urgent air shipping at full speed overnight. As this was sent by an extremely important customer, it requires you to personally sign and accept it. This huge man in Western-styled suit laughed and respectfully handed his name card to Song Shuhang. Shuhang took the name card and had a look. Fengsho Express Delivery Corporation Ltd, Sima Jiang. It was a simple name card without information with regards to his position, just purely the company and his name. To think even delivery personnel had their own name cards these days. Shuhang kept this name card while in doubt. What delivery did he have that required air shipping to directly mail it over? While he was thinking, the bashful smiling face of Soft Feather suddenly appeared in his mind. When one first met Soft Feather, what they would remember was probably her long legs. But after one got along with her for some time, what would come to their mind first when they thought of her was definitely her shy smile, which was very cute. At this time, Tubo and 2 other boys stood up and quickly came to Shuanghang, asking, "What's the matter, Shuhang?" It was the three roommates of Shuhang who felt worried and curious when they saw that a big dark-skinned guy came to visit Shuhang. Nothing, he is a courier. I've got 2 express deliveries and I need to sign them. Shuhang smiled and turned back to Sima Jiang. Hello, little Jiang, where are the parcels? Little Jiang. The corners of the mouth of the man in suit twitched. It had been years since anyone dared to call him that. I didn't expect I'd still have a chance to hear a person, a young lad, call me that. However, he still grinned in a friendly manner. They've been put at the door of your dorm. Please check it. Okay, let's go then. I have a 15-minute break between classes, said Song Shuhang. Sima Jiang laughed and said, that's what I've come here for. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake on the second floor of the boys' dorm, at the door of their dorm. 4 men in black suits guarded 2 80 by 80 cartons, each with a serious face. Song Shuhang was surprised. Is Fengshuo Express delivery service always so good? If it was, how could other express delivery companies manage to survive? Our service has always been good. But this time, the customer is a little bit special, so the service is even better, Sima Jiang laughed. Sorry for troubling you, Song Shuhang nodded, came to the 2 large cartons, and checked the delivery note. Sure enough, he saw the name, Soft Feather, in the column of sender. But, the mailing address was blank. The 2 cartons were probably full of the raw materials for refining, simplified body tempering liquid that Soft Feather had promised to give him. Do you need to open it? Sima Jiang asked politely. In fact, he didn't need to open it. Sima Jiang would never dare to open the 2 big cartons by himself. No. If there is any problem, I can contact you directly. Song Shuhang waved the name card held in his hand. Sure. Student Shuhang, if you don't have any problem, please sign here. Sima Jiang seemed pleased to hear that. He pointed to the delivery note with a smile. Okay. Song Shuhang reached out with his hand and signed his name quickly. Okay, goodbye, Student Shuhang. Have a nice day. Sima Jiang waved his hand and turned away with the 4 men in black. Shuhang felt the 5 guys didn't look like couriers. They were cool like hell. Song Shuhang opened the door. Oh, I forgot to ask them to move the 2 cartons in. Are they heavy? He was very impressed with the big suitcase of Soft Feather, so he was worried that the 2 cartons would weigh in tonnage. He picked up the 2 large cartons. Great, not too heavy. He put them onto his bed one after another. Closing the door, Song Shuhang couldn't wait to open them. There were small delicate wooden boxes in the cartons. There were 4 layers in each carton, 4 small wooden boxes per layer. So, there was a total of 32 wooden boxes in the 2 cartons. Carefully opening a small wooden box, he saw over 40 kinds of medicinal herbs neatly placed in it. There were some medicine herbs that Shuhang could recognize, such as ginseng, wolfberry, rising sun stone, maiden's fragrance, and so on. There were also some that Shuhang had never seen but which smelled very good. Shuhang felt like his whole body was bathed in medicinal fragrance by merely sniffing at them. They were probably magical medicinal materials, such as fresh overlord branch and sliced 9-yang scarlet flame bamboo. Staring at the 2 cartons of medicine, Song Shuhang was stunned. Among the 2 cartons of medicinal materials, only ginseng slices would be worth a great fortune, let alone the other ones. And, some medicine herbs in the cartons, such as morning dew mysterious grass, overlord branch, and sliced 9-yang scarlet flame bamboo, were probably 100 times more valuable than ginseng. But it was not their value that made Shuhang stunned. He was just wondering, are these things the ingredients necessary for simplified body tempering liquid? With these medicine herbs, can I refine simplified body tempering liquid with the method introduced by Medicine Master in 9 provinces No. 1 group, by concocting them in a big pot and at an appropriate temperature? What effects will this body-tempering liquid have? Can it really thoroughly remold a person's body like what is described in Xianxia novels? Perhaps I can tell whether cultivation really exists with these medicinal materials and the pill formula of Medicine Master. Once this thought popped up, it was like setting a fire to Shuhang's mind, which made him very eager to have a try. Song Shuhang was not a stubborn person. If the body-tempering liquid really had the legendary magical effect, he would believe in the existence of cultivation. But, what should he do if he had confirmed the existence of cultivation? I have no classes this afternoon. There are 45 kinds of medicinal herbs. Each will take 5 minutes or so it will take me 3 to 4 hours in total. Maybe I can give it a try this afternoon. Song Shuhang never hesitated to carry out his plans. As long as he had been determined, he would get down to it. If I want to refine the pill liquid, first I should have a pill furnace. However, there certainly wasn't any pill furnace for sale on the market. Maybe he could get one from Taobao, but it definitely would only be a toy. It was impossible for him to get a real pill furnace if he was going to refine the liquid this afternoon, so he had to find something to replace it. Song Shuhang came to the small kitchen and started to search. Soon, he saw something that could be used to concoct medicine, a hot pot. However, he immediately denied his crazy idea. No, this thing is just too different from a pill furnace. He hadn't seen any pill furnace, and neither did he know whether it was similar to those shown in movies. But, anyway, it should be a furnace, and a hot pot was just too different from it. Putting down the hot pot, Shuhang started to search in the small kitchen once again. After a long time, he got nothing to show for his efforts. Electric rice cooker, hot kettle, pan, pressure cooker, none of them could replace a pill furnace. Pressure cooker looked more solid, but it cooked with a high pressure, so it couldn't be opened halfway. However, when refining body-tempering liquid, one had to add the medicine materials every 5 minutes. It means that, among the tools available, the final and only choice should be. Song Shuhang stared at the hot pot reluctantly. Well, it's only for concocting. Maybe I can try. He thought, anyway, there are 32 portions of medicine herbs. Even if I fail once, it's acceptable. It's just too wasteful. After all, these medicine herbs seem to be worth a lot of money. Alright, let me have a try once. I would never succeed if I don't have a try. Even if I fail, I can gain experience from it. Song Shuhang had made up his mind. Then I'll have a try this afternoon. Hopefully, the roommates wouldn't care when he was fiddling about in the kitchen. Or, maybe he should go out and find another place to try it secretly. However, now he had to go back to finish his last class this morning. Shuhang opened his own cupboard and placed the boxes containing medicine herbs into it one by one. The cupboard size was just right. He could put all the medicine herbs into it after taking out all the stuff inside. That's great, otherwise, I don't know where I would hide these things, Song Shuhang thought. After peacefully attending the last lesson of the day, Song Shuhang stored his textbook, then stood up and put his hand on his lower back as he stretched his back. At his side, the female student who had great curves once again parted reluctantly from him. At the same time, the thought of confessing to Shuhang rose once again. At the very least, for the length of this summer, she wanted to be Song Shuhang's girlfriend to enjoy his human air conditioner-like body. Shuhang felt chills from this girl's reluctant gaze. It was very awkward. Then, with impeccable timing, Tubo and 2 more of Shuhang's roommates walked over. Motherfucker, it's so hot that I nearly shed another layer of skin. Tubo used the textbook as a fan to keep himself cool. Beads of sweat continuously slid down his forehead. Oh yeah, Shuhang, do you want to hang out this afternoon? You still have the mood to go out and play in this sweltering heat? Shuhang joked. The sun was unforgiving today, and it definitely wasn't the kind of weather that was suitable for one to go out to have fun. Hee, this fella Youngda recently developed a computer program and sold it for a decent sum of money. So he wanted to rent a 3-room flat close to the school so that no one could disturb him. We're trying to help him a good place, and if we do find it, it could possibly become our second base of operations, and at the same time, we could freeload off of him tonight. Tubo laughed. Shuhang raised his thumb up towards his dark and skinny roommate. Youngda, you really have good prospects. You're both good at tinkering with things, but you're much stronger than Tubo. You're able to earn money, while Tubo only knows how to spend money. Tubo, Youngda laughed, exposing his 2 white rows of teeth. Despite his young age, he already had the stoic temperament of a programmer, and wasn't very good at talking. This was due to the fact that programmers often used keyboards to communicate more frequently than they used their mouths to speak. I'm busy this afternoon because I got to deal with the 2 boxes that I received today. Call me when you find a flat, and I'll come over immediately. Song Shuhang replied quickly. It was perfect that his roommates were planning to go out. This would allow him to try concocting in peace. You brat, you don't want to contribute yet you want freeload huh? Tubo coldly accused him. I'm telling you, there's no way for that to happen. However, there's a window. Introduce your beautiful sister to us. Get lost. Song Shuhang said. There's no way for that to happen. However, there's room for negotiation. Treat me to supper tonight then. Song Shuhang didn't have much, but he did have a few beautiful sisters. As for the woman named Soft Feather that Tubo was thinking of, unfortunately, she wasn't his sister. Tubo's eyes immediately glittered as he showed an expression of making a profitable trade deal. Do we actually know Shuhang's beautiful sister? Youngda felt suspicious about this. There was a sister who we met called Zhao Yaya when she sent Shuhang to Jiangnan University. Could it be that Tubo wants to pursue Shuhang's older female cousin? The difficulty seemed to be pretty high as elder sister Zhao's ball-busting kick looked like one that would leave him infertile. He thought of that day, the day when elder sister Zhao had sent Shuhang to school and encountered a few delinquent youths who didn't know better. Besides Tubo, Youngda and company all witnessed how strong elder sister Zhao was. Her 2 long legs casually kicked, each hit struck the family jewels. Elder sister Zhao had definitely had that practiced. Moreover, the skill ball-busting kick was surely put to use often. The few delinquents quickly fell to the ground, crying out loud while covering their balls. As witnesses, they felt as if their balls would hurt just from spectating the scene. After lunch, the 3 roommates left the dorm to go out, leaving Song Shuhang alone. Who? He took a deep breath and the pearl hanging around his neck calmed him down. This was a good situation to begin his project. Opening one of the small cases containing the herbs, Song Shuhang referred to the recipe of the tempering body pill that was created by the medicine master. Inside the case there were 4 layers, each layer containing over 10 kinds of herbs. Ginseng, goji berry, actinolite, lady's fragrance. Shuhang managed to identify over 30 herbs that could be found on the internet. Morning dew mysterious grass, and following that is the fresh overlord branch, the Ninyang scarlet flame bamboo and other items couldn't be found on the internet. Even if he did find something, it was either an equipment or a material in a game. One of the good traits about Soft Feather was her attentiveness to detail. Shuhang realized that the small cases already had everything arranged neatly in a sequence following the recipe. Herbs in the recipe from start to end were placed in the order of left to right. Even the dosage for each herb had been meticulously measured. An attentive and gentle lady is definitely the best. Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. With this, I don't need to consult the 9 province, 1, group. The herbs for refining the body tempering pill required one to follow the recipe and periodically insert the herbs in a specific sequence into the cauldron. If the order is messed up, it would fail immediately. If Soft Feather had not arranged the herbs and left it all a mess, Song Shuhang would have a headache. Follow the proportion of the recipe and put them one by one into the pill furnace, boil it for approximately 5 minutes, insert the next herb, then boil for approximately 5 minutes, insert next herb and repeat. Pay attention to the fire's temperature. By using this process, the medicinal liquid would turn into a paste. A successfully completed body tempering liquid should be black in color, transparent, and with a strong smell. These were Medicine Master's original words. Reading the instructions, this seemed really simple, and sounded like if one was really careful, anybody could do this. That was true. The body tempering liquid was merely the lowest of lowest grade pills, it couldn't even be considered as pill medicine or dregs of a concoction. Refined pills did not require the consumption of true qi, spiritual qi. It also did not need special earth flames, heavenly flames, or pill flames. Even an ordinary person would be able to refine this pill if they paid close attention. However, it wouldn't be that easy to succeed at concocting. There was heat control, and the words approximately 5 minutes, which meant that the time may not necessarily be fixed 5 minutes. It was partially dependent on the refiner's experience and adjustment according to the type of herb. Furthermore, the body tempering liquid required 45 types of herbs, which meant that it would take almost 4 hours, required a lot of concentration, and one couldn't even relax for a moment. If an ordinary person wanted to refine this body tempering liquid, they would require an incredible amount of willpower and experience. Song Shuhang opened the hot pot and inserted the slices of ginseng. Come to think of it, the pill recipe didn't mention whether water needed to be added. Song Shuhang scratched his head. I have to add it, right? If I don't add it, within 5 minutes, there will be no need to mention the ginseng slices, even the bottom of the pot would be scorched, right? But how much water do I need to add? Should I enter the chat group to ask? Song Shuhang whipped out his phone, but put it down after calmly thinking it through. This was his first time refining the body tempering pill, so he was bound to have many problems in the process. But he couldn't possibly go and ask the chat group every time he encountered a problem, right? The cultivators in the chat group weren't online all the time. If he went to the chat group to ask for help every time he encountered a problem, and ended up taking over 5 minutes for an issue, the concoction would end up in a failure. Looking at it this way, even the 32 sets of herbs he had wouldn't be enough for him to waste. So he decided to embrace the mentality of definite failure and follow the medicine master's recipe once. If there were any issues in the concoction process, he would make a list of them all, and ask them in the chat group in one go. Let's add a ladle of water then. He scooped a ladle of water and added it into the cauldron, and turned on the induction cooker. Using the induction cooker was also because he had no other choice. Because the school's dormitory didn't have a fire alarm installed, to prevent the risk of fire, all sources of fire were prohibited. Having an induction cooker could already be considered pretty good. Besides, it just needed to be boiled. Boiling using fire and boiling using electricity shouldn't make a difference, right? Then, he pressed the function for stewing soup. The induction cooker provided by the dormitory had 4 preset functions. There was fry, roast, stew, and sauté. There was also the function to manually adjust the heat. If cultivating really existed, then I would definitely be the first person to use an induction cooker to refine pills. Song Shuhang thought as he mocked himself. It would take about 4 hours to concoct a portion of medicinal herbs. The induction cooker wouldn't be broken, right? Shuhang was a little worried. Through the cover of the hot pot made of reinforced glass, he could see that ginseng slices were tumbling up and down in the hot water. He got a little excited. So he was refining a pill? Yes, he was. But how come it didn't feel much different from cooking noodles? Was it because he was not fit for this? Opening the stopwatch function of his cell phone, Song Shuhang was staring at the ginseng slices in the hot pot, keeping an eye on the time of the stopwatch. 5 minutes later. He immediately opened the cover of the pot, and put in the second medicine herb, Chinese wolfberries. The two herbs rolled in the boiling water and quietly rendered the water light yellow. Temperature, time, both of them required experience. However, Song Shuhang simply got no experience with these things. Thus, all he could do was to keep a close watch on time, open the cover, and add a medicine herb every 5 minutes. As for temperature, just let the induction cooker do its job. It still feels like cooking noodles. What if I only get a bowl of ordinary traditional Chinese medicine soup in 3 hours? Would this simplified formula of body-tempering liquid completely shatter his worldview that was built over the past 18 years? Or would it crush his dreams of cultivation that he just produced these days? As heat was accumulated in the hot pot, the temperature rose in the kitchen. At this time, a chill came from the ice bead that Shuhang wore around his neck, letting him feel cool and refreshed. What was more, the ice bead could also keep him clear-minded. Unknowingly, he entered a trance. He gently squeezed the ice bead on his chest. This magical ice bead made him a little more confident in refining the body-tempering liquid. Don't let me down, please, even if the pill refining fails, at least let me confirm the existence of cultivation. Song Shuhang pinched the third ingredient, unable to remain calm. Song Shuhang couldn't find any information about it, not even from the internet. It was called morning dew mysterious grass. In terms of shape, it was a green bar-shaped plant, not quite different from any ordinary grass. However, after taking a close look, one could find some drops of water on the grass, just like morning dew on the blades of grass. The digits on the stopwatch changed rapidly. 5 minutes had quickly passed. Song Shuhang lifted the pot's cover, dropped the morning dew mysterious grass in his hand into the pot, and quickly put the pot cover back in place. He got a bit excited. After all, it was a special herb, and maybe it could bring some special changes to the medicinal herbs in the pot. Like the first two herbs, morning dew mysterious grass was tumbling in the boiling water. Song Shuhang's eyes were still fixed on morning dew mysterious grass. The chill from the ice bead on his chest made him concentrated as never before. Gradually, the three herbs seemed to be magnified in his eyes. In this moment, there were only these medicinal herbs in Song Shuhang's world, without anything else. Maybe it was because he was extremely concentrated, or because the ice bead on his chest worked, but Song Shuhang was gradually able to detect every subtle change to the three medicinal herbs in the boiling water. Every time they tumbled, some light yellow contents were released from them, and blended into the medicine soup. Ginseng slices slightly swelled after releasing their essence into the boiled water. It was a wonderful feeling. Temperature seems not to be high enough. The thought suddenly occurred to Song Shuhang. He felt that the herbs in the pot needed more heat, especially morning dew mysterious grass, which needed a higher temperature to stimulate it. Thus, he pressed on the temperature control of the induction cooker, and turned up the temperature without any hesitation. Babble. The water in the pot was boiling so much that even the cover was pushed up by the steam. Bug-eyed with shock, Song Shuhang couldn't believe it. After turning up the temperature, morning dew mysterious grass had really changed. Morning dew mysterious grass that was floating on the surface suddenly dissolved. Song Shuhang didn't know how much time and what temperature were needed to make an ordinary grass dissolve in water, but it was impossible to melt morning dew mysterious grass like this in just less than 5 minutes even if he had turned the induction cooker to the maximum temperature. This was a special property of morning dew mysterious grass. As the grass dissolved, a layer of green medicinal liquid appeared on the surface of the soup. The green medicinal liquid wrapped ginseng slices and wolfberry fruit in the pot as if it had its own consciousness. The two herbs also began to dissolve after being wrapped, and gradually blended into the green medicinal liquid. Song Shuhang felt his heart freeze for a while. What a magical change! At the same time, he had a vague idea. Perhaps one shouldn't add water in the beginning. Instead, ginseng slices and Chinese wolfberries should be heated in a special way. Then, the medicinal liquid could be produced as long as morning dew mysterious grass was added. He didn't know whether he had failed or not. Fortunately, he had been ready for failure from the start. This time, his main tasks were to familiarize himself with the refining process and record the problems he encountered during that process. Another 5 minutes had passed. This time, Song Shuhang calmly took out the fourth medicinal herb and put it into the pot. The fourth ingredient was also wrapped by the green liquid, and blended into the medicinal liquid bit by bit. If heated with this temperature, it would take 5 minutes or so for the fourth medicine herb to completely blend into the medicinal liquid. Maybe that's why Medicine Master said about 5 minutes. After all, medicine herbs would differ in size, shape, and age, and different temperature or qualities of the different pill furnaces would also cause time to differ. More enlightened, Song Shuhang's eyes were still fixed on the medicinal herbs in the pot. He felt he understood the pill formula of Medicine Master better. On one hand, thanks to the ice bead he wore around his neck, he made this progress. This ice bead kept Song Shuhang at peace, concentrated and clear-minded. On the other hand, it seemed that Song Shuhang had a flair for pill refining. It was an innate talent, and if he wanted to be an alchemist in the future, this talent would make him yield twice the results with half the effort. As he understood the pill formula better and better, Song Shuhang began to give up on the 5 minutes limit. He began to decide when to add the next ingredient according to the blending degree of the pill liquid in the pot. Sometimes, he would add the next medicine herb after about 4.5 minutes. Sometimes, he would do it after more than 5 minutes. Somehow, 46 minutes had passed. Shuhang had tried controlling the temperature since he added the 10th medicine herb. According to the blending degree of the medicinal liquid, his fingers moved on the temperature control of the induction cooker to turn the temperature up or down. No longer sticking to time, he was getting busy. After the 16th medicinal herb was blended in, the blending capacity of morning dew mysterious grass in the pot seemed to reach its limit. Just then, according to the instructions of the pill formula, Song Shuhang added another special medicine herb, 3 lives fruit core. Sure enough, just like morning dew mysterious grass, 3 lives fruit core was also used for blending the medicine herbs. Since he added the first bowl of water, Shuhang hadn't added any more water. The medicinal liquid in the pot did not dry up despite having been concocted for over 1.5 hours, and it even increased slightly. After adding the new medicine herb, Shuhang focused on the blending degree of the medicinal liquid, and waited. Then, he kept adding medicine herbs. Extremely boring, the process allowed no carelessness. This was the job of a pharmacist, an alchemist. It was a job requiring perfection. Even among cultivators, only those who could endure the loneliness well were suitable for this job. And these would be 1 in a million. 3.5 hours later. Song Shuhang's eyes remained bright and clear, but his body was racked with exhaustion. The 41st medicinal ingredient. Finally, it's almost over. Song Shuhang mumbled to himself. He had never thought that he could endure till this step during his inaugural pill refining process. But at this point, he had more or less reached his limit. After this ingredient, there were only the slices of fresh Overlord branch, Ninyang scarlet bamboo, ocean trench frost crystal and core of the snow demon left. Once these 4 ingredients had been added, the process would be over. He removed the lid of the pot and quickly tossed the 41st ingredient into the pot. Before Song Shuhang could even replace the cover, something strange had already erupted from within the pot. The ash-colored liquid that comprised of the first 40 ingredients abruptly flared up with a burning stench upon contact with the 41st ingredient. What had initially been half a pot of water rapidly evaporated to 1/5 of its original volume in the blink of an eye. Did it fail? Song Shuhang wondered miserably. He suspected that since he had added water at the start, he had been doomed to fail from the very beginning. However, he had already persisted till the 41st medicinal ingredient without a hitch. His heart could not help but contain a thread of hope and anticipation. Was this the gambler's fallacy that was the characteristic of humanity? But now, had he finally attained utter failure? No, this can't be. It's not over. As Song Shuhang watched the charcoal-colored liquid evaporate, he noticed how the gray medicinal liquid continued to tenaciously dissolve the 41st medicinal ingredient. He knew that at this point in time he had to do something, or else this attempt would end up as a failure. As a matter of fact, adding the 41st ingredient was truly the most difficult step of concocting the simplified body tempering liquid. After this step, it was already in the concluding steps of the process to refine the simplified body tempering liquid. The 4 ingredients after this one would no longer add to the medical characteristics of the liquid. The first 2 ingredients, slices of the fresh overlord branch and the 9 yang scarlet bamboo, symbolized yang and firmness. The other 2 ingredients, the ocean trench frost crystal and the seed of the snow demon, symbolized yin and softness. These 4 ingredients were used to purify the simplified body tempering liquid. The purification process was the most important step in creating the body tempering liquid. If it was not purified, the body tempering liquid in the pot would just be an expensive all-nourishing herbal soup. When consumed, a person would feel fantastic, but the body tempering effect would be greatly diminished. This all-nourishing herbal soup would transform into body tempering liquid with the addition of the purification process, a transformation from an ordinary medicine into a mystical liquid. And the 41st medicinal ingredient acted as the catalyst for the purification. This step was truly the one where most people were likely to fail at. Soft Feather herself had suffered defeat here dozens of times. But how exactly was he supposed to reverse the imminent failure? If Medicine Master was at this scene, he would be able to turn the tides on this furnace by relying on his exceptional refining experience and technique. Wait a moment, this was a pot of body tempering liquid. But Shuhang did not possess any experience, much less any techniques like Medicine Master. It's evaporating too quickly. I have to slow this part down a little first. Add water. Song Shuhang, as the last resort in this desperate situation, had added another ladle of water into the pot. Although he didn't know if this would have any effect, it could at least slow down the rate of evaporation. All that's left are these 4 ingredients. Song Shuhang's thoughts were racing. Time-wise, there was no longer enough time for him to attempt another refinement. In an hour or 2, his roommates would probably be back. To be honest, if they saw the mess he had made in their little kitchen from his pill refining, Song Shuhang could not guarantee that his compassionate roommates wouldn't tie him up and send him to the asylum. Judging from the fact that they were so compassionate to the extent that others would distribute each at least 10 good friend cards to each of them, the possibility of that happening was very high. I'll insert all the remaining ingredients in together just to experiment. It's most likely a failure anyway. I'll just treat this as an experience. Song Shuhang decided. Within the group, North River's loose practitioner and Soft Feather had both failed numerous times. Wouldn't it be more ridiculous if a complete amateur like him was able to succeed on their first time? Open the pot. Fresh overlord branch, slices of 9 yang scarlet bamboo, ocean trench frost crystal, and the seed of the snow demon. Song Shuhang simultaneously added these 4 ingredients into the pot. Close the lid. After that, Song Shuhang witnessed the true, heavenly ice and fire hot pot. When the 2 medical ingredients, slices of fresh overlord branch and the 9 yang scarlet bamboo, were dissolved into the liquid and heated, they would turn bright red as if they were burning. This portion of medicinal liquid would boil violently and evaporate quicker. The steam violently gushed out of the vent holes of the pot lid like a fountain. On the other hand, the ocean trench frost crystal and the seed of the snow demon cracked upon contact with heat. From within the cracked shell, an icy blue liquid that seemed to have a very low temperature was secreted. Upon fusing with the other half of the liquid, the boiling liquid began to cool down quietly. The temperature of the cooled down half spiraled downwards while the boiling half evaporated rapidly. The two halves of the medicinal liquid seemed to be separating from each other. I can't allow them to separate. Song Shuhang thought of an idea and immediately turned up the heat on the induction cooker. He was trying to make the cool part of the liquid boil again. As the heat increased, the liquid started to evaporate faster and faster. In less than a minute, only a third of the medical liquid that had filled half the pot remained. It's at most 10 more breaths before it completely evaporates. I completely failed. Song Shuhang laughed. After all, he had already made mental preparations for this outcome, so he wasn't too hung up about failing. He extended his hand to switch off the induction cooker. If he continued to let it heat up, the pot would be burned. However, in the midst of extending his arm, he paused. He saw that the liquid had started to merge together even though it evaporated at a faster rate. By this curious coincidence, Song Shuhang no longer chose to switch off the fire. Instead, he made up his mind and turned the heat on to the maximum. It's all or nothing. He might as well go all in and fuse all of the medicinal ingredients in a single breath, thereby forcing the purification of all of the 45 ingredients' medicinal properties. This way, perhaps he might still be able to cut his losses before the liquid completely evaporates. The induction cooker that had been switched on to its maximum power let out a weird noise. Both fire and ice intersected in the small pot, blossoming into beautiful patterns. The two medicinal liquids toiled and swirled, shaking the pot. In the end, Song Shuhang could no longer find any changes inside the pot. After the liquid evaporated, a thick layer of impurities had stuck itself onto the reinforced glass lid of the pot. Drip, drip, this was the sound of the medicinal ingredients rolling in the pot. The sound of each roll lasted exactly 1 second. Song Shuhang once again grabbed his phone, and stared at the time. Since he could not see what happening in the pot, he could only rely on the timing again. He planned to switch off the pot in 5 minutes. 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Boom! At this moment, a huge amount of pressure welled up inside the pot and caused the lid of the pot to fly off. A pungent smell invaded his nose as black smoke immediately puffed out to envelop the small kitchen. The smell was too strong, it was as if the world's most unpleasant smells had joined together. Even an accidental sniff would make one have the urge to vomit. Blurg. Song Shuhang pinched his nose, and frantically turned off the induction cooker. So smelly. Even though he had pinched his nose and breathed carefully, this disgusting stench still managed to make its way into Shuhang's nose, like it was impossible to get rid of. He ran to open the windows. If he still didn't air out the room, his roommates would have to collect a corpse when they return, and the cause of death was definitely due to the putrid smell. Once the window was opened, the black smoke began to dissipate out of the room. This also allowed the stinky smell in the kitchen to waft out as well. This smell, I literally have no words to describe it. What's more, its aftertaste is endless. Song Shuhang exclaimed. He probably wouldn't be able to forget this smell for at least 2 or 3 days. Could he even swallow food after this? After this thing has been refined wrongly, the killer smell is truly terrifying. Just the smell alone can be used as a bioweapon. If I can have this smell contained, then when someone offends me, I can release this stench into his house. I guarantee that it will leave a strong memory. Song Shuhang mocked to himself. On the floor, the pot of the lid was still spinning. It was fortunate that this thing was made of reinforced glass and had not been sacrificed. Otherwise, he would be forced to spend his own money to reimburse the school. After he picked up the lid, Song Shuhang suddenly felt a burst of dizziness. Streams of fatigue rushed towards him like toppling mountains and shifting seas. This was the accumulated stress and exhaustion over the past 4 hours. He hurriedly gripped the table for support before slowly sitting down. After resting for a brief moment, he pinched his nose and gazed towards the bottom of the pot. He wanted to see just what the final result of his failure looked like for it to emit such a foul smell. In the pot, only a thin layer of medicinal liquid remained from the initial half-full pot. It was black and transparent, coupled with an overwhelming nose-stinging smell. It's black and murky, kind of like a transparent sesame paste. It's way too smelly. Song Shuhang scoffed. How can this be? He suddenly seemed to think of something and hastily retrieved the notebook where he recorded Medicine Master's recipe. Liquid turned into paste, black in color, transparent, strong smell. These were the characteristics that the Medicine Master had used to describe the completed simplified body tempering liquid. It seems very similar to this thing that he had just refined. But I just followed my own intuition instead of the instructions in the pill formula for the last few steps. So, did I succeed or fail? Song Shuhang pinched his chin and stared at the medicinal liquid for quite a while. Or should I just taste it? After all, he spent more than 3.5 hours on it. He hesitated for a moment and then made up his mind. The fear of tasting an unknown medicinal liquid was defeated by the anticipation of confirming the existence of cultivation. At the worst, he would be sent to a hospital and have his stomach pumped. Of course, Song Shuhang was not a reckless person. He first pulled out his cell phone and made the screen show the phone number of one of his roommates, Tubo. If there was anything wrong, he could call Tubo by simply moving his finger. At first, he planned to make the screen show the number 120, but he was afraid that he might lose the strength to speak. If he couldn't speak a word even if he managed to make the call, the telephone operator of 120 might take it as someone messing around. In that case, he would end up with a tragedy. So, he'd rather call his roommate. When something went wrong, even with a few screams of his, they would be able to tell something bad happened to him. Let me have a try. If I only take one sip, then I probably won't die, right? Shuhang thought. Finally, he scooped a spoonful, then blew on it to cool it down. Gosh, with 45 kinds of herbs, there are only about 5 spoons of medicinal paste left. The 5 spoons of medicinal paste are probably valued at $1 million. It's just sesame paste, trying to hypnotize himself, he closed his eyes, held his breath, and swallowed it. To his surprise, though the paste stunk, it tasted good and had a medicinal fragrance beyond expression. But then came 2 sensations from his throat, painful and spicy. It felt very spicy. Strangely, while the medicinal paste was not hot when being put into his mouth, it immediately emitted heat ceaselessly as if it just exploded in his throat and was going to blast his throat open. I'm doomed. I'm gonna have my stomach pumped. Shuhang grabbed his throat with one hand and pressed the screen of his phone with the other. He tried to call Tubo. However, before he could even move his fingers, the sense of explosion in his throat suddenly disappeared. To be exact, the exploded medicinal liquid turned into a warm blob of heat, slipping from his throat to his stomach. He only felt something warm in his belly. He felt so comfortable that he almost wanted to. However, as a man, it would be sick if he really, so he tried to hold it back. But it was not the end yet. Centered on Shuhang's belly, the heat flowed through all the vessels and channels of his body. He felt warm and comfortable in the belly in the beginning, but then, he felt extremely comfortable in every corner of his body. Finally, Shuhang couldn't resist it. He opened his mouth and wanted to. It felt so good. He just couldn't hold it back. However, when he opened his mouth, he felt as if he was gagged. He could not make a sound, not even a little bit. Just, at that moment, he felt he had to get it out. So, he was holding his breath and opening his mouth wide, trying to get the sound out of his belly and then his throat. He was holding it for quite a while. Fart, it echoed very loudly, but pitifully, it didn't come from his mouth. Instead, it came from his A*SS. He farted after holding his breath for such a long time. Fortunately, if one could release air from below, then he would be able to release air from above. Shuhang opened his mouth and burped. It was as if the burp released all the heat in his body. After all, after growing to adulthood, with the accumulation of various kinds of acquired toxins in the body, people often felt like there was a fire in their hearts, and sometimes they felt their throats hot and dry when breathing. But, at this moment, after Shuhang burped, he felt as if his internal organs had been cleansed. He felt cool and refreshed. It was just so comfortable. With every breath, he felt like he was walking in a forest on a morning. The cool breeze entered his mouth and nose, and all the way into his heart. With this burp, the medicinal liquid in his body began to take effect as if it had exploded. It impacted every part of his body and a ceaseless stream of power was coming up. The medicinal effect in the body was still erupting. Shuhang felt itchy all over his body, and the fatigue from refining pill for 3.5 hours had been long gone. This body-tempering liquid is real. Song Shuhang was sure that the black liquid he just swallowed was really the body-tempering liquid. The strength in his body was still full, and the heat was still exploding. His body was full of it, and it wouldn't cease accumulating even if his body had been overflowed with it. Shuhang felt he was almost about to explode. At this time, Song Shuhang's mind was suddenly filled with wild imaginations. He remembered that in Xianxia novels, heroes who took a magical medicine would have some technique or fist technique to practice, so as to assimilate the medicine's effect. However, he didn't know any fist technique. While one of his primary school teachers had taught him and his classmates shadowboxing to kill time, the only thing Shuhang vaguely remembered was the formula: cut a big watermelon in half, one half for you, and the other half for him one. Aside from that, he was skeptical about the version of that teacher who was his sports and math teacher back then. Maybe it was quoted from some outdated textbook of XX Press. I have to volatilize the medicinal effect, otherwise, what if I just explode like what is described in Xianxia novels? Song Shuhang felt he had to move. Perhaps I should go out for a run? Looking at the scorching sun outside, Shuhang felt that maybe it was not a good idea. Still, the constantly erupting flow of power and energy in his body made him feel that he had to do something. Gritting his teeth, he ran towards the school sports field. Running and running, Shuhang was moving faster and faster. The more he ran, the more comfortable he felt. He almost got the feeling that he was floating in the air. He almost sprinted to the sports field. The weather was so hot that even the most energetic students chose to play basketball or something else, and no one would ever run a few laps under the hot sun. There was only Shuhang on the broad track. He let go of everything, and was running down the track like a mad horse. Speed up. And then, speed up even more. In the end, he felt that his feet had been moving too fast to control. Every time the runway turned, he felt as if he was drifting. With no effort at all, he had run a full 3 laps at a sprinting speed. And that was 1,500 in meters. But, he didn't feel tired at all. Instead, as the heat on his belly was being emitted, he felt his body was getting lighter and lighter. The more he ran, the more relaxed he felt. With such a strenuous exercise, even the ice bead on his chest couldn't keep Shuhang's body temperature normal. Sweat poured from every pore of his body and soon wet Shuhang's clothes. But, he felt so comfortable. With each drop of sweat shed, he felt his body get lighter. With each breath that came out of his mouth, he felt cooler inside. Body-tempering liquid was not something with which you could temper your body by just lying down and sleeping. Each cultivator would prepare some technique or fist technique to help assimilate the liquid to its maximum effect. Song Shuhang did not have any technique or fist technique of that kind. At this time, all he could do was running wildly. One lap after another, Song Shuhang seemed tireless. At first, he counted how many laps he had run, but in the end, there was no meaning in counting anymore, for he felt he could afford to run around the earth as long as the exploded medicinal effect still remained in his body, just like his current state. So, he was just sprinting one lap after another. He would not stop until his body was no longer overflowing with the medicinal effect. Without counting, he himself didn't know how many laps he had run. 30 laps? 40 laps? Maybe even more. Song Shuhang finally stopped. Even running at a sprinting speed for such a long time, he breathed smoothly and seemed not tired at all. Fortunately, the continuously erupting medicinal effect in his body was finally mitigated. The remaining medicinal effect gathered in Shuhang's belly and started to strengthen his body in a milder way. Looking at his sweat-soaked clothes, Shuhang just took off his sticky shirt and held it in his hand. At that moment, at Block B6 of the women's dormitories. The position of this block was able to see the school's track perfectly. Wahahaha, come look, there's a fool running on the track out in this weather. A girl with shoulder-length hair laughed out loud. Is this a new trick of acting cool by a pretentious bastard to attract innocent girls? A girl who had a well-developed body was lying on the bed, using a fan to blow away the heat on her body. She truly felt too warm, and couldn't help but think of a certain person. The girl with shoulder-length hair laughed and said, if it's really someone trying to act cool, then he is really a failure. There are no girls in this world who would find a silly guy like that handsome. By the way, you should come take a look, Lu Fei, this guy seems pretty familiar. Is he from our class? Let me see. The girl with the great body crawled to the window and looked towards the track. Soon after, she watched the man come to a stop, take off his shirt and hold it in his hands. He had a muscular back and slim waist, and all muscles seemed well developed. He looked very strong. Shoulder-length hair giggled, yo, if he didn't take off his shirt I really wouldn't be able to tell, this guy's figure is fantastic. Solely based on that muscular body, it should be able to attract many innocent girls. He's from our class. The lady with a well-developed body widened her eyes, she had just been thinking of him a while ago. What a great figure, full of manliness. Along with that cool feeling from his body, I should strike before other girls know about his merits, right? Song Shuhang looked at his shirt, and realized that there wasn't just sweat on it, there were also black impurities which were discharged together with his sweat, impurities that would lead to strengthening his body when driven out. Song Shuhang lowered his head to check his body. As expected, there were also some black droplets of grain-sized impurities. Body tempering, oh body tempering. It wasn't just about increasing the body's strength, it was more importantly about refining one's body, and removing the impurities. Next, he moved his hand to rub his abdomen. Unexpectedly, it was the abdominal muscles he hadn't seen for a long time. It had already been a year and a half since he last met them. Ever since he put his life into revising for university, he lacked training, so his abs faded away, and a little flab replaced it. But now, just from running a few laps his abdominal muscles once again made their appearance. Other than this, he had recovered from many little problems on his body, like it was brand new. For example, the faint pain from his right shoulder caused by frequently using the computer, the problem with his neck from sitting too much. These problems had been completely eliminated. Also, Shuhang felt that his vision became totally clear. He originally had a little short-sightedness, which was also because he was overly fatigued during his college exam. However, his short-sightedness was now cured without any operations. He even felt that his vision had become strengthened by a large degree. As long as he concentrated, he was actually able to see that on the fence 10 meters away from the track, there was dead houseflies. Legs. Calm down, calm down. I should test other aspects. The body's toughness and endurance obviously increased, now for strength. Song Shuhang tried very hard to calm down. But fact was he couldn't calm down at all. His current state was similar to that of a drunkard. His brain desperately tried to keep calm, but his body honestly divulged how excessively excited he was. He clenched his fist, and could feel the abundance of strength that had nowhere to be vented on. An impulse to shred tigers and panthers welled up in his heart. His gaze turned towards the shot put practice field. There were two types of shot put balls. Shot put balls for school use, men's are 5 kilograms, ladies are 4 kilograms. Song Shuhang stepped forward, picked up the bigger one and weighed it in his hand, trying to test his current arm strength. But when he weighed the shot put ball, he was stunned. Is this certainly a shot put ball and not a basketball or soccer ball or something? His increase in strength was evident. At that moment, he truly had the urge to throw this shot put ball to see how far he can throw it to, but he forcibly endured his urge. Who knows how far I will end up throwing it to? It'll be bad if I end up causing trouble. Merely because of a spoon of medicinal paste, without even considering that it's an inferior good or a possible failure. For it to be able to strengthen the body this much, if one took the complete version of the body-tempering liquid, will they become a strong man able to race a horse with their hands, and pull an airplane with their teeth? Song Shuhang grabbed his shirt, and returned to the dormitory restlessly. He opened the room door, entered the kitchen, and looked towards the medicinal paste in the hot pot. Body-tempering liquid, a medicine as described, a real body-tempering liquid. On this day, the man named Song Shuhang was convinced. Completely convinced. Ever since he entered 9 provinces, 1 group, there was heavenly tribulation, spirit ghosts, ice pearls, soft feathers, strange strength and the mystical medicinal ingredients he sent, all of these smashed at Song Shuhang's worldview. While the simplified version body-tempering liquid gave Song Shuhang's worldview the fatal blow. June 4, 2019. On this day, the worldview that Song Shuhang expended 18 years to build was smashed into pieces with a bang. There weren't even any remainders of it left. A person's view of the world is not something easy to build, but for it to break into pieces, it's this easy. Whatever, something like worldview, if it's broken then so be it. Only after it's broken can one see more of this world's truth. Song Shuhang murmured. At that moment, his open-mindedness showed its use. He first packed up the remaining body-tempering liquid from the pot, without leaving a single drop behind. He temporarily didn't dare to drink more of this stuff. Then, he went to take a shower. When taking the shower, he realized from his image in the mirror that he was a lot fairer. His skin was fair and a little rosy, emitting a healthy luster. His skin was even more moist and soft than young ladies. Damn, in a while my roommates are coming back. If they see how much I've changed in a single afternoon, how am I going to explain it? Could it be that I have to say I applied a new type of skin whitening cream? Alright, these things all weren't important. What's important is, the people in 9 provinces, 1 group, they're all real cultivators. Aawa. Sure enough, I simply can't stay calm. How could he stay calm? Whoever that gets into a situation like this wouldn't be able to handle it much better than him. A chat group that he believed was the gathering of people deeply afflicted by Xianxia Chinibu, suddenly changed its form. Every single member became real cultivators, and suddenly appeared so formidable and superior. This was way more exciting than winning a lottery with 5 million. When compared with cultivating, 5 million was indeed no big deal. Just the 2 boxes of medicinal ingredients that Soft Feather sent him alone surpassed that amount by far. What should I do next? He learnt that cultivation truly exists in this world, learnt that mystical herbs truly exist on this earth, learnt that miracle medicines and wonder pills exists, and learnt of the existence of the 9 provinces, 1 group. Song Shuhang asked himself what he should do now. He moved to his computer, and logged into his chat account. Taking a deep breath, his finger swiped towards the 9 provinces, 1 group in the chat software. Someone who is unaware has no fear, but once the things learnt pile up, fear could arise. His finger stopped on the 9 provinces, 1 group's icon. The meaning of logging in this time was completely different from the past. This time, the door to break free from the world of mortals was at his fingertip, on this computer's screen. He had two choices. Should he spend his life as an ordinary human being? Or thoroughly come into contact with the cultivators in 9 provinces, 1, chat group, be assimilated into their world, becoming one of them? Setting foot on the dangerous path of cultivation? Cultivation was dangerous, without mentioning other things. There was somethings like heavenly tribulation. At H City, Su Clan's Ashurlio's lightning tribulation was so frightening, yet it was merely a 3rd stage, Houtian lightning tribulation. Su Clan's Ashurlu had his senior Ah Chi by his side, but still failed the tribulation and was injured. If there wasn't senior Su Clan's Ah Chi at the scene, it would be difficult to say if he could survive. Yet Song Shuhang himself didn't have a strong senior backing him up. Supposing he encountered such a scary lightning tribulation, he might not even have bones that remains, right? Song Shuhang hesitated for only a second. Soon after, he tapped on the 9 provinces, 1, group's icon with force. Even if I might come across the horrible thunder tribulation like the one Su Clan 16 had experienced on the way of cultivation, so what? Even if I might come across a worse one, so what? I don't even need to tell the answer. Even if there are countless dangers, even if there are all kinds of tribulations, even if I may get killed at any time. How could an ordinary life be compared with such a magnificent life? Confucius said, having heard truth in the morning, one may die content in the evening. Yeah, I may die content. He wouldn't miss the opportunity. Nobody would give up such an opportunity unless he was a living dead or a coward. Snowflake, snowflake, snowflake. Some members were chatting in 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather was telling Northern River's loose cultivator about her experience in J City, how she met Senior Song, how she found Ghost Lamp Temple and how she managed to catch the ghost spirits. Song Shuhang felt more reassured when he saw Soft Feather was online. Tapping the Enter key heavily, he posted his first message in 9 provinces number 1 group. Stressed by a mountain of books, hi, seniors. A very common greeting, but as a newbie, such an opening should be just right. Spirit Butterfly Island. Soft Feather, which senior are you? Hi, senior. Soft Feather was right online, and for her, everyone in the group was a senior, except for Su Clan 16. Oh? Stressed by a mountain of books? Northern River's loose cultivator was a little bit surprised. He remembered that, about 10 days ago, group owner True Monarch Yellow Mountain added an ordinary person into this group by mistake. However, that person hadn't sent any messages, so Northern River's loose cultivator almost forgot there was someone like that in the group. He thought he would quit the group soon, after all, not knowing that the members of the group were actually all cultivators. Seeing the conversation contents, the guy would have thought that he got added into a group of lunatics, and quit it as soon as possible. He didn't expect that stressed by a mountain of books had stayed in the group for so long. And just now, he called the members of the group seniors. Had this guy found out what was special about the group? Stressed by a mountain of books, hi, Senior Northern River. Soft Feather, thanks for the 2 cartons of medicinal herbs. It's Senior Song. Soft Feather immediately realized and cheered up. She hadn't been able to find out which senior in the group had the earthly name of Song Shuhang. To her surprise, Senior Song came online today. Stressed by a mountain of books, Soft Feather, just call me Shuhang. I am just an ordinary person added into this group by True Monarch Yellow Mountain by mistake. As for the reason, it's because my chat account number is only 1 digit different from yours. That's why True Monarch Yellow Mountain added me by mistake. He actually intended to add you. Oh. Senior Song, I just found that our account numbers are only 1 digit different. What a coincidence. Soft Feather was glad to find out about that. Well, it seemed that it was not easy for her to forget about the appellation of Senior Song. Seeing her messages, Northern River's loose cultivator finally figured out that the kind-hearted Senior Song from the group that Soft Feather met in Jiangnan was this very man, stressed by a mountain of books. So that's why he called the members of the group seniors. Little friend Shuhang, since you've sent messages in the group, I guess you have found something special about this group from Soft Feather. Northern River's loose cultivator added It seems that true Monarch Yellow Mountain's divination technique is really good, better than the stupid Immortal Master Copper Trigrams by 1,000,000 times. This little friend was really destined to join the group. But, why didn't true Monarch Yellow Mountain tell us about the divination's result? Spirit Butterfly Island's Soft Feather, what did Senior Song find from me? Stressed by a mountain of books, as a matter of fact, it really had a lot to do with Soft Feather. When I was helping her search for Ghost Lamp Temple, I did feel she was quite different from ordinary people. But, the most important thing are the 2 cartons of medicinal herbs for refining, simplified body tempering liquid, that I received from her today, with which I just tried Medicine Master's pill formula, and took a sip of pill liquid just now. Oh? Have you successfully refined body tempering liquid? Northern River's loose cultivator was very surprised. An ordinary man received the medicinal ingredients from Soft Feather, followed the instructions in the pill formula of body tempering liquid, and just created the pill liquid successfully without anyone's guidance. When did pill refining become so easy? Or, was it because Song Shuhang had an incredibly good luck? His luck was so good that even God would be jealous of it? Luck was very mysterious and esoteric, but you couldn't deny that it existed. Northern River's loose cultivator knew a man whose luck could really make God feel jealous. The guy did nothing all day long. If he needed money, he would just go out and walk around, then he would find money on the ground everywhere and he just needed to pick it up. The income from one of his money-picking trips could make him live a well-to-do life for several days. Unfortunately, despite such a good luck, the guy had no talent for cultivation. Otherwise, Northern River's loose cultivator would definitely make him his disciple. Soft Feather was also surprised. Senior Song, I think the medicine herbs didn't reach you until noon today? You could only refine 1 furnace of it at most by now. Did you succeed right at the first time? I don't know whether I succeeded or failed, although I followed the steps of the pill formula. There was a small accident when it came to the 41st medicinal herb. Song Shuhang went on to say, finally, I only got about 5 spoonfuls of body tempering liquid, and I tried taking some of it. It turns out that my body was greatly strengthened. Be it my vision, physical capability, endurance, or strength, all of them have been strengthened. With the above characteristics, there is no doubt that you've concocted it successfully. Even if there was an accident, at worst, the quality of the body tempering liquid that you've refined would not be so good, said Northern River's loose cultivator. As one of the most basic medicinal liquids, body tempering liquid's effects were easy to be assimilated. Thus, unlike the high-rank pills, people wouldn't have a high requirement for its quality. Even if the quality of the refined liquid was not so good, it would have the same effect if people took more of it. That was why all other members of the group preferred Medicine Master's simplified body tempering liquid even though its effect was only half of the old version. If it was a high-rank pill, the smallest difference in quality would make a great difference in effect, and it was difficult to accumulate the medicinal effect by quantity. The higher the rank a pill was, the harder it was to absorb its effects. As for high-rank pills, a slight difference in quality would have to be compensated with 100 lower-quality pills. The more pills one took, the harder it was for them to absorb a pill's effects, and over time, high-rank pills would have no effect on Cultivator. Little friend Shuhang, actually, I wonder more how many furnaces of body tempering liquid have you managed to refine? How many times have you tried before you succeeded? Northern River's loose cultivator asked curiously. How many furnaces? There should be only one. Because, I only have one induction cooker. Song Shuhang wrote an honest answer. Before he sent this message, Soft Feather answered, as for the times, I think Senior Song only tried once. Because it should be only about 5 or 6 hours since the medicinal herbs reached him. One furnace, and he succeeded in one go? Northern River's loose cultivator suddenly felt his legs turn soft and he just wanted to cry on his knees. As a loose cultivator, he had to depend on himself when he started cultivating. How many times had he failed when he tried to refine body-tempering liquid back then? He couldn't remember. Anyway, he failed many, many times, and didn't acquire the knack for refining body-tempering liquid until he almost lost all his fortune, though he was refining the old version body-tempering liquid that was more complex. Anyway, comparisons with others were odious. By the way, what is that, induction cooker? A new type of pill furnace? Did Soft Feather also give little friend Shuhang a pill furnace? Was it because the new type of furnace could enhance the success rate? Wondering, Northern River's loose cultivator asked, little friend Shuhang, as for the induction cooker you just mentioned, is it a new type of pill furnace? Oh. Is there such a kind of pill furnace? Asked Soft Feather doubtfully. Seeing Soft Feather's reply, Northern River's loose cultivator felt his heart ache. He had a feeling that Song Shuhang's reply would make him burst into tears. Song Shuhang looked at the induction cooker in the kitchen and tapped the keyboard. No, it's just a number 12 household induction cooker produced by Waning Company. An induction stove, not a pill furnace? The kind used to cook vegetables, that induction stove? North River's loose practitioner felt his blood pressure soaring. Embarrassed, Song Shuhang replied, yes. As expected of Senior Song. Soft Feather chuckled. What about the pill cauldron? What kind pill cauldron did you use? North River's loose practitioner immediately followed that up with yet another question. If the pill cauldron must be mentioned, it should be the hot pot. Song Shuhang felt a little ashamed. What he did was miles apart from the normal Xianxia style. He felt self-conscious. Hot pot? What model of pill cauldron is that? No. Wait, first, let me calm down. Don't tell me that the hot pot is the same pot that is used for steamboat? North River's loose practitioner forcefully typed out these words. Yep, that's the one. Song Shuhang confirmed. North River's loose practitioner could only send an ellipsis. In North River's loose practitioner's opinion, all these years of pill concoction experience he had accumulated was nothing but a goddamn waste. This was this guy's first attempt at pill concoction, yet he managed to refine the simplified body-tempering liquid using an induction stove and a hot pot. Meanwhile, he would still fail an attempt or two for every 10 tries. After a long while, he managed to type out, "Can I use foul language? What the fuck?" Mad Saber 3 Waves used it a step earlier. What the fuck? Copper Trigram's Immortal Master immediately followed suit. What the fuck? Drunk Moon Resident Scholar maintained the formation. About Drunk Moon Resident Scholar, he seemed to be someone who often appeared in the chat group, and thus should be a very active senior. But for some reason, every time Song Shuhang saw this person's message he would feel that the style was very familiar, yet he would forget about it as soon as he turns away. Bastards, the 3 of you have all fucked, now how am I supposed to shout fuck? North River's loose practitioner gloomily continued, take a look at my trump card. At Medicine Master, it's about time you step out, brother Medicine Master. Here. Medicine Master appeared. He had been reading the chat log all this time. After a long time, he deleted and wrote repeatedly before finally entering a sentence, little friend, can you describe your process of refining? Especially the 41st medicinal ingredient where you said there was a mishap. Soft Feather's eyes shined, oh. Senior Song, I really want to know about this step too. I failed at this step quite a number of times. With Soft Feather around, Song Shuhang easily became a part of 9 provinces. 1. group without any awkwardness. But of course, this also had a lot to do with the fact that he had been lurking in the group for over 10 days, and his understanding of the people in the group. No problem, I can describe it. Song Shuhang then said, I first inserted the ginseng slices, then added a ladle of water. Wait, you added water? Medicine Master's hand speed was off the charts. He asked, why did you add water? Because if water wasn't added, the ginseng slices that were inserted into the pot would be burnt to a crisp, right? Song Shuhang answered, yet in his heart he finally figured out one thing. As he had expected, people in the group don't add water when refining the body tempering liquid. Oh, that's true. You're using an induction stove and a hot pot. North River's loose practitioner lamented. Why was it that ever since I learned the truth, my liver has been hurting more and more? Medicine Master quietly nodded, makes sense. You may continue, adding water at the first step shouldn't have much of an effect towards the end. As Song Shuhang began to narrate, all of the seniors in the chat group had a scene playing in their minds. A man with a scholarly temperament named Mtah Book's huge pressure sat upright beside a induction cooker, placed a hot pot on top of it, then earnestly inserted the medicinal ingredients for body tempering liquid, and began refining the body tempering liquid. Why was there a strange feeling in their hearts? What relationship does pill concoction have with an induction cooker and a hot pot? Song Shuhang didn't think about things too deeply. He briefly narrated his refining procedures, and added in his understanding and experiences regarding heat control and time. At the same time, he took the opportunity to bring up several problems he faced when he was refining the body tempering liquid. Listening to Song Shuhang's narration, and watching him slowly analyze the pill recipe he modified, Medicine Master felt deeply gratified. This gave him a feeling as if he made an intimate friend. When I inserted the 41st medicinal ingredient, the body tempering liquid in the pot suddenly released a horrid stench and burning smell. The medicinal liquid in the pot rapidly evaporated. In the blink of an eye it was 1/5 of what it was before. Song Shuhang then said, at that point, I was unable to understand the reason why that was happening. I could only guess that it was some kind of medicinal reaction. I've also come across this situation. The medicinal liquid very quickly dried up afterwards. Soft Feather called out. This heavenly master is the same. Copper Trigram's Immortal master nodded as he said. They weren't pill masters, but as a cultivator, it was still no problem for them to refine some ordinary low-ranked pills. Because this medicinal ingredient is a catalyst, once it is inserted, it represents the final purification process. Also, if from the earlier stages your control of heat and time are lacking, then when this 41st medicinal ingredient is inserted, this situation would occur. In order to avoid this, experience must be accumulated. There can be no shortcuts. Medicine Master replied. Likewise, if something like that occurs, it can only be solved by experience and discerning judgment. Little friend Song Shuhang, how did you pass this obstacle? Medicine Master curiously asked. I saw the medicinal liquid rapidly evaporating, so I first added a ladle of water, hoping to ease the evaporation speed. Song Shuhang recalled as he said. Adding water again? Oh, perhaps this is a good method of slowing the process. What did you do next? Adding water may slow down the process, but it only temporarily treats the symptom and not the root cause. Medicine Master asked. At the same time, he pondered over the practicality of adding water. However, after some thinking he realized that if he met a situation like that, perhaps adding some special medicinal liquid would instead have a better effect at combating the evaporation of the medicinal liquid. Then I simply threw in the last 4 medicinal ingredients in together, and increased the heat to rapidly cook. In the end, the pot lid was blown off, and half a pot's worth of body tempering liquid turned into approximately 5 spoonfuls. Song Shuhang replied. 5 spoonfuls, if your spoon isn't the type used for babies, then 5 spoonfuls is already a lot. North River's loose practitioner exclaimed. In ordinary circumstances, refining the body-tempering liquid results in only 3 spoonfuls or so. How does the medicinal effectiveness compare with before? Oh. I forgot that this was your first time refining the body-tempering liquid. Medicine Master depressedly said, I will first attempt refining your way, and will express my opinion after getting some results. With that said, Medicine Master went offline. When it comes to concocting pills, Brother Medicine Master is always easily excited. Let's talk about this after he's done refining. If it is as he said, your way of refining may become the new simplified body-tempering liquid, then whomever uses your way of refining will owe you one. This favor they owe you is simply too wonderful for words for you. North River's loose practitioner sent a smiley. Song Shuhang made an appearance in this group, which represented the fact that he wanted to come into contact with cultivation. Fact was, from the moment he ate the body-tempering liquid he refined, he had already taken a step into the world of cultivation. Well then, little friend Shuhang, welcome to 9 provinces, 1, group. Said North River's loose practitioner, originally, these things should be explained to you by the group master Mt. Yellow's true monarch. After all, he was the one who added you, and he was also the one who chose to keep you because he felt that there was fate between you and him. However, the great devil dog in his home is throwing a tantrum again today, so let me take his place. Mt. Yellow's true monarch's home's great devil dog seems to have character, huh? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Since you've chosen to embark on the path of cultivation, then there are some things I must inform you of. The path of cultivation isn't as relaxed as you may think. Within there are countless dangers, and you may encounter a calamity any time. I understand this to some extent. I saw the lightning tribulation at H City from afar. Song Shuhang replied. Soft Feather reinforced this by explaining, the place Senior Song stays at is very close to H City, and also very close to J City. For you to even know about Ashuryo's lightning tribulation, seems like you've been keeping an eye on us ever since you entered the group? North River's loose practitioner jested. Song Shuhang laughed awkwardly. He couldn't possibly say that he regarded everyone here as people with chunibu, and that he acquired pleasure from watching them, right? Since you're already mentally prepared, then I will move on to the main point. North River's loose practitioner said, since little friend Shuhang remains in this group, you evidently want to attain a way of cultivating from us. Therefore, according to our 9 provinces, 1, group's tradition, you currently have 2 choices. Loose cultivation, or join the sect or school of one of the seniors in the group. Since 9 provinces, 1, group had so many people added, they naturally would have a code of conduct. But, a genuine newcomer like Song Shuhang, who had zero understanding of cultivation, was a first to them. Soft Feather immediately broke in with, Senior Song should join me in Spiritual Butterfly Island. Our Spiritual Butterfly Island has ample resources, and powerful cultivation techniques. Moreover, with me there, Senior will be well taken care of. Soft Feather, don't hurry to interrupt, let me finish speaking, reminded North River's loose practitioner. Embarrassed, Soft Feather withdrew. What are the differences between the 2, if any? Song Shuhang inquired. North River's loose practitioner, each path has its own pros and cons. But to summarize, a sect provides many more advantages over being a loose cultivator. Therefore, let us first talk about joining a sect. Joining a sect, there will be a specialized master guiding your cultivation, imparting his experience, preventing you from making mistakes during your cultivation, and this alone could save you a lot of time. In addition, as long as you have talent and are diligent, you will not lack resources, techniques, or cultivation caves. To be frank, this choice suits someone who wants to single-mindedly cultivate. North River's loose practitioner listed off the various benefits of joining a sect. However, joining a sect means you would have to abide by the sect's rules, and serve the sect. After all, nothing can be accomplished without responsibilities or standards. Since you are receiving so much help from the sect, it is only right that you repay them by helping the sect in any way you can. Especially a sect like Great Master Tong Xian's and some others, the moment you enter you'd have to shave your head, as well as abide by all kinds of Buddhist rules and traditions. In addition, you'd even have to bid farewell to your family in the mortal world, and cultivate hard until your apprenticeship ends. If your luck is bad, you won't be able to see your parents again for your whole life. When he was young, North River's loose practitioner was nearly tricked into becoming a monk, so his hatred towards the Buddhist sects ran deep. Roaming cloud monk Tong Xian appeared, and sent a naive smile emoticon. North River's loose practitioner immediately supplemented what he said with another line, "Waha, actually it's not just Great Master Tong Xian's sect, all the other sects more or less require you to bid farewell to your parents. After all, sects aren't scattered, they all require their disciples to live in the sect. If one doesn't complete the apprenticeship, they rarely get to move about outside." Roaming cloud monk Tong Xian sent a grinning emoticon. It looks like this great master's previous naive smile was actually a veiled threat to North River's loose practitioner. How could something be received without giving anything in return? This is as it should be. Song Shuhang understood this logic. In his heart, though, he already knew that joining a sect didn't suit him. At least it didn't suit him currently. He wasn't prepared to say his goodbyes to his family, and leave his home to go to a specialized place for cultivating. He still felt attachment to the mortal world. Senior Song, our spiritual butterfly island provides a lot more freedom in this aspect. As long as you can cultivate to 3rd stage, Houtian Battle Emperor realm, you may leave spiritual butterfly island for a period of time every year. Furthermore, with me there, I can fight for even more freedom for Senior. Soft Feather was still trying hard to endorse her spiritual butterfly island. Thank you. Song Shuhang sincerely said. However, 3rd stage, Houtian Battle Emperor was really too high of a hurdle. Soft Feather was labeled a genius in the group, but she began cultivating at a young age and should be in her 20s by now, right? Yet she was merely 3rd stage, Houtian Battle Emperor level. Song Shuhang believed that he definitely wasn't a genius. If he reached that stage only 40 or 50 years later, the distance between him and Daddy and Mommy Song may very well be the distance between heaven and earth, right? Asterisk cough cough, asterisk let me now tell you about loose cultivators. You should be able to tell, I myself am a loose cultivator. North River's loose practitioner asserted, compared to joining a sect, loose cultivators don't have a teacher to instruct them in cultivation, they don't have large amounts of resources, they also don't have the fortune of using cultivation caves. Everything has to be relied on oneself. Perhaps the only advantage is unfettered freedom. In general, loose cultivators have it hard. North River's loose practitioner was considered one of the luckier ones amongst them. When he was younger he befriended the Su clan's Ah-Chi, and received a lot of care from him. Later, under Ah-Chi's recommendation he joined the 9 provinces, 1, group. In this group, he was like a fish back in the water. He was already at the 5th stage, Spirit Emperor's peak, and was only one step away from advancing to the next stage. In comparison to being in a sect, an ordinary loose cultivator has no teacher, no resources, no information, no cultivation caves. After cultivating to the 2nd or 3rd stage, they would normally reach their limit, and when their life force is burned out they would return to dust. Then where do loose cultivators get cultivation techniques and resources? Song Shuhang felt that loose cultivators simply have bleak futures. If you hadn't joined the 9 provinces, 1, group, would have recommended that you find sect to join. After all, loose cultivators have it extremely hard. Now isn't like past days, trying to find a medicinal ingredient for concocting pills is way too difficult. However, 9 provinces, 1, group is a very special group. The group leader here, MT Yellow's true Monarch and several other powerful seniors would help group members out a little. You would be able to receive some support from true Monarch and the others. This is also how the seniors in the group help lead the younger generation. Perhaps if ordinary group members require help, if you are able to help, you would receive compensation from helping. Just like this time with Soft Feather, you received 2 boxes of medicinal ingredients. But, of course, a generous failure lady like Soft Feather isn't often found. You had better not expect to receive this much in reward so easily every time. North River's loose practitioner bantered. Senior North River. I'm not a failure. Spiritual Butterfly Island's Soft Feather sent a furious emoticon. Song Shuhang's mind supplemented the cute image of this lady pouting, it's definitely very mo. North River's loose practitioner laughed, therefore, if you choose to be a loose cultivator, you should appear in the group more often. As long as you are diligent enough, whether it is techniques, pills or resources, you will get all of them, albeit slower than a sect member. To be honest, 9 provinces, 1, group has already shown the signs of being in the early stages of becoming a sect. When Song Shuhang received all this information, his heart was set. At least, for now, being a loose cultivator suited him the most. North River's loose practitioner, well then, sect or loose cultivator, which will you choose? Since North River's loose practitioner was done explaining, Copper Trigram's Immortal Master cut in to suggest, little friend Shuhang, this matter concerns your future path of cultivation, so you need not make an urgent choice. Calmly consider your options, and prudently choose, so as to avoid the possibility of regretting it in the future. Thank you seniors, I understand. I choose to be a loose cultivator. Song Shuhang had clearly made his choice a long time ago. Aren't you going to consider a little further? Once you choose to be a loose cultivator, even if you want to join a sect in the future, you'll face great difficulty. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master reminded him once again. Under ordinary circumstances, sects don't accept loose cultivators. All in all, drawing on a sheet of clean white paper is much easier than trying to alter a paper filled with scribbles. Furthermore, in terms of loyalty, loose cultivators were even more so unable to compare with disciples raised from they were young. There are too many unstable factors. Therefore, unless it's some loose cultivator with amazing talents or having special abilities in a certain aspect, there were very few sects who were willing to accept loose cultivators. Yes, I have thought things through. Song Shuhang seriously replied. This was his own choice, whether it was good or bad, he would never regret it. Copper Trigram's Immortal Master nodded, and spoke no more. A moment later, North River's loose practitioner replied, little friend Shuhang, since you've chosen to be a loose cultivator, what you need now the most is a body training technique and mediation technique of the foundation level. Originally, by our 9 provinces, 1, group custom, if you want to receive something you must invest your own energy. If there is a senior or fellow Daoist in the group that requires help, and you are able to help, then when you complete the fellow Daoist or senior's request, you would be able to receive some techniques or manuals you need. However, your case is a little bit special. 9 provinces, 1, group has never had an ordinary mortal join. Your strength is insufficient. If we don't let you build your foundation, then even if a senior or fellow Daoist has something they need help with, you might not have the strength to fulfill the request. When all said and done, those who are in a situation like Soft Feather who only require someone to lead the way is too few. Matters that cultivators require help with are mostly things that have to do with cultivation. Song Shuhang sent an embarrassed smile emoticon. Therefore, if you don't mind, I can first pay you a foundation-level fist technique and meditation technique in advance. Along with your body-tempering liquid, it would be enough to help you complete 100 days of building a foundation, and formally enter the first stage, beyond mortal realm. When you are done building your foundation, you would be able to complete some missions given by seniors and fellow Daoists. You would also have the chance to compensate me for my advance payment. But of course, what I can give to you in advance is only the most basic foundation cultivation technique. North River's loose practitioner added on to his previous statement by saying, other than that, if you can get hold of a qi and blood pill, you can even decrease the 100-day foundation building time by a large extent. 9 provinces, 1, group was originally a small circle of people helping each other. The seniors would often help the younger generation out. To a cultivator, paying a junior a set of commonly seen foundation building technique in advance was no effort at all. In any case, Song Shuhang had already joined this group. Becoming a cultivator was something that was set in stone. Furthermore, after North River's loose practitioner paid the foundation building techniques in advance, he would be considered half a guide for Song Shuhang. This favor would be something that will be engraved in Song Shuhang's mind for his whole life. As for the other half of a guide, it was naturally the local tyrant, Lady Soft Feather, who sent him 2 boxes of medicinal ingredients. When Song Shuhang read what was being said, he felt a growing warmth in his heart. Even if it was payment in advance, even if it was only the most basic foundation building cultivation techniques, to the current him, it was something he urgently needed. His fingers touched the keyboard. Next, all he had to do was enter a few words, and the door of cultivation would truly open up wide for him. At this time, a message popped up in the chat group. The message was sent by Soft Feather as she volunteered, Senior Northern River, leave the issue of providing senior song with foundation establishment technique to me. Although I'm only of 3rd grade realm, it is definitely not a problem for me to impart this technique. Coincidentally, I'm thinking of heading to Jiangnan district. She wanted to experience the process of Song Shuhang using an induction stove to refine body tempering liquid, and more importantly, she wanted to take advantage of her father not being at home to secretly slip out and play for a few days. There was something called, once you eat it, you'll love the taste. This lady was completely attracted by the teeming world outside and was constantly thinking of leaving. Just when Soft Feather's message was sent, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber immediately replied. Obediently wait for me to return to Spirit Butterfly Island. I'll be setting out in an hour's time and reach Spirit Butterfly Island in the evening. The one who used this manner of speaking was naturally Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Looking at it, he did not immediately return and was still tormenting Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Soft Feather stuck her tongue out and lurked around, not daring to speak anymore. Northern River's loose cultivator sent this was to ridicule Thrice Reckless Mad Saber. Song Shuhang also smiled and typed a few words after relaxing. Sorry to inconvenience you, Senior Northern River, I want to request for. Before he finished typing, ding, another message popped up within the group. This was from Medicine Master. He sent a simple message of 2 words, let me. One was unable to make head or tails of this message, and even Northern River's loose cultivator could not guess what he was trying to convey. After a long time, Medicine Master replied. Brother Northern River, leave the matter of imparting little friend Shuhang with these techniques to me. Then, after a long time. Medicine Master, little friend Shuhang, I used magic to simulate the process of you refining body tempering liquid and thought of some interesting possibility during the process. This will be beneficial for me to improve the simplified body tempering liquid recipe. There are some matters I am unable to clearly explain over the net, so I would like to personally witness you refining the liquid and hope that you can spare some effort to assist me in perfecting this simplified body tempering liquid. Yes. Regardless if my experiment will be successful or not, I will gift you a pretty good remuneration as thanks for your trouble. I have a set of body refining sword technique and meditation technique with me. Pausing for a moment, he typed once again. My sword technique and meditation technique are slightly better than Senior Northern River's. This was obviously a bare enticement. If Brother Medicine Master intends to give little friend Shuhang some pointers, this will be for the best. Northern River's loose cultivator smiled. Little friend Shuhang, hurry and respond to Brother Medicine Master. There's a free teacher to guide you through the foundation and this chance can absolutely not be missed. Northern River's loose cultivator felt that Song Shuhang's luck was indeed extraordinary. Generally speaking, for a loose cultivator to become a true cultivator, the hardest steps were body tempering liquid and foundation establishment. The foundation establishment was hard because when loose cultivators enter the cultivation world, they mostly would have inherited one or two scrolls of cultivation techniques they would have to learn by themselves at most. Due to the lack of a mentor's guidance or incomplete techniques, it was easy for loose cultivators to make mistakes during their foundation establishment, wasting their time and effort. Body tempering liquid doesn't require any particular explanations either. Loose cultivators had to personally search for ingredients if they wanted body tempering liquid. Not only that, they had to personally refine it as well, and a certain Northern Rivers loose cultivator who had lost his entire fortune was unwilling to recall that grueling process. Whereas for Song Shuhang, firstly, Soft Feather had gifted him the medicinal herbs, while secondly, there was Medicine Master who wanted to guide him in his foundation establishment as remuneration. The two hardest steps for loose cultivators, looking at the situation, had been easily cleared by him. "Thank you, seniors," Song Shuhang gratefully replied. People in 9 provinces number 1 group were indeed nice people. And so, a nice guy card was sent to the group. Snowflake Snowflake Snowflake, Shuhang, address? Medicine Master asked. Song Shuhang swiftly replied. Jiangnan District's Jiangnan College Town. I am currently staying in the student dormitory. At the same time, Song Shuhang's gaze unconsciously fell upon the small plant pot beside his computer. Growing in it was a stalk of a curved plant, similar to a coiling dragon. A row of thorns grew on its tip and it had purplish-black stem. It was poisonous dragon grass, the medicinal herb Medicine Master had previously inquired about within the group. Does Senior Medicinal Master still require this poisonous dragon plant? Song Shuhang thought. Contact details? Medicine Master asked again. Song Shuhang immediately sent his mobile number. Medicine Master, arrival tomorrow afternoon, will find you. Soon after, Song Shuhang did not even have a chance to speak before Medicine Master quickly went offline. Originally, he had wanted to bring up poisonous dragon plant to Medicine Master, but forget it, he'd mention it when Medicine Master arrived. Tomorrow afternoon? Song Shuhang thought. He should have a lesson on tomorrow afternoon, no? Forget it, worst case scenario, he'd request for an afternoon leave. After all, the number of leaves he took in this period was not low and one more afternoon would not make a difference. Within 9 provinces number 1 group. Soft Feather, who was intimidated by her father, stealthily reappeared. Senior Song, are you sure you intend to walk the path of a loose cultivator? Even with 9 provinces number 1 group's help, being a loose cultivator is really tough. That is more suited for me right now. Song Shuhang smiled and replied. Other than that, thinking back right now, hospitalization of both professors the day before yesterday shouldn't be a coincidence? Waha, Senior Song, what are you saying? It's definitely a coincidence, a coincidence. I have never lied since young age. Soft Feather rapidly replied. Oh right, my senior brother's calling me, there should be some matters. Seniors, do continue chatting and I shall go first. While she finished speaking, she didn't even give Shuhang a chance to reply before going offline. Shuhang touched his jaw and pondered. Sure enough, it wasn't a coincidence. As I guessed, where would there be such coincidental occurrences in this world? For 2 professors to be hospitalized at the same time due to leg injuries. He felt somewhat guilty towards teacher Renshui and Professor Smith. Should he visit them in a few days when he had time? After all, it was due to their injuries that he accompanied Soft Feather to Luo Xin Street area, obtained 2 boxes of medicinal ingredient as remuneration, and finally, had the chance to get in touch with the world of cultivation. Speaking of which, the process of chatting within the group earlier on was simply like a dream. Originally, he was thinking that he had to go through all kinds of trials given by the group's seniors in order to become a cultivator, similar to Xuanzang journey to India on a quest to obtain the Buddhist scriptures experience, and suffer untold hardships before he could attain the method of prolonging his life. He had not expected that not only would the seniors within the group not make him suffer arduous trials, they would even offer various kinds of help instead. If this was a dream, then he truly wished he wouldn't wake up. Within 9 provinces number 1 group, Northern River's loose cultivator sent another message to instruct Shuhang. Little friend Shuhang, if you encounter any questions during your cultivation, feel free to ask us in the group. Since you've chosen the path of a loose cultivator, it means that you will not have any mentor guiding you in cultivation. Therefore, once you have any questions, immediately inquire, especially in terms of cultivation. You must not be embarrassed by all means, otherwise, if you take a wrong step, it will result in countless wrong steps. In light cases, you will waste the time you spent on cultivation, while in serious cases, you might be, and draw a great calamity to yourself. Thank you for senior's reminder. Speaking of questions, Song Shuhang immediately thought of one. Oh right, Senior Northern River, I would like to inquire, can body-tempering liquid be consumed by other people like my parents and relatives? Are there any taboos in this aspect within the group? Song Shuhang was not a selfish person. Body-tempering liquid's effect was indeed that good, and the process of tempering body would remove numerous ailments. Therefore, he immediately thought of Father Song and Mother Song, as out of all virtues, filial piety was the most important. We do not have any taboos in this aspect. As long as you have excess medicinal liquid, it doesn't matter if your kindred consume it. After all, medicine and techniques are different. Techniques cannot be easily divulged to any outsiders, but there's no such restriction for medicine, was the reply. Northern River's loose cultivator started speaking again. However, I have to remind you that the medicinal ingredients in this world are not as plentiful as you think. Furthermore, people as generous as Soft Feather are not many, and perhaps you will be unable to obtain any more medicinal ingredients in a short period of time. With 32 sets of refining ingredients, even if you successfully refine it every time, you can only obtain 32 sets of body-tempering liquid. This amount is not even enough for your 100 days foundation establishment requirements. Northern River's loose cultivator gently explained. He did not dislike Shuhang thinking of giving his family members to consume the medicinal liquid, and instead, he admired his thought. After experiencing body-tempering liquid's effects, people who think of their own kindred at the first moment were to his liking. People that possessed benevolence, righteousness, and filial piety were those he could treat as true friends on his road of cultivation with ease. After all, not many would like to be life and death best friends with fickle-minded people who repeatedly committed evil deeds. North River's loose practitioner suggested, therefore, I suggest that you stealthily let people close to you consume this only after you have reached a certain level of strength, and have more than enough for your own use. Furthermore, during this process, I need to emphasize a few points. Before you have enough strength to protect yourself, try not to let your identity as a cultivator be discovered, to avoid misfortune to you and your family. These aren't just empty words to scare you, because the number of people who were harmed by this issue from ancient times till now is large enough to form a circle around the earth. Therefore, before you let your family and friends take the body-tempering liquid, you need to first find a rational excuse to conceal the source and medicinal effect of the body-tempering liquid. Song Shuhang nodded, he understood this point. The heart to harm somebody mustn't be owned, yet the heart to guard mustn't be lacking in vigilance. Furthermore, body-tempering liquid isn't something that just anybody could consume. Before consuming the body-tempering liquid, the person's body must have adequate amounts of qi and blood. If one is too old, and have declined in qi and blood, they absolutely must not consume the body-tempering liquid, otherwise they might forfeit their lives. In ordinary circumstances, even when sects give this to their disciples to consume, they would first let the disciples work out for several months or even half a year, increasing the qi and blood in their bodies to reach its peak before consumption. North River's loose practitioner patiently explained. Song Shuhang heard what was said, and couldn't help but feel at a loss. Daddy and Mommy Song had already passed their years of youth and vigor, their qi and blood had already begun to decline. In that case, wouldn't they be unable to consume body-tempering liquid in any fashion? Come to think of it, little friend Shuhang, you consume the body-tempering liquid, yet you're completely fine. You exercise often, don't you? North River's loose practitioner suddenly thought as he asked. I used to maintain a certain intensity of training. However, due to various reasons, I haven't been training regularly for the past year. Song Shuhang was a bit ashamed to admit. Didn't exercise for over a year? Did you feel unwell in any way when you took the body-tempering liquid? North River's loose practitioner was a little shocked. If that was really the case, then Song Shuhang's body was either ridiculously gifted, or... Song Shuhang, I didn't feel unwell at all, other than the burning feeling in my throat at the start. All I felt was comfort and abundance of energy. Interesting, little friend Shuhang, I want to ask you a question, don't be embarrassed and answer me loudly. North River's loose practitioner said, have you had a girlfriend before? This change of topic was really quick. What does consuming body-tempering liquid have to do with having a girlfriend? Furthermore, there's nothing embarrassing about this question, right? Song Shuhang replied, I've just entered university a short time ago, and haven't found one. Which means you've never used it, broken your body. You're still a virgin? North River's loose practitioner asked bluntly. Song Shuhang, why is it that the way you ask questions makes me feel as if you're mocking me? Yo, you're indeed a virgin. Ha ha ha, I was just being a little crude. Seems like you prefer the more tactful way of inquiry? Then I'll ask you again. North River's loose practitioner chuckled, have you been like King Kong, striking airplanes at the summit of the Empire State Building for the woman you like? TL, striking airplanes equals wank, this is not tactful at all. That's an old joke from 20 years ago, any ordinary person would be able to understand it from a glance. Song Shuhang uttered vulgarities, also, why is it King Kong? Senior North River, are you so free to go watch movies? Well, I'm one of the more progressive ones in the group. Answer me, don't dodge the question, have you been striking airplanes? North River's loose practitioner said, youngster, do not be shy, loudly speak out the answer. No, Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and typed out a single word. Because of a shameful dark history, it had led him away from imitating King Kong till today. That dark history should not be mentioned, the moment he thinks of it he would feel like rolling on the floor. Yo, this young man has a great future. North River's loose practitioner laughed out loud, the last question, in your dreams, have you dreamt of grasslands? What? Song Shuhang was unable to keep up with North River's loose practitioner's rhythm of changing topics. Previously he was still asking if I'm a virgin, in the next moment he asked about dreams and grasslands. What does this have to do with having taken the body-tempering liquid? You see? If I really turn tactful, you aren't able to understand, right? It's better if I give it to you straight. Have you been having wet dreams? You're no longer young, you're at the appropriate age for this, aren't you? North River's loose practitioner was actually still playing crude jokes. Song Shuhang truly didn't want to answer this question, but he still summoned up the courage to reply, alright, I don't think I've experienced a dream of grasslands. However, my body is definitely healthy, I'm also only 18, having that whatever from sometime between 16 to 20 is normal. Even if I have it a little later it won't be a problem. What are you dragging on and on about? I didn't say your body isn't healthy. North River's loose practitioner said, all I wanted to say is, as I expected, you have yet to discharge your original yang, and still have a pure and untainted body. Therefore, even if you hadn't engaged in physical activity for over a year, by relying on your pure and untainted body, you managed to overcome it. You should be glad that you hadn't learnt from King Kong before, and didn't discharge your original yang. Otherwise, your rash action of swallowing the body-tempering liquid might have caused your body to explode and then, death. It's a real exploding body, blood will pour out of the body, and bang, the body will explode open, you know. North River's loose practitioner laughed as he said. All Song Shuhang felt at this time was that he really wanted to strangle North River's loose practitioner. Geez. Copper Trigram's immortal master popped out, and deeply sighed. Actually, little friend Shuhang, although I find it very interesting to watch this fella North River lead you by the nose to reveal all kinds of embarrassing things, I cannot help but to advise you something. Don't you know that the chatting software has a function called private message? Song Shuhang felt like crying very much. After that, Song Shuhang chatted in the group for a little longer, then bade farewell to the seniors in the group and went offline. At this time, Copper Trigram's immortal master sent a private message to North River's loose practitioner. North River, why did you recommend little friend Shuhang to cultivate in the way of loose cultivators? You and I are both began as loose cultivators. As to how difficult the path of cultivation is for loose cultivators, you should know this very well. He was fully aware of the difficulties of being a loose cultivator, so he couldn't understand why North River's loose practitioner recommended Shuhang the way of loose cultivators. Isn't it better if he directly recommended Shuhang to join one of the group members' sect? North River's loose practitioner sighed. Of course, I cannot be more clear about it. Being a loose cultivator is as difficult as going to heaven. If it were possible, I also wouldn't want to recommend little friend Shuhang the way of loose cultivators. Copper Trigram's immortal master creased his brows. Then why did you still recommend it? In our group there are numerous sections. Besides, many Daoist friends in the group possesses high standing in their sects. If they were to recommend him, it wouldn't be difficult to find a suitable place for little friend Shuhang. Because of his age. North River's loose practitioner explained, don't forget Song Shuhang's age. He is already 18, to ordinary people, this is still the starting point of life. But to us cultivators, it is already way past the optimal age for foundation building. In present day, the publicly accepted optimal age for foundation building is between 4 and 5 years old. At that age, the child's muscles and bones are still soft. More importantly, that mouthful of Xiantian true qi from the fetus would still be there. Once the child succeeded at foundation building, they would be able to absorb this mouthful of Xiantian true qi, laying down a firm foundation for cultivation. With this mouthful of Xiantian true qi, before they hit the third stage, they practically won't encounter any bottleneck. But children of that age range have weak bodies, and their total amount of qi and blood aren't enough. Therefore, even among the cream of the crop disciples chosen by sects, not every single person will be able to complete foundation building between 4 to 5 years old. 4 to 5 years was the best period for foundation building, while the maximum age cannot exceed 8 years old. Once one passes 8 years old, the Xiantian true qi brought out from the fetus would completely dissipate. Once this chance is missed, there will never be a chance to get it back again. Without this breath of Xiantian true qi, even if one builds one's foundation, cultivation would be fraught with difficulties. The required amount of time and resources spent on every advancement would be 50% or more than those who completed their foundation building before 8. And Song Shuhang being 18 years old means exceeding 8 by a whole 10 years. For those cultivators who belonged to a sect, if Song Shuhang joined the sect with his age, he'd be similar to someone totally illiterate, a 90-year-old person with one leg stepping into the coffin suddenly wanting to attend primary school. Even if this old person had overcome numerous difficulties and enrolled in school, how much could he learn? What sort of accomplishments would he attain? Furthermore, he didn't even have a future. Who knew if a 90-year-old person wouldn't suddenly die tomorrow? Even if Song Shuhang successfully established his foundation, the time consumed in the future for his advancement and resources would number much more compared to youngsters who established their foundation when they were 4 to 5 years old. On one side, there was a disciple certain to make rapid advancements while consuming lesser resources and having unlimited prospects. On another side, there was Song Shuhang who would have it hard to make any advancements while consuming more resources and having bleak prospects. As long as higher-ups within a sect did not have a screw loose, they would not devote too much time, efforts, mentoring, and resources on Song Shuhang. If a fellow Daoist in 9 provinces number 1 group had recommended Song Shuhang to a sect, even if they would be able to take care of him within the sect for a period of time, they would not be able to do so forever. Immortal fortune teller Copper Trigram was unable to refute him. He did not think as deeply into it as Northern River's loose cultivator and only thought that being a loose cultivator was filled with difficulties. He did not think that for Song Shuhang, sects were not much better an option. Therefore, the difference between sects and cultivating on his own is not big to Song Shuhang. In this way, allowing him to make his own choice is the best way. Even if the choice he made was wrong, since he chose it himself, he would be unable to blame anyone, Northern River's loose cultivator indifferently replied. As for them, senior loose cultivators, what they could do was to assist Song Shuhang whenever he was in need. Snowflake 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 Jiangnan College Town, Dormitory. Song Shuhang leaned on his chair and looked at a sealed cup beside his desk. It contained the leftover body tempering liquid. It required to be matched with Medicine Master's Foundation meditation technique and fist technique to better display the medicinal effects. Just then, a melodious song resounded. It was his phone's ringtone. Song Shuhang pressed the answer button and Tubo's voice was transmitted to his ear. Shuhang, are you done sorting out the 2 huge boxes? If you're done, head over here. Yangda's house has been decided. You should come here too and join the rest of us to extort a meal. Alright, I'll head there immediately. Send me the address. Song Shuhang replied. I'll send it to you via a text message. Tubo hung up the call. Ending the phone call, Song Shuhang put down his phone and looked outside the balcony through the windows. Perhaps he also should rent a room outside the school like Yangda. He didn't need to stay outside, but in the future, when he wanted to refine pills or cultivate, he would require a place where he wouldn't be disturbed. If I want to rent a room outside, should I work part-time? Song Shuhang was only an ordinary student. He did not have computer skills like Yangda and could only work part-time to earn money. Speaking of which, how do seniors in 9 provinces number 1 group earn money? They are not isolated from the world, and should require money for everyday matters, right? At least they would need to pay their electricity and internet bills or something. During the period where his imagination ran wild, Tubo sent a message with the location. Auspicious Street Area, Block 221D Room 602. This was a street near the college town. Snowflake Snowflake Snowflake, the district's not bad and it's close to the school. This Yangda fella has found a great place. Song Shuhang looked at his mobile phone's map and followed it to the location Tubo sent over. Auspicious Street Area was an old residential area. Due to the unruly construction back in the days, the buildings had countless changes, with different sizes and alleyways intertwining vertically and horizontally. It seemed messy even when he was looking from afar. If this is the location, I can take a shortcut and save time. Thinking till here, Song Shuhang went into an alleyway, with his figure similar to an agile fish while traveling within different lanes. These secluded alleys were formerly gathering locations of school's delinquents. While speaking of delinquents, he could not refrain from recalling the group who was eliminated 2 days ago. That group of delinquents that was eliminated in a split second, each punched until their mother couldn't even recognize them, had finally woke up after being unconscious for 2 days. After the event, the school's news department had specially assigned members to inquire them about just how they lost their consciousness. Something strange was, none of them could recall the situation even if they had squeezed out all their brain juices. A segment of the incident that day was missing in their memories and they didn't even know why they were hospitalized. In their memories, they were still smoking and acting cool in the small alley the previous second, while waking up in the hospital the next. Confusion was apparent on their faces. The hospital was also totally unable to detect the root cause and could only diagnose them as collective memory loss, while this matter could only be dismissed at this point. This incident had become one of Jiangnan College Town's unfathomable events. Evidently, their memories were tampered with. Song Shuhang thought. If only one or two had hazy memories, it could be due to being knocked on their head, thus resulting in unclear memories. However, it was dozens of people, and every one of them had fuzzy memories, losing the segment of memory where they were eliminated. There were no such coincidences in this world. Due to the incident with that group of delinquents, recently the delinquents who gathered around College Town's vicinity had exercised restraint. In the past, these alleys were originally the delinquents' gathering location and were all filled with them, but the numbers drastically decreased these few days. What came after was the public security improving around the vicinity. There's this saying, say fu *k, then fu *k. Oh wait, that wrong. It should be, say fu *k and fu *k arrives. Just when the word delinquents surfaced in Song Shuhang's mind, quickly, a group of them who were smoking appeared right in front of him. There was a total of 7 people, with everyone having long hair dyed in every color under the sun. Ear, lip, and nose piercings were in abundance, while all had cigarettes in their mouths. All that was lacking was a label carved on their foreheads, I am in my rebellious phase, I am a delinquent. The target of theirs was naturally not Song Shuhang, this well-built guy. Even if they weren't delinquents, rarely would they provoke a student like Song Shuhang who looked like he could fight. Currently, those delinquents were smiling sinisterly while surrounding a young lady. One of them, around the height of 172 centimeters, was currently in a cabotin posture while forcing her to back up against the wall. Pretty girl, are you feeling lonely here alone? Do you want to play with us? It's free of charge, with all different types of pleasure. It'll be very comfortable. These few brothers will accompany you to play. There's a pretty good small shop nearby, not far away from here. I guarantee you'll want to continue playing after trying it once. The delinquents did all sorts of teasing and tantalizing. Song Shuhang then looked at the young lady who was surrounded by them. With an estimated height of 150 centimeters, short hair, and a pretty face even without makeup, she looked like she was only a high schooler due to her petite stature, but in fact, her actual age might be older. A cute and pretty lady alone in a small alley, it'd be a wonder if she didn't attract these delinquents. So, females should never be alone in areas with fewer people. Right now, the girl's eyebrows were scrunched, and an obviously disdainful expression was on her face. Even with such an expression on her petite face, she still looked cute. Even when you're angry, it's still cute. Let this brother properly shower you with affection, alright? The delinquent blocking her revealed a chairman-like sinister smile with one hand on the wall and another hand trying to stroke her face. Song Shuhang sighed as he was unable to continue looking at it. He clenched his fist while taking large strides forward. As he had just been strengthened by body-tempering liquid, he was somewhat unable to control his speed, and with just a little bit of force, he rushed forth with a whoosh. The delinquent who was teasing the young girl only felt his eyes go blurry, and shortly after, Song Shuhang who was 7 to 8 meters away behind him suddenly appeared beside him. All that was seen were Song Shuhang's hands extending out with his palms open before his huge hand grasped that golden-haired delinquent's head. That golden-haired delinquent was around 172 centimeters tall and Song Shuhang was only slightly taller than him. Hey, I say, can't you guys see that this girl's not willing to play with you? Song Shuhang slightly put pressure on his hand and lifted the delinquent up in the air. What the? Song Shuhang was even shocked himself. He knew that his strength had increased tremendously after undergoing strengthening by body-tempering liquid. However, he did not think that a 100-plus-pound human was as light as a wooden stick in his hand. Song Shuhang had originally wanted to grab the delinquent's head and use it as a hammer. However, the amount of weight transmitted from his hands made him feel as if he could wave that delinquent around like a wooden stick, and whirl him around like a steamer's paddle. Should he try whirling once? Fortunately, he still had his rationality, and forcefully restrained the impulse. That would be too shocking and might scare young kids. Right now, Song Shuhang was experiencing how Soft Feather felt while dragging her huge luggage around. Hundreds of kilograms would probably be the same weight as a piece of paper. That was scary. Luckily, when Soft Feather had ambushed him during the night previously, he did not let his instincts take over, or else, well, you know, right? Ah, the golden-haired delinquent that was grabbed by his head and raised into the air was shocked. Both his legs were anxiously waving about, trying to step on the ground while an appalling shriek came out from his mouth. Anyone who was raised up suddenly with their head grabbed would have been shocked until they urinated. For a moment, he thought he was dreaming, he was going to take off in the daytime. However, regardless of how the golden-haired delinquent struggled, that arm that grabbed onto his head was as if an iron hoop, not moving even an inch, while he who was struggling in the air was similar to a caught fish being hung in air, and regardless of how much he struggled, it seemed useless. His companions were also intimidated and were even distracted for quite some time before responding. "Fudge your grandpa. Who are you?" a few delinquents loudly shouted. Although they would not take the initiative to provoke a student like Song Shuhang who seemed like he could fight well, since the other person had purposely come up himself, they would not take it lying down. "Fudge your mother, damn your whole family. Before trying to be a hero and saving the beauty, go and weigh yourself first." The delinquents on his left and right-hand side concurrently attacked him. One was brandishing his fists while another whipped out a rubber baton. Both of them incessantly cursed him to increase their imposing manner. This was a typical combat style of delinquents, using their aura to pressure the other party and fight with overwhelming numbers. If they met with a timid opponent who was intimidated by their aura, what followed after would be having fun while trashing that one guy. However, today, both of the delinquents' cursings was purely to boost their courage, as Shuhang was someone who had the strength to lift yellow hair with a single arm. This made their hearts tremble, and if they did not raise their momentum, most probably their hands would go soft, not daring to take action. After they gave their respects to his whole family, Song Shuhang's face unconsciously stiffened. He was undoubtedly someone who loved his family and, since young, he hated it when someone cursed his relatives. "This is why I don't like people like you, your mouths are too dirty, always cursing people's whole family." After speaking, Song Shuhang used the golden-haired delinquent as his weapon while ruthlessly pounding the guy holding the baton. Slam! Both of their bodies smashed together and rolled to one side. Due to his bad mood, when throwing out that golden-haired delinquent, Song Shuhang used around 50% of his strength. This sort of strength was still somewhat too much for an ordinary person. When that golden-haired guy and the delinquent wielding a baton collided, groaning and bone-cracking sounds could be heard. Shortly after, both of them painfully moaned while falling onto the floor. Most likely, they wouldn't be able to stand up within a short time. Immediately after, Song Shuhang lifted his leg and struck the delinquent on the right side with a kick on his balls that was as swift as lightning. Although he attacked later than the delinquent, his kick had struck first. What's more, legs were longer than fists. So, during a fight, executing a kick was more advantageous than a punch. Ball burst. The delinquent on the right whimpered while gripping his family jewels and rolling about. His tears were as if a broken dam that was totally uncontrollable. I did not control the strength of this kick. Since my strength has increased, don't tell me his balls burst. Song Shuhang softly muttered. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of the 7 delinquents were knocked over. The remaining 4 unconsciously swallowed their saliva and their morale plunged to the freezing point. They have been in the battlefield for a long time and fighting was a common occurrence to them. Therefore, they had somewhat developed the ability to make discerning judgments. The guy in front of them was definitely as tough as a diamond plate. Don't even mention the 4 of them, even if the 7 of them were perfectly fine, they weren't his opponents. Furthermore, by looking at their companions who were shrieking miserably, they felt their balls faintly hurting as the opponent's methods were ruthless and sinister. Song Shuhang's gaze swept past the other 4 delinquents and saw that they did not dare to attack him. With their cowardly appearance, he lost the interest in beating them up. Therefore, he gloomily spoke. Scram! 4 of them clenched their teeth and bore with it while bringing along their 3 other companions on the floor and hurriedly fled. A man can submit and stand tall as required. Them fleeing today was to stay alive and in order to take revenge when they were stronger. You bastard, better remember it and don't let me see you again, else I'll make you regret. After fleeing a considerable distance, the 7 delinquents did not forget to throw him this sentence. This was called losing but not losing their face. Song Shuhang coldly sneering and kneed his fist and produced slapping sounds. The 7 delinquents' faces immediately changed and they increased their escaping speed as if they were flying. Eesh, the incident where a delinquent group was knocked out had just happened and they totally did not learn their lesson. Perhaps, another day, they would offend someone else and get eliminated again. Song Shuhang muttered. Soon after, he looked at the young lady leaning against the wall. The young lady stood up against the wall with a cold and detached look. There was not even a trace of fear on face nor any intention to thank Shuhang. Are you all right? Song Shuhang was only asking out of courtesy as the young lady's face was indifferent. He did not have the preference of getting snubbed despite showing good intentions, therefore he only casually asked out of courtesy before leaving. The short-haired lady coldly swept him with a glance. Humph, busybody. She coldly snorted before turning away to leave, like a prideful rooster. Song Shuhang. What's that for? Is that the attitude the young girls have these days? In the end, Song Shuhang was a nice guy so he only laughed at himself. Oh damn, I forgot I'm rushing for time. If I arrive any later and they abandon me, I will have made a loss. Song Shuhang increased his speed and rushed towards the apartment Yangda rented. He loved freeloading stuff the most, regardless if it was books or food. Snowflake 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 Auspicious Street Area, Block 221D Room 602, a standalone apartment around 70 SQM. This size was perfect for a computer nerd like Li Yangda. Tubo came and welcomed him. Shuhang, aren't you too slow in coming? Don't tell me you've been a hero trying to save a beauty on the way here. That sort of excuse is long out of date. You've hit the mark, and I indeed saved a girl earlier on. She was quite pretty, just that she had quite the attitude. Song Shuhang loudly laughed and asked Yangda after looking around the apartment. Yangda, what's the rent here? He decided to rent a room off campus and wanted to ask the market price. Student price, 5,000 for a year's lease and utility bills have to be covered by oneself. It's required to make a one-time full payment. Li Yangda replied. To be able to rent such a cheap location near the school district was absolutely lucky. Honestly speaking, it's pretty good. Song Shuhang nodded. At that moment, Tubo cut in. I have already booked a place near Ashan's stall. Since Yangda's treating today, we must definitely eat our fill. Speaking of which, my appetite today's pretty good. Song Shuhang nodded. Perhaps it was due to body tempering liquid using up his energy, but he felt that he could eat a whole cow right now. Following that, Song Shuhang ate his fill and left his other 3 roommates dumbstruck. In their memories, Song Shuhang wasn't someone who could eat that much. June 4th, night time. Song Shuhang was suffering from insomnia, he couldn't sleep. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he would be able to meet Senior Medicine Master tomorrow. He would learn the foundation building meditation technique and the body refining sword technique, and he would also begin his 100 days of foundation building journey. So maybe these made his heart excited beyond measure? Or was it because of the body tempering liquid? Having his body strengthened, maybe his requirements for sleep were no longer the same. Which was why he couldn't sleep. In any case, he couldn't sleep. His 3 roommates were already snoring in their sleep, yet he still tossed and turned restlessly. Even with his eyes shut, his mind was still clear, and fully active. When he felt like his eyes had been closed for a long period of time, he turned on his cell phone to check the time, and only 5 minutes had passed. This night is going to be hard to get through. Song Shuhang sighed. June 5th, clear weather, high temperatures as usual. After a whole night without sleep, Song Shuhang couldn't help but to feel a little dispirited. This feeling of exhaustion didn't come from his body. The fact was, he didn't feel sleepy at all, even though he hadn't slept for the entire night. It was just he had spent 18 years as an ordinary person. After he spent a night without sleep, he felt as if he was doing something overnight, and felt tired in terms of spirit. Song Shuhang had 4 classes this morning, and brought his phone with him. This time, he remembered to charge it fully, so as to avoid the situation where Medicine Master couldn't contact him. As he awaited expectantly for a call, the first 2 classes quickly passed, yet Medicine Master hadn't contacted him. Waiting for something expectantly is torture. The phrase "a single day dragging on like a whole year" wasn't even enough to describe how Song Shuhang currently felt. The 3rd lesson was University English. When it was still the break time between classes, Professor Smith had already rushed over with his crutch. This strict old man absolutely didn't permit students to be late, and didn't allow himself to be as well. He was someone who treats others strictly, but treats himself with several times the harshness he expects from the students. It has been said that after he was bitten by his beloved pet dog and sent to the hospital 3 days ago, the moment he got out of the hospital last night, he had that beloved pet dog sent to the butcher and turned into stew. This is called the deeper the love, the deeper the wound. As a result, he probably couldn't tolerate the dog's betrayal. Song Shuhang looked at this old British man who had perfectly combed hair, and couldn't help but feel apologetic. According to Soft Feather, she had already provided compensation to the pitiful Professor Renshui and Professor Smith. As to what that compensation they specifically received, Song Shuhang didn't ask. It's such a pity, Professor Smith was actually discharged. I thought he would stay a little longer in the hospital. After Tubo saw Professor Smith, he felt his scalp tingle. His English results weren't good, and add to that Professor Smith's inflexible character, he had a lot of difficulty dealing with him. Tubo asked, I need to reposition further back, what about you, Shuhang? Same here, I need to reposition. Li Yongda nodded and said. Unlike Tubo, his English grades were exceptional, all of the main points in class were understood by him a long time ago. Therefore, when it came to English classes, he could hide at the very back to ponder over the computer program he was writing. I'm going to accompany Yai over, she wants to reposition as well. The last roommate, Gao Mumu, pushed his glasses up and said with a smile. Gao Mumu's surname was Gao, first name Mao Mao. Just like Tubo, his name belonged to the category of a name no parents should have chosen. He possessed vehement hatred for his name. TL, Gao equals tall/high, Mumu equals so-and-so. There happened to be a similar case of something like this happening. When he was young he stole his identification documents and ran to the local police station, trying to change his name. It's a pity, he didn't succeed as well, because his name was currently still Gao Mumu. That year, he had to pay a miserable price for his deeds like Tubo, he even had it worse than Tubo. This is because the price Tubo had to pay was just a beating from his father. Meanwhile that year, Gao Mumu had both his father and mother beating him up, to the point he bitterly wailed. He wasn't even able to get off his bed the next day. Yai, who he had mentioned, was his girlfriend. She was only 1.43 m tall, a petite little lady, and very cute. But it's a wonder how Gao Mumu could bear to make a move. That girl simply looked like a junior high school student, or even a primary school student. Other than lollicons, regular men would find it difficult to be interested in a girl with this appearance, right? This guy is actually a lollicon, isn't he? which is why he looked for a legal loli to be his girlfriend. This can't be, the whole platoon is repositioning? Song Shuhang sighed, then began to pack his books, about to join his roommates. At this moment, Tubo grinned and grabbed onto Song Shuhang. Shuhang, it'd be better for you if you stayed here and listened to the class seriously. Song Shuhang was puzzled over what Tubo meant. Seize the opportunity, haven't you been saying that you want to find a girlfriend in university? Li Yongda whispered into Shuhang's ear, naughtily raised his brows, with a, expression. You need not thank us, you can call us the living Lei Feng. Gao Mumu coolly said. TL, Lei Feng was a soldier of China, Lei was portrayed as a model citizen, and the masses were encouraged to emulate his selflessness, modesty, and devotion to Mao. After Mao's death, Lei Feng remained a cultural icon representing earnestness and service. After that, the three roommates left one after another. Song Shuhang was left alone, unable to make heads or tails of what just happened. A long time later, Song Shuhang turned his head to his side, and what he saw left him not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. By his side, that girl with a well-developed body sat one seat space away from him. When she noticed that Shuhang was looking at her, her eyes squinted and she revealed a sweet smile. These three fellas must be misunderstanding something, right? On the other hand, the three roommates had already squeezed together at the back of the classroom. Tubo wiped the sweat off his forehead. I'm feeling hot like a dog, why is it so hot? I definitely felt cool earlier. It can't be that you've never noticed this all this time, right? At this moment, Gao Mumu pushed his glasses up on his nose, and said in a manner as if he was possessed by Detective Conan, it's because we left Song Shuhang's side. What does this shit have to do with Shuhang? Are you implying that he controlled the temperature? Tubo fanned himself with a book as he cursed. Gao Mumu made a profound conjecture, of course he can't control the temperature. However, I'm not sure as to why, but that fella Shuhang seems to be emitting cool air, like a human air conditioner. I'm on the verge of suspecting that he's been bringing blocks of ice with him. Hearing you say that, that seems to really be the case. Furthermore, haven't you guys noticed that this fella Shuhang has turned a lot paler? I don't think he was this fair yesterday morning, was he? He seemed to have turned a lot whiter after the three of us spent half a day looking for an apartment. Li Yongda set up his tablet, and boldly said. Yongda, you can't possibly be a homo, are you? You even noticed something like Shuhang's skin turning whiter? Tubo used a wacky voice to speak. Tubo. Li Yongda grinned, then said, do you still want to keep the content stored in the 5 virtual disks in the study videos folder of your F drive? Big brother Yongda, I was wrong. Tubo immediately knelt, that was his treasure he slowly accumulated during his 3 years of high school. To think of it, if it's just about the F drive that's fine, but how does Yongda know so clearly about the 5 virtual disks? Holy shit, does privacy still exist? Programming nerds mustn't be offended. Let me think, this brat might have used some skin whitening cream, right? As for the reason why he's using cosmetics, should be because he's in love, right? Gao Mumu continued to unravel the mystery. He pointed at Song Shuhang and the girl, Lu Fei. I'll bet 100 hairs. There must be something going on between the two. I've already noticed this before, for all the classes yesterday, Lady Lu Fei would find a way to always sit beside Song Shuhang. Sure enough, giving the two of them some personal space was the right decision. Once the matter is sealed, Shuhang must treat us to a meal. The three roommates secretly nodded, while trying to reanimate the expression of Lei Feng, the feeling of achievement while hiding their meritorious deeds. It was a pity that things are usually idealistically full, yet realistically empty. Song Shuhang didn't think about having a relationship with this girl at all. He frequently checked his phone, expectantly awaiting Medicine Master's arrival. His mind was filled with cultivating, meditation techniques and the 100 days of foundation building. On the lecture platform, Professor Smith wrote a chain of words on the blackboard. Perhaps it was because of his age, despite the presence of numerous high-tech equipments to aid teaching, he still preferred to use the primitive blackboard. The lecture room was absolutely quiet. If you don't like Professor Smith's class, you may lie on the desk and sleep. He wouldn't force every single person to listen to his lecture seriously. But if anybody dares to make noise and disrupt his lesson, then that person can forget about their course credits for this semester. Since they came here for lessons during the term, that represents that they want the course credits. Nobody would shy away from their own course credits. In the worst case they could just lie down and sleep. Kacha, bam bam, strange sounds abruptly resounded. It was extremely prominent in the silent lecture room. Everybody's sights fell onto its source, the lecture room's entrance. They watched as the originally locked door seemed to receive great stress. The screws for the lock slowly popped out of the wooden door. With a crack, the lock was blown off. It was like someone from the outside had used a battering ram. The whole lock was blown away. It looked very exaggerated. Under watchful eyes, the class door opened, and a lanky man appeared at the door, reaching his hand so as to push the door open. The man was roughly 1.80 meters, his long hair pointed towards the sky as if he had been electrocuted. Even among Shamate 1 hairstyles, this one was of highest quality. Both eyes had rich dark panda eyes, seems like it was known as smoky eye makeup. It was a popular trend years ago. During that time, a beautiful world-class female celebrity had the iconic smoky eyes. All of the students stared at this man without blinking. Under the sudden glare of so many watchful eyes, the man embarrassedly scratched his head and laughed as he said, "Looks like it's the middle of the class, sorry to bother you guys." "Who are you?" The chalk in Professor Smith's hand snapped in half as he asked in English. The professor was furious. The consequences would be grave. "A white?" The lanky man waved and said, "Step aside first, I'll leave once I find someone. I won't bother you guys for long." A vein popped on Professor Smith's forehead. He was getting ready to give this lanky man some colors to see. However, as the lanky man waved his hand, Professor Smith suddenly discovered that he was unable to move, as if his entire being was fixed in place. Not only could he not move, even his lips and tongue were fixed. His eyes couldn't even make a turn. In the end, even his thoughts were starting to cement. The lanky man circled his gaze around the classroom, seemingly looking for someone. All the students stared agape at the man, except Song Shuhang. He looked at the door lock that had been broken by a push. A negative premonition arose, lightly pushing a door resulting in a broken door lock. That's definitely not someone normal, right? At least, it had to be a cultivator who had used the body-tempering liquid to be able to do that. This dude, could he be the medicine master? Shuhang immediately shook his head forcefully. No, it can't be. 9 Provinces Group's senior medicine master, despite speaking little, seems to be a reliable senior. How could he be the shamate in front of his eyes? Unfortunately, life was fond of making whatever you were scared of come true. Little friend Song Shuhang, come out, I'm medicine master. The lanky man stared at Shuhang, laughing boisterously and waving forcefully. Suddenly, all the students stared at Song Shuhang. Their gazes were very sharp and complex. Song Shuhang face-bombed. He wouldn't be able to pass his days in peace anymore. Moreover, how the heck did Medicine Master know he was here without calling? Could he have used a spell to locate him? At last, Song Shuhang brazenly went to greet Medicine Master. "Professor, I'm requesting for leave for 2 classes." Song Shuhang said embarrassedly to Professor Smith. Professor Smith's eyes didn't even blink once, even his consciousness had stagnated. When he recovered later, he would only think he lost focus. He wouldn't even know that a student has left in his presence. "What's with all the nonsense? Hurry up and follow me," Medicine Master said as he dragged Song Shuhang. "Tubo, help me pack my textbooks." Song Shuhang yelled at Tubo before he was dragged away by Medicine Master. At the back of the classroom, confused, Tubo said, "That can't be another delivery guy, right? Doesn't seem so." Gao Mumu pushed his glasses as he said, "Speaking of which, last time, the other guy didn't quite seem like a courier either." On the way, Song Shuhang asked, "Senior Medicine Master, how did you find me?" "Location-based services, I can find your position just by entering your number. Then, I can see who in the classroom experienced body tempering and I will know who of the students there I should be looking for. After taking the body tempering liquid, the difference between you and normal people is really obvious." Medicine Master said, complacent. Song Shuhang felt his fantasies within his mind being destroyed again, so it was a cell phone's location-based service and not some spell cast from thousands of miles away that located him? But, doesn't location-based service position tracking need to be consented to on my cell before others can track my position? Could it be that Medicine Master is also a superb hacker or something, and can decipher my cell phone's programming and forcefully track my position? Song Shuhang said, "Say, I never thought, Senior Medicine Master, that you would dress so fashionably." "Fashionably? In what way?" Medicine Master said, looking baffled. "For example, your explosive hairstyle," replied Song Shuhang. "Oh, you're talking about that. It's actually because I was riding on the flying sword from Hebei province directly to Jiangnan area yesterday, crossing 2 provinces. On top of that, the winds are stronger higher up, so my hair got blown to the way it is." Medicine Master said embarrassedly. Song Shuhang was silent for a moment, refusing to give up. "What about Senior Smoky Eye Makeup?" "Smoky Eye Makeup? Oh, that I know. My disciple frequently brought it up. It's similar to an artist called Avril Lavigne, right? But, this isn't smoky eye makeup, it's just normal dark circles. We, medicine refining masters, need to frequently pull off all-nighters to refine medicine pills. Sometimes, we go on for weeks without eating and sleeping. Over time, dark circles form. Even now, I still often refine for over 10 days, so these dark circles still haven't disappeared. Maybe when I have a realm breakthrough, then these dark circles will disappear." Medicine Master laughed a hearty laugh. Song Shuhang felt 10,000 alpacas galloping too everywhere within his mind. Compared to Medicine Master's impression in the group, where he seemed to be treasuring words like gold, Medicine Master in reality is chatty, and even likes to laugh carefreely and heartily. My original impressions completely shattered. Male dorm. So this is where you live, huh? Where's the pill refining room? Medicine Master asked. Pill refining room, barely counts, but it's here. Song Shuhang pointed towards the kitchen. Isn't this the kitchen? Medicine Master kneaded his brows. Makes sense, since you said you used an induction stove and a hot pot to refine body tempering liquid, it could only be the kitchen. A kitchen, oh dear. Medicine Master looked disappointed all of a sudden, and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. But, he quickly pulled himself together. Little friend Shuhang, can you refine body tempering liquid once more, and allow me to observe? Medicine Master asked. Yesterday, through a refining simulation, he followed Song Shuhang's description of refining body tempering liquid and discovered some interesting areas. But, refining simulation was a simulation after all, many things might be overlooked, so he still wanted to watch Shuhang refine body tempering liquid once to confirm a few details. Now? Song Shuhang looked at the time. The third class was already half over, the time was already a little over 9:30. Is there a problem? Perplexed, Medicine Master asked. There's not enough time. 1.5 hours later, the morning classes will end and it will be lunchtime. Song Shuhang explained. Oh, I almost forgot, normal people need to eat. What a pain, cultivators only need to a pill to solve these trivial problems. Medicine Master muttered. Shortly after, he asked again, "Little friend Shuhang, do you have time in the afternoon then? Let's refine body tempering liquid together in the afternoon." "Afternoon? I have class," Song Shuhang said. He could ask for a leave of absence, besides he already prepared a written request. "You have class? I almost forgot that you're a student. So, who's your afternoon class teacher?" Medicine Master asked naturally. This question made Shuhang feel uneasy. "Senior, forgive me for being direct. Although I believe that Senior is an upstanding man, but I must ask, were you thinking of sending my afternoon class teacher to the hospital?" Song Shuhang asked seriously. The tragedies Soft Feather caused seemed like they happened just yesterday. "Oh no, it was the day before yesterday." "Aha, you thought of this solution too? Isn't it a great idea? If you just send the teacher to the hospital, you'll be free in the afternoon, right? Don't worry, I can control the damage, breaking one leg will do," Medicine Master said as if it was a matter of course. Sending someone's teacher to the hospital with a broken leg whilst keeping a straight face, was this a fine tradition of 9 Provinces number 1 group? "Please absolutely refrain from doing that." Song Shuhang immediately stopped him. 3 days ago, Miss Soft Feather had already sent 2 of my teachers to the hospital. One of them is still currently hospitalized, while another one is the English professor you saw earlier on who was walking with crutches. If Senior continues by sending a few more teachers to the hospital, everyone would feel there's something abnormal about it. Soft Feather has already done this? TSK, then it's no good. If I send more teachers to the hospital, it'll be too sudden and abrupt. Song Shuhang continued to add, "Furthermore, this isn't the best place to refine body tempering liquid as my roommates might come back any time. If they knew the reason you went to the classroom to find me was to refine some so-called medicine pills, they'd definitely send both of us to the Shan Mental Hospital." There was no need to doubt his 3 roommates' kindness. They would definitely do that. Medicine Master sighed. This is why mortals are troublesome. Little friend Shuhang, how about you break away from the world of mortals and join one of the sects in our group? The few sects within our group are pretty good and are ranked in the top in China. For example, Deluo Sect, Faraway Wandering Temple, Spiritual Butterfly Island, and Mysterious Yellow Sword Sect all have reputable fame amongst cultivators. "I will consider it," Song Shuhang replied. Perhaps one day in the future, he might choose to enter a sect, but not right now. According to the cultivator's terminology, his current ties with the mortal world were yet to be severed, and he was unable to clearly understand the world of cultivators. Therefore, he was not suited to join sects and concentrate on cultivation. Anyway, are you really unable to find time in the afternoon? If worst comes to worst, I can create an accident for the entire school to stop the lessons? In that case, no one will suspect anything. Medicine Master unperturbedly spoke of a suggestion that made one's heart tremble. "Senior Medicine Master, please absolutely refrain from doing such frightening things," Song Shuhang gravely spoke. "I only have to take a leave and that'll be fine. I've even prepared the leave of absence request form. Will it affect your studies if you take a leave? You might not be able to catch up your classmates." Medicine Master worriedly questioned. "The problem of my personal learning progress versus a school-wide accident, which is more serious. Please rest assured, regarding lagging behind the class's problem, I only need to randomly find a classmate's notes and I will be able to catch up. Recently, I've been doing very well at school," Song Shuhang guaranteed. Medicine Master replied, "Then that's great. Let's go find a location where we can refine pills and start refining body tempering liquid. How about heading off campus to see if there's any house up for rental?" Song Shuhang spoke. He initially had the intention to rent an apartment outside, and coincidentally, he could settle it today. "Yeah, that makes sense. I indeed need to rent a house as I might need to stay with you for a few days, and it wouldn't be good if I don't have any lodging. Medicine Master nodded. Then, we'll head out now? Medicine Master was an impetuous person, and this aspect was the same as what he displayed within the group. Sure, let's head out then. Song Shuhang spoke and rummaged for his wallet and credit card. While he was taking his wallet, he saw the pot of poisonous dragon plant beside his computer. Thereupon, he inquired, Senior Medicine Master, previously, you mentioned in the group that you're collecting living poisonous dragon plants. Do you still require one now? I have purchased some from a fellow Daoist within the group, but the quality was rather average. It was lacking when compared to what I need for experiments. Therefore, I can only make do with it first. Do you have poisonous dragon plant with you? Medicine Master inquired. Yeah, it's right here. Song Shuhang pointed to the poisonous dragon plant beside his computer. Frankly speaking, Song Shuhang's luck was indeed not just good. 50 to 60 years back, the poisonous dragon plant Venerable Spirit Butterfly used as the eye of the formation was a good quality one. Furthermore, if it were other ingredients, Medicine Master would definitely not be lacking any of them. Only now did Medicine Master notice that pot with purplish-black poisonous dragon plant growing in it. Interesting. I've entered this room for quite some time, to think that I would not notice this stalk of poisonous dragon plant. One has to know that Medicine Master has been in contact with medicinal plants for more than 500 years. Even if it was deep in the mountains or forests, as long as there was spirit medicine there, he could find it even with his eyes closed. However, this stalk of poisonous dragon plant was just placed beside Song Shuhang's computer, and he didn't even realize it was there since he entered the room. What was so peculiar about this poisonous dragon plant? Thinking of here, Medicine Master came beside this stalk of poisonous dragon plant and carefully observed while sniffing, pinching, and plucking a small tip of a leaf to taste. It's pretty good. This stalk of poisonous dragon plant has been growing in an area with abundant spiritual chi and ghost chi for 50 to 60 years and has been used as a formation eye before. The quality is even above high grade. As it was used as a formation eye, a mutation seems to have occurred, causing it to possess a decent concealment ability. That's why I had failed to notice it, Medicine Master laughed. The quality of this stalk had met his requirements, and furthermore, it had undergone a mutation and was very valuable. Song Shuhang inquired. Does this poisonous dragon plant fit Senior Medicine Master's requirements? This is exactly what I need. Are you intending to sell this poisonous dragon plant to me? Medicine Master looked at Song Shuhang and smiled. Before that, I have to explain to you first. Poisonous dragon plant is fundamentally a more precious medicinal ingredient, and the price of this stalk is definitely not average. For example, the value of those 2 boxes medicinal ingredients Soft Feather gifted you isn't even 1/10 of this poisonous dragon plant. Therefore, are you sure you want to sell it to me? I have no use of it even if I kept it. Moreover, if you, Senior, did not send a simplified body tempering liquid recipe free of charge in the group, I wouldn't have had the chance to come into contact with Cultivation, Song Shuhang spoke. Medicine Master shook his head. Even without my recipe, as long as you stayed within 9 provinces number 1 group, sooner or later you would have the chance to come to know about the existence of cultivators, whereas that recipe's value is different depending on the person. To Great Master Profound Principle, True Monarch Rain Moon, and the rest, due to the huge amount of disciples within their sect, the value of it is high. However, you are only a loose cultivator in early stages and alone by yourself, so to you, the recipe's value cannot be compared with this stalk of poisonous dragon grass. Medicine Master carefully raised the stalk of poisonous dragon plant, and when both of his hands came together, it disappeared. Song Shuhang curiously asked. Space ring? Storage bag? It's not one of those precious space storage items. Those equipment are involved with space rules, and a 50 cubic meter size storage space would be worth as much as all my assets. Medicine Master laughed. I only used a secondary grade space spell called Medicinal Field Area, that's similar to it. Every pill refining master would grasp this skill. This method can only be used to transport medicinal ingredients, and other items cannot be shifted inside. After your cultivation realm has reached 4th stage, you can also learn such small tricks. It's quite easy to learn. Song Shuhang nodded his head, seemingly understanding yet somewhat not understanding. Speaking of which, originally I only intended to find some inspiration from you to improve the simplified body tempering liquid and, at the same time, mentor you in a basic sword technique and a meditation technique. I didn't expect you would have prepared a huge gift for me instead. Like this, I am embarrassed to teach you the meditation technique and the basic sword technique I had previously prepared. While speaking, Medicine Master dished out his phone and logged on to 9 Provinces number 1 group. He wasn't someone who would take advantage of a junior. As Song Shuhang had gotten him a high-grade poisonous dragon plant, he decided to acquire 2 sets of slightly higher-grade cultivation techniques. At least it had to be better than the staple goods he had on hand.